Hello everyone. Welcome to our channel. Don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to receive updates on every new video I upload. Without further delay, let's dive straight into the video. I'm mildly excited to receive your response. It's been a while since I've had the pleasure of beating around the bush with someone. Of intellect rate can be so brutal sometimes. I await your terms. Inoki Sandom his girlage well. It's everything I suspected. Yuzin put down the letter and looked in front of him where Asakaku and a masked Kakashi were sitting in front of him, mostly for the sake of formalities. His hair was pretty identifiable. Maybe he should tell him to start wearing his hood more often. He's angry. He might believe the whole purpose of the attack was to get to his granddaughter. I agree Shikaku, we should let him believe that is the case. It would be beneficial to clarify that it was outside the objectives of Konoha's mission. I think it could be more insulting. Kakashi his Holder and Taro thinking, well, we could always overlook that in our answer. Inoki, she seems to respond best with a direct correspondence. I suggest you just outline your terms and assure her of her safety and well-being. And she is being kept safe. Kakashi shrugged noncommittally and leaned back in his chair. She is being kept in a safe house. Outside the records he increases his guard. Kakashi nodded silently. What asset is a Hiruzen, referring to looked back at the letter in his hand. This stays here. They both nodded immediately. Rosie the Jinchuriki of the Yomi Kakashi, having known this, no longer reacted visibly. Shikaku he raised an eyebrow and exhaled audibly. It was Asakama. Actually Shikako, the Konoha agent, convinced him to defect from his village. That will not be written in our records. Hokage-sama, what is our game here? We are stripping Iwa of one of his Jinchuriki and preemptively killing a platoon of their shinobi. Kumo and Iwa agreed to launch a joint invasion. They would have had to march through Kusaoki to reach us. Inoki and saw 15 men. This seems more like a show of force than an invasion. That Tsuchikage was probably just assessing the Raikage and his intentions. Well, regardless, his plans will have been. You are very close to questioning my judgment. That is a crime. Or Kahama, he used to make me do that when I had my doubts. That has changed. There was silence in the office. Well, Yusin looked coldly at his commander, honing the man. No, I was wrong. I had requested that he always provide his comments. He would have to relax a little as they were not at war. It would do him good to deliberate with his advisor. Shikaku, I have made mistakes in the past and I have no desire to make them again. These are uncertain times and we must fight for peace. Shikaku slowly nodded his head. Very good Hokage-sama, I'll get to work writing an answer, please. Shikaku nodded and left. Kakashi waited for the door to close before asking his question. The recruitment and training are going well. Hokage-sama, okay Kakashi, keep it together, things in order. I want to be ready for any surprise. Kabuto's hand hovered over the body below him, scalpel in hand, the blade barely hung over the skin. It was a fairly simple procedure. The experiment was to prove that a body could also handle the flesh it passively absorbed the skin chakra. Orochimaru had discovered a small clan in Gra that had been born with the inclination to develop the bloodline, and the body, he was one of the last of the bloodline. The body was dead of course, so that was not why his hand was frozen on the dead body. No inaction was because his body had become paralyzed just as he was about to start the procedure. He felt his body slow down. His heart rate also slowed. His muscles tensed and he had no control. He managed to take a deep breath before it fully settled. His eyes were focused on the body in front of him and he couldn't move from his point of focus. He heard a door that shouldn't have been unlocked open behind him and someone walked in. Kabuto, I expected more from Orochimaru's right hand man. You didn't even detect the toxin I sprayed into the air in front of the beautiful door of your laboratory. How careless. A voice that was definitely not Orochimaru shouted mockingly behind him. If it were physically possible, Kabuto had smiled from ear to ear. Finally, things had been going too well lately. He had been waiting for the shoe to drop. Who would expect a lowly data entry employee to catch Orochimaru's best spy? The footsteps approached right behind him and a stack of papers fell on the body in front of him. The voice was decidedly masculine, high-pitched and dripping with a facade of self-sufficiency. The clerk walked to the other end of the body and Kabuto barely made out his pinched face, crooked teeth, poor complexion, greasy hair and one eye that almost protruded from his face. Surprised that he outside I Kabuto Mew, I don't even remember his name. I have to reacquaint myself with the staff after this. The sound shinobi laughed as he reveled in the power of his current position. Careless, very careless. Important information. Samples of experiments completed, accounted for P missing row, and all of experiments signed by you. While Orochimaru was away, there may not have even been noticed if you hadn't stolen from every experiment so far. Maybe I was a little too ambitious there. You're going to die or I'll stop your place as the right-hand man by Orochimaru-sama. And as I continue to climb the ladder of glory, he continued, and Kabuto found it quite difficult to concentrate on his monologue. This was a serious setback to gather the most infamous and unethical shinobi under a single banner that had not been foreseen in the past. His idiotic narcissism. This shinobi, whose name still escapes him, really could have killed him, that is He could have killed him when he first entered the room, but then he gave in to the impulse or compulsion to boast, as if getting lucky with a trap made him a superior shinobi to Kabuto. The weaker shinobi killed the stronger shinobi every day. Unfortunately for him, his window had passed. He leaned closer, his breath as disgusting as his deformed eye, the saliva flying from his lips with emotion. Some last words. Kabuto, not well. Haha, wait. Turk surprise bloomed on his face as Kabuto effortlessly drove the scalpel into his hand through his bulging eye and into the soft flesh of his brain. His mouth quickly spewed out moans as saliva flowed from his panicked maw. He silently backed away until the wall behind him and he collapsed to the ground, gently touching the skin around his eye. The organ sprang towards adamant around the blade through the gap in his iris. The blood, brain matter and retinal fluid rumming in a horrible mixture of mess slowly dripped down his cheek and mixed with his saliva as Kabuto slowly picked up the documents and cleaned them of saliva and bile. He calmly walked towards the dying ninja and stood on his tiptoes. He found the face meowing before him with a smile so polite as always. Thank you for your service. Failed experiment 37. BT grabbed the scalpel and took it out slowly. When he pulled the eye, it came out and the poor soul touched it weakly. It seems that the fool did not realize that he was already dead. He was as dead as the corpse on the table. Now that it was under the Kabuto scalpel, well, now I have to get rid of this evidence and I have found the perfect hiding place for them. Once I have inserted them into your chest, I will bleed you out quickly and need like a mercy. No, don't fight, it will end soon. I'm still not done with my job here. And opening a living man's chest to stuff a handful of damning documents wasn't exactly what Naruto had sent him here for, but cruelty would keep him alive in the lair of the snake. Orochimaru never questioned how many corpses it took for Kabuto to get results. He didn't know this man's name, and he would never know. No one would. Kabuto would dismiss his disappearance as a cost of experimentation, and that is what would become the truth, as they had been a handful of other failed experiments in the last few months. No one was perfect, and even Kabuto made mistakes. He would just become another failed experiment. No name, but he was one of the few who had fallen on Kabuto jacuzzi. He just wasn't lucky enough to live to tell the tale. The group traveling to Kiri had just landed on land and began heading to their headquarters when a cold mist arrived. Their fellow travelers didn't seem to be bothered by what Naruto had assumed was a natural mist that the land of water was making. As soon as he could feel the faint traces of chakra saturated in the moisture suspended in the air, he felt the electric shock of hatred in the air. He shuddered as if it were burning and gasped. The rebels tensed and Gay immediately approached directly behind him. Before he could shout his warning, ambush shinobi ran out of the trees and the civil war began. Kiri stood rigidly behind him as Abusa let out a bloodthirsty roar and he charged without following him in his shadow. Mei jumped to the side and most of the enemies separated to point at her and attack her. Gay's leg rose high off the ground and extended to kick the closest enemy. The loyal was able to evade Gay's kick, but Naruto, who had held on to the appendage, swung a kunai and cut his throat. The rest of his enemies immediately retreated and took some distance, if only because of the absurdity of the maneuver. Gay's leg was stretched out and Naruto had clung to it as if it were a tree branch. Its claw was no more effective when hanging from the tree branches. The branches of the nearby coastal trees would be hard-pressed to hold on. Incorporated. Because Naruto's weight was Gay, on the other hand, his arms and legs had been jokingly referred to as being as thick as a tree branch, but all it took was one awkward question to start a conversation about their journey, about the possibility of such a collaboration. Of course you would have to be the size of a child and be able to predict Gay's next move so as not to disorient. Fortunately that worked well for him, and thus the world witnessed the birth of the living tree, combined experimental taijutsu style. Naruto was secretly glad that his enemies were dead. After witnessing it, Gay gave a shout from his stance on one leg and jumped off the ground towards the largest of his Gay opponents. He could move fast. Naruto could barely keep up with the spinning world, relying solely on his empathy to know when and how it was intended to attack. It seemed like the style was quite effective. Most taijutsu styles were designed for specific attacks or had specific counters. Naruto was pretty sure no one had ever tried anything like what he and Gay were trying. Right now alone Gay would have been able to contain these enemies on his own. With the help of Naruto, they were overpowering them, falling on them with like an unpredictable wall of death and fists. Gay swung his leg and Naruto threw a kunai in the opposite direction to hit the unsuspecting enemy in Gay's blind spot. It was unorthodox, unconventional and unbelievable. And somehow the two of them were making it work even while the world was blurry. Naruto's perception of the emotions around him gave him a clear picture of what was happening outside. From the fight between him and Guy's, Abusa was blocking swords with multiple enemies at once, slashing and slashing. The minor wounds he was racking up didn't slow him down in the slightest. How he was dancing around the large blade, he could somehow tell where all the blades were. Openings of the enemies despite not being inside of them. Mei was stopping 12 shinobi on her own. Considering how much fear she inspired, Naruto believed he was doing well to keep his adversaries at bay. He backed away when the enemy foes arrived and Naruto sensed that another entire squad was backing up the enemies attacking Mei. He had originally been fine, melting 2 enemies in the first few seconds, but some of the newcomers were stronger. They were there specifically to kill Mei. He couldn't allow that. Happened. JD silently looked at Guy as the enemies regrouped to attack them again. How many of me can you handle at once? Gason 3 Kontao, maybe 4 with more practice, but 3 sure. Yosh very good. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. A smoke flash startled the approaching Akiri loyalists, who gasped at the sight of Guy, with 3 Naruto hanging by his arms and 1 leg emerging from the smoke. What kind of you? Guy descended on them like an angel of death as the Naruto they hit with coolness at every opportunity. The real Naruto made sure Guy was able to defend himself for a second longer before turning around and running to Mei's aid. He couldn't let her die as he ran towards her. He had to step over 3 half-dead bodies. Melted Soul realized she was capable, so she had a good feeling that together they would win. Her help would even the odds even a little. That it was important to do everything possible to keep her alive. If she died, she would never be able to talk to Yagura. Kakashi looked up at his Ichicha when Inoichi Yamanaka slid into the seat next to him. This is the first time you're here for the world-famous Ichiraku Ramen. Inoichi no Kakashi, I heard some rumors and wanted to contact you before, well before I had completely decided that it was so true or not. What I heard, let me guess, it was the Nara. Inoichi. One of them looked at him. That everyone resented Shinobi Corporation knew that it was common if one of the Ino Shiksho thought you were dirty. The name of one of the fellow clans. Wow, I never realize how specific these looks were. Kakashi thought as Yoichi tidied up a bowl to be polite and collect his thoughts. Yes, I heard some things. Shikaku was muttering to himself. It is me worried, that's it. You think it's possible that the Hokage is abusing his position? I mean, well, you better hurry up, Inoichi, because I really don't like the tone of this conversation. Okay, I'll just say it. So I'm worried that Hokage-sama isn't acting in the best interest of the village. More specifically, I think he's hiding something about the people. Konoha, of course, not even in the village at this time, and people were still finding some way to calling out a bad smell in his name. He loved his little brother, but he was a magnet for trouble. At least he didn't have to deal with all that most of the time. It seemed like this mess had fallen into his lap, and now it was his turn to clean it up. Things had also started to get spicy in Jiraiya Inoichi's latest novel. I'm not allowed to talk about personal. You are, and it's a Yukashi clan matter. I want the truth about what of his heritage. I think Agent Konoha is a Yamanaka, and that the Hokage is hiding it from me. Kakashi rolled his one eye and smiled condescendingly. That's fake, and there's no way. Inoichi placed a file between them and passed it to them. You're wrong, Kakashi. The Konoha agent is related to Yamanaka. His own files confirm it. Kakashi looked the confidential file and opened it and saw the results of the blood test that Inoichi was talking about. This was a file that only the Hokage should have had access to. This was the real personal folder, and supposedly it should have been hidden in the sweet and warm heart of the Rege, not at the sticky counter of the best ramen establishment in town. Proved that the Konoha agent was indeed Yamanaka. What the hell exactly, Kakashi? What? The Yamanaka's gaze was in sight, and Kakashi felt as if this conversation was going to become a real headache. As the leader of the clan, I demand to have an audience with the Konoha agent and secure him in our clan compound. About that, the Konoha agent is on a mission. The look intensified, and Kakashi knew in his bones that the intrigues we were going to talk to the Hokage. Kakashi. Now Hinata was getting more and more uncomfortable with the conversation that Sakura and No were having right behind her. She wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but she wasn't trying to eavesdrop either. They didn't seem to care if he listened or not. At first they started talking about the things they liked about them. They both admired him, and Hinata had her own hero, so she wasn't going to complain if they talked about her hero. She was content at first to let them continue while he sat and watched his classmates train. After all, it was a wonderful day. Then they went on to talk about other boys in their class. When Yuka-sensei called others to train with what they were talking about, that went on for a while, and then they started to talk about Sai. I think Sai is weird. Yeah, it's like he doesn't know how to be nice or polite. I think Ijutsu went wrong when he was a baby, and now he can't feel anymore. He's just a loser. Nothing like for both of them. They were surprised when she turned to look at them with a frown. Yinatas, he is my friend, and I don't like see how they are both talking about him. She turned around quickly with her face completely flushed. She felt very warm and uncomfortable, as if she was about to surah in. At any point she couldn't even take off her jacket, because then she would feel too exposed. She was overwhelmed. I can't believe I just said that. She felt proud for defending her friend and guilty for being a little mean to Sakura Ino. Hopefully they would both understand that she was just defending a friend and they would forgive her. She decided to pretend they weren't watching her. Pretend she hadn't said anything and rewatch the fights. Kiba was currently fighting Chui, and it was a very close fight. Without Akamaru, Kiba's style was at a disadvantage, and yet you think she can't see that he's hopeful because he's nice. With her, she doesn't have many friends, so he's probably just taking advantage of her loneliness. Hinata jumped to her feet and looked at the two girls with a frown. Unusually expressive, she realized that they didn't think she could hear them with them, whispering a little quieter than before. They seemed ashamed, but not sorry, say such bad things about saw her as if she were a weak-willed girl who had no friends, could see it in their eyes. Even now, having angered her, they were not worried. Maybe a little guilty, but they believed that she would not do anything, she would not say anything, do anything. Even if they were talking bad about her friend, she was going to do something. Yasin, is something going on? Haruka asked as she walked towards them. Having concluded the fight between Kiba and Chui, he turned around. I want to train Hosen Yuka sensei. All the conversation stopped and even Hyuka seemed surprised by his behavior. He felt another blush rising on his cheeks and tried to fight it with everything he had. Everyone's eyes were on at her, and she didn't even want to think about what they were thinking about her. Please her, okay? Hosen, would you like to train against Hinata? A clear Ruka sensei sounds funny, whispers broke out among her classmates as Hinata marched towards her. Starting position. Ino smiled clumsily from her position and took a ready stance. What was she thinking? She couldn't beat Ino, she had just been so angry, but as always, as soon as she had time to think, her anger would be drowned out by her insecurity. Was this too much? Was it going to embarrass? What would you think there if she had issued such a challenge only to lose miserably? But it was already too late. If she tried to withdraw from the match after requesting it, Ruka sensei would be disappointed in her, and the other students would simply laugh at her, and on top of that she would simply not speak ill of her again. So I had to fight. I just didn't know if Hinata I was ready. Of course I was, sensei. Hinata braced her nerves with a deep breath and tried to mask her stutter by speaking slowly. Hi sensei, I'm ready to start. Hinata watched as Ino charged towards her. No strategy, no tricks, just a burden direct to attack. It was at that moment when Ino approached her with her fist prepared that she realized that nothing more would be needed to defeat her. She was a Hyuga, a supposed taijutsu monster, and she couldn't even stop her hands from shaking enough. As to enter her waiting position, her father was right, she was a huge disappointment. Ino reached her, and she swung. Hinata was able to dodge it, and she retaliated, but even she could tell there was no fire in his blows. Her blows were hesitant and weak, she doubted that even they had bruises. Ino didn't seem to care and didn't even try to dodge or deflect. He walked over and elbowed Hinata in the throat. Hinata pulled and started to cry, and before she caught her breath, Ino slid a leg behind hers and made her stumble. She crashed to the ground and coughed as she tried to get air into her lungs. She heard her classmates cheering for Ino, and through her blurry vision, she saw Sai looking at her. He wasn't upset, he nodded at her, and then spoke a few words. Get up, go on forward. He looked up and saw Ino waving at Sasuke, as happy as she could be on any other day. Hinata would have recognized defeat, she would have whimpered on the floor, crying out of shame and self-pity. However, Sai wasn't disappointed. He didn't think she was done getting up. He could see she had never done it before. Keep going. It mattered she wouldn't win, it was impossible. But maybe it wasn't about winning. Maybe it was about doing everything she could, like someone her own age had done everything possible to save her. She would get up, she would definitely continue. Go ahead. The boy with blonde hair and kind blue eyes, who had saved her life so long ago. Get up, keep going. She blinked away the tears. She didn't pay attention to Haruka walking towards her or the classmates cheering her. She was so focused as she channeled her strength of will that he missed Sai's laugh. H wasn't laughing at something, and he still had his back to Hinata. Hinata stood up. Hinata crashed into Ino and slammed his fists against her as fast as he could. There was no way, no technique, no style. She kept repeating in her head, keep going, and that's what she did, punch after punch, and she hadn't screamed initially, but she started to hit back. Hinata felt her determination waver from the continued fight, and she became more desperate. Her hands were striking by claws and scratched at Ino. Oh, Hinata, stop. She paused when Ino moved away from her, and before she could open her mouth to apologize, Ino lunged at Adante once more and knocked her to the ground. Girls, enough. Before anything else could happen, Haruka was there suddenly, and Hinata was being picked up. She was beaten and bruised, covered in dirt, and once again she was crying. Sensei, she just enough. I want to talk to you too after class, you understand? Ino scoffed and rolled her eyes, and Hinata nodded meekly again. Her seat, and once again she could hear Ino and Sakura whispering behind her. She pulled up her hood and brought her knees to her chest. She put her face in her arms, hiding it. She was sure everyone knew she was crying. Sasuke watched as Sai fell to the ground in front of him and heard Haruka proclaimed the victor. Most of the time he was left with a small amount of pride for beating each of his classmates, but now that he knew the truth he felt bitter. He knew Sai's secret was more strong than he. Not only that, but he was strong enough to trick Haruka into thinking he was weak. He heard cheers, especially Dino and Sakura, and his pride twisted and turned like an eel stuck in his gut. Sai looked worse than the girl before. Yada was surprised when she got up and went after Ino so viciously. It wasn't like her, of course. She hung out with Sai quite often, so maybe the boy saw something in her. He had said he saw something in Sasuke, so it could be that. No, he was just training him. That bothered him even more. He looked into Sai's eyes and extended a hand to pick him up. He watched as Sai blinked and took his hand. He picked him up, and the second they were close, he whispered to him, I want to train more often after The class's Sa gave him an indecipherable look, but nodded. Iruka congratulated them both on their fights, and they returned to the stand. Sasuke sat alone, but saw how Sai sat next to Hinata, who was crying. He leaned towards her and seemed to whisper to her. After a minute he more or less sat back down and wiped the tears from his face and seemed to whisper in response. Sai felt and saw the two of them starting to have a conversation. A part of him wished he had a friend to talk to, but no one here would help him avenge his father. Was still unsure if Sai would be up to the challenges he would face. Time seemed to move slowly as it always did day after day since his own brother massacred his family. Even now, after being subjected to a meeting with a holier-than-thou therapist, still couldn't understand how Itachi had gone so bad. His therapist said he was left with serious trust issues, but how could he trust strangers over his own family, the one thing he was always supposed to? What you had to count on was the family, his brother. He taught him how weak they really left you. The bond. Sasuke never used to cry before, and now every night he woke up sobbing. That's the prize he won for loving his family, the curse of affection. After a number of unbearably short time that seemed to last an eternity, the class ended. Ino and Hinata walked towards Iruka, and Sai gave Hinata what seemed to be a few words from Consuelo before leaving the school and going out to the street. Sasuke followed him. He knew the route they would take towards the training field closest to the Uchiha complex. However, Sai deviated from the usual course and Sasuke had no choice but to follow him. What should have been a 10-minute walk turned into almost half an hour. When the two crossed almost a quarter part of the town and they arrived at a totally different training field, Sasuke walked towards it and dropped his backpack and took a look at the training field. It seemed quite abandoned. The grass grew wild and was filled with bushes. Some training field seems abandoned. 28 openings that you left in our previous training match. Your form is imperfect until you awaken your Sharingan. If you ever do, I suggest supplementing your taijutsu with another style. Until then, Sasuke gritted his teeth and held back a scathing comment. Nothing he said would affect the boy. He was immune to teasing or insults. He didn't care what Sasuke said, and somehow that was more infuriating. The academy style is clearly inferior. I never mentioned the academy style. Sasuke gritted his teeth again. It was so hard not to be biting with Sai. So what do you suggest? As he thought and shrugged. It depends on how you want to progress. What are your goals as a shinobi? Sasuke almost scoffed. He was tired of adults and Sensei asking him that. However, Sai was different from everyone else. Sasuke, no, I understood him completely, but I knew he was always serious. I wanted an answer, and if I didn't get one there would be no training. I want to restore my clan to prominence and bring my brother to justice. Do you want to finish him off? Sasuke glared at him and snorted. Yes, he resists. My mom would want him to be tried, I'm sure. So justice I can live if he rots behind bars. Sai tilted his head in thought, and Sasuke slowly realized that the answer mattered a lot to him. Where are your strengths as a shinobi? Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and possibly genjutsu. When I get my Sharingan. If you get your Sharingan, when? Yes, you don't know for sure if you will ever awaken it, so you can't plan as if you have. But that's just unrealistic and silly. Well, if I get the Sharingan, which is incredibly likely, I should be pretty rounded. Uchiha are excellent shinobi with large chakra reserves. Most Uchiha who become Jonin. Yes, I will make it easily. Sai gave him a smile that set his blood on fire. It will be one of the most difficult journeys you have ever undertaken. Your brother era just a little older than you now. When he achieved honing, I will surpass if you do it. It will be quite an achievement. I can give you the training you are looking for to excel above your classmates, but you will still be far from the level of skill that your brother found naturally. Sasuke frowned. Could you defeat him? No. Then how is your training going to make any difference? My brother was one of the strongest shinobi in the village, but the strongest. Sai gave him another smile, and Sasuke frowned. As I hated how condescending he could be. Remember, Sasuke, there is a shinobi who was able to fight your brother, or you don't remember? Sasuke was suddenly bombarded with flashbacks of that night, the smoke, the fire, the blood, his mother's sobs, his father's screams, his brother's crooked eyes, the only Anbu agent younger than him who appeared to defend them from the pride of the Uchiha, the pitched battle in which the two engaged. Itachi cut his opponent's hands in two, and the ambulance slowly grew again in the middle of the battle to continue fighting. That was true and terrible power, the power to face the paragon of the Uchiha. The comments that the two had made to each other resurfaced, long buried under the trauma of the night when he lost his father. Of course, he would send you Konoha. You are the only one who would have a chance to stop me. Itachi Uchiha, you are accused of treason, murder, and crimes against a founding clan of Konoha. Surrender. Sasuke's eyes widened. Itachi himself declared them equal. Yes, this shinobi, this so-called Konoha, were still in the village. He could train Sasuke to the level of his brother. He would be the only one who could help him match his brother's power. I see that you remember it well. The Konoha agent is the only one who can get you what you want. Your chance at justice. Sasuke's eyes narrow. Then why am I wasting my time with you until I think you're ready for that? And not a waste of time. You'll have to be content with staying in class. If you can't follow those simple instructions, you'll lose even my own teachings. Okay, if this is what it takes, just don't hold back. Sai smiled and nodded his head. I want, and this agent Koha, he's really as Strong as Itachi, he's one of the strongest shinobi I know now. Okay, if the academy style it's not up to your standards, maybe the W style will be suitable. You'll have to be quite flexible. You better start stretching. Naruto gulped as he dodged the jet of corrosive mist that Mei fired at one of Kiri's loyalists. She was a brutal killer, putting aside the appearance and pleasant personality on the battlefield was terrifying. There was an aspect of melting your enemies that was inherently intimidating to sentient life, especially when it was slow. Some of the shinobi were left screaming a lot after their arms melted to the bone. Mei at first held back, but after realizing that Naruto could sense how he was going to attack and made sure to give him space, he cast heavy fire again. The lava element and the boil element were terrible to behold. Naruto was a blur. Constant movement here and across the battlefield, concentrating his efforts on Mei's blind spots. They were constantly in sync with each other, and Naruto wasn't giving the enemy time to retaliate. The monkey claw stance made him almost dance through the trees scattered as he relied heavily on the logs to redirect his momentum. He and Mei formed a sort of whirlpool. Once an enemy entered Naruto's range, they were quickly absorbed by Mei's sight. C1, C2, C3 changes to shuriken bursts at 17, and Newbie called out to the 3 clones currently clinging to his life. Apparently the noble green beast of Konoha had given the clones their own nicknames, and a few seconds after his command 3 different bursts of shuriken streaked through the air and cut off their escape. Of Gei's current enemies had no idea how to handle Gei's use of clones. Naruto watched as Gei kicked an enemy only for the clone in C2's leg to grab the shinobi by the throat. Gei jumped and kicked towards him. Down and the clone released his gripped enemy in the kick, sending the hapless Kirin into a crater in the earth. No one seemed prepared on how to handle him. Gei was writhing playfully and flying through a crowd of shinobi like a storm. His kicks could turn into grips, his punches could turn into kunai slit necks. It was almost impossible to predict what he and the clones were planning. Naruto was quite proud of it. He idly wondered if Gei could make shadow clones himself. Even if he could only make like 2, it would be 9 clones in the 3 taijutsu masters. It would be crazy. Zabuza was cutting through his enemies, and Ao was helping him. The battle lasted 6 minutes when the last of the loyalists melted into the mud. Gei, who was congratulating the 3 clones and giving them notes before to turn to him. It's normal that he treats your clones like people. It makes it easier for my allies if they think they are sentient. She nodded and seemed to take him at his word. The last thing they needed was to let other villages know about the usefulness of the shadow clone technique. The rebels were already bad enough having a Byakugan. The last thing they needed was a jutsu crafted by Nid Hokage. Let's finish. We have to get to Tiru Village as soon as possible. If the loyalists prepared an ambush, then Yagura is in our plans. We must hurry. We need to attack as soon as possible. Zabuza leads the Ao and Konoha on my sides goes and takes the rear. We go without effort. She took command of the group and they immediately followed her to obey her orders. Like this, in a period of minutes 35 bodies were left in the middle of the forest. Naruto knew that soon more bodies. Seemed like I didn't want to drag this out any longer than necessary. Soon they would attack Kiri, and he could save Yagura and Isobu from this war. Yusin hadn't told him that Yagura was a Jinchuriki, but Mine had not told Yusin that he knew that Yagura was under a very powerful genjutsu and he suspected that the Uchiha was responsible. If he could break that genjutsu, then he could make Yagura see reason and make him run away. It doesn't matter that if Yagura stayed in Kiri he would die. It was now or never for the rebels to retake his home and for him to save his brother in arms. He has done terrible things. Naruto, it is possible that the genjutsu did not force him to commit them. Either we will save Isobu Kurum-kun. We have no choice. This is ours only chance. We have to make it worth it. Clan heads were granted many luxuries and privileges for their loyalty and service to their clans. For the good of Konoha, there have always been rivalries and political maneuvers between the clans. Even clans like Nara, Akamichi and Yamanaka had disputes between them. If ever a dispute reached the point of violence, the Hokage would intervene and his decision would be the last word on the issue. The Uchiha had forgotten that lesson, and Danzo had taken it upon himself to humiliate them once again. The problem with the system it was when a clan head had a dispute with the Hokage, as Inoichi had clearly done when he entered his office with Kakashi lay down. Inoichi-san, how can I help? Inoichi walked straight to his desk and slammed a folder on his desk. He took it idly in his, he raised his hands and restrained the urge to raise an eyebrow when he realized that it was the official folder of the Konoha agent. He looked again at Inoichi, who was looking at him as if he had been personally insulted in front of another clan leader. Page 2 paragraph 1 Hokage-sama opened the folder and felt the shock wash over him. It had been quite some time since he had been caught off guard, largely thanks in part to Naruto's help. But this is a fake Inoichi-san. The blood report backs it up. They are from 2 separate sources, unless that he is claiming that both are fakes. They are personally. I guarantee that Agent Konoha is not a Yamanaka. Inoichi used to be quite friendly, and yet I could see that the man was indignant. Does he have any proof of his claim? Hokage-sama Yuzin had a couple of options. He could deny it outright, what not to ingratiate himself, music his own documents that could be proven false, could finally claim the Konoha people as an Uzumaki, a very dangerous and bold claim. If it ever comes to light, there was a reason why Yasushi Agakure was wiped off the map. The Uzumaki were fearsome, their prodigies even more so. A prodigal Uzumaki Jinchuriki that would be enough for Konoha to fall into the sights of all the great nations, or at least more of the most ambitious nations. That's classified. Inoichi classified. I was interrupted mid-scream by a rather pointed look. You forget yourself, I just assured you. Personally, that agent Konoha is not from your clan. Now you should ask yourself who wanted you to believe otherwise, and what they wanted you to do with that misinformation. He tapped his fingers on his desk in agitation, turning you into enemy of your leader, maybe acting like a fool who said something he couldn't take back. Maybe luckily you were smart enough to see through this charade and realize that I'm not your enemy, right? He could tell that Inoichi wasn't completely satiated, but the anger seemed to have left him. The man nodded stiffly. Of course, Kahama, now I see that the matter is more complicated than I was led to believe. Well, you can say goodbye. I will inform you who was responsible for this mess when they have been caught. Inoichi nodded and quickly left from the office. He slammed the door as close as he could politely get Yuz inside and looked at Kakashi. Why is it that every time I get yelled at in my own office, it's either you or someone you bring here? Kakashi shrugged with that infuriating smile of his. I must investigate. Who is altering the official documents? Hokage-sama, do it. When you find the saboteur, execute him. This feels like one of the Danzo plans. Start with him first. Things had been quiet for so long, at least in the town. Don't want constant threats, but if May could be an ally, of course, now that there was a possibility that peace and stability could take hold between the great nations, would be the worst time for intrigue to take root in the people. Things were changing. He was changing. I couldn't put my finger on it, but he had begun to become tougher and more decisive, more aggressive in his desire to bring peace to the elemental nations. Pull that rank with Inoichi probably wasn't the most diplomatic thing, but it gave him time to get to the bottom of it. Hopefully he could find out who was pulling these strings before Naruto returned to the Kurenai village. Asuma laughed as he walked off the karaoke stage. Anko and A8 were insulting him while Yugito was laughing into her drink. It had been a while since they had a moment like this to sit and relax. Asuma seemed to have lost the last few months, and Kurenai was sure it was because he was worried about Naruto being gone for so long. But there was no official excuse for his absence. Sealing Pilgrim, with it I caused the massacre of Shadow Valley. I am the agent. Konoha felt that part of his emotion faded, and he held back a grimace when he looked her in the eyes. They had fought over what to do with his knowledge. Tell Asuma to pressure his father to request a leave of absence to go and help him wherever he is, or do nothing. Wait for him to come home. Senate had put his foot down and declared that he would not do anything. Anko was reluctant to wait, but forced him. The week then one became 2 weeks turned into a month, 1 month turned into 6. Naruto was gone for 6 months, and even Kurenai was beginning to harbor thoughts of action. However, they still had to figure out where he had gone. Let's yacht sing a song. I think we all need a break after that. Yugito laughed and fell to hate side, her hand idly running through his hair. Kurenai smiled again as the conversation resumed, and she was able to stop worrying about Naruto. How have you been, Yugito? Something interesting has come up. While have you been abroad? Anko asked innocently. Although it seemed that Kurenai was the only one who could tell how loaded that question had been, it was not said among the group that Yugito had been accepted into Anbu. Anbu agents were never to reveal their families or compatriots belonging to the upper levels. Their identities had to remain secret. It seemed like Anko had waited until everyone had gotten drunk before starting to ask questions. You mean confidential, Hainen? Everyone laughed, and Yugito took another sip of her drink. Kurenai noticed the smile. Anko was struggling to hide her patience and concern. She may have heard something out of order, which is somewhat interesting. The group eagerly paid attention to her. I heard from a reliable source that Agent Konoha was seen fighting in Kiri. Kurenai's civil war felt that all her happiness was fading when the clawed hands of panic took over her heart. No, it can't be. Anko, her jaw dropped, but her reactions were overshadowed by Asuma spitting out his drink and A8 whistling sharply. Don't fuck with me. It makes sense what you're saying. I heard. Kurenai turned sharply to Yate and asked, what do you mean? I heard that the rebel forces seemed to have exploded overnight a few months ago. I didn't think much about it at the time, but well, it seems the Hokage wants to put end to the bloodbath. Asuma sighed. I really wish Dad could tell me about this stuff. It would have been nice to know he's alone. That would be bad. Hopefully he had an Anbu squad with him. I'm pretty sure Mig-Guy is with him. If the rumor that the rebels they acquired a taijutsu master, it's true. I haven't seen him in a few months if memory serves. That's all. They all looked at Anko after her outburst. She was pale, agitated, and her knuckles were turning white with the strength with which she held her glass. Naruto, he had been Hiding a war for months and they had done nothing Karina and he felt his own guilt mounting, and he couldn't even imagine what Hanko was going through right now. Agent Koha is quite the shinobi. Yugito seemed to reassure the group he is on. Boo will be fine. How old is Yugito? Even the drunk Ama recognized the ice in Anko's voice. What have I seen him, and he looks like a shrimp. How can you say he will be fine? And Kiri Joel has had a stellar record from what I have heard. The eyes D and Anko crossed Yugito's retreat, and Kurenai knew that a fight was about to happen. They were together in a team. That's not like that. No me you were at Anko enough. A8's voice interrupted you harshly. Kurenai could see how it only fanned the flames of his going. Why did little Miss Anbu let her Kai get into a war? And he hasn't done anything. I haven't done anything. I went with Inu. I asked to be sent to Kiri. He denied my request. So you gave up? I didn't. Anko. She left him to great shock here. The entire group froze as Kakashi idly looked at his book in the corner of his room. It was disconcerting how none of them had sensed him talking about the secrets of the village quite brazenly. What a shame. Nico-chan. Yugito did. She grimaced and bowed her head, and the group held their breath as her code name was used to publicly identify her. The threat was clear. She could be fired from the Anbu Corps for this. Kakashi Taichu. Won't happen again. Excellent. I hope it didn't close. She slammed her book down and lazily looked at them. Kurenai felt tense when he stopped with her. Yanko a pretty popular topic. Agent Konoha is a popular ghost to talk about. No one said anything. Kurenai knew that beneath the lazy facade was one of the strongest shinobi of the village and could tell that they had earned his ire. It's surprising when we gossip about clandestine actions that the village may or may not be involved in. Fortunately, most of the Honing know better. Kurenai could almost see Anko's hair standing on end and just I wish he would keep his mouth shut. Haha. But I know you all know that it is not possible to endanger an operative in mission. Enjoy your night. He quickly walked out the door and Anko stood up and left after him. Anko, I'm sorry everyone, I'll be right back. He saw Asuma started to follow her and waved his hand as she left. Okay, I'll be back. He caught up with Anko on the roof of the building across the street. He was looking for Kakashi, who was long gone. Anko, we should. How dare he know all this time? He can't tell us. It's against the rules. I turned around to see him sitting on the edge of the roof, obscenity in his hand. I want some answers. Anko growled as she walked towards him. She looked up lazily at Ando. Sure. Karina grimaced. This was too easy. Why? Oh wait a minute, excuse me, who are you to ask me questions? Anko gritted her teeth and groaned. We are completely out of place and sailing in dangerous waters. It seems that way. Anko was turning red and shaking, and Karina and quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her back. We're worried about him, Kakashi-san. He looked at her, ignoring Anko as he gritted his teeth. That may be the only reason you ran away. But just a warning, I understand your frustrations, but he's in the middle of a war, and shinobi younger than him have been sent to more difficult situations before. Yes, he's in danger, but he's been handling it well for over 6 months. There's nothing you or I can do about this situation. It depends on what Kahe. But if you two know the Konoha Tambin people well like I do, then you know he won't back down now, not after he has met the shinobi he is fighting. His reports talk about progress being made to make allies. If all goes well, then Kiri can become a close ally that would give us an alliance of the 4 great nations. It wouldn't be difficult to press AI into the mold. I don't care about politics. Anko crossed her arms, and Kurenai couldn't remember the last time she had seen her friend so annoying. I just care about him. The Shadow Valley massacre was too much for him. Too much. I can only imagine why they sent him there, and it's just to fill their ranks. He's not a killer. He's not a shinobi just like you two. Anko opened her mouth to retort, but Kurenai stepped forward and looked Kakashi in the eyes. We are his friends. He looked at her, and she knew that to most that statement would seem childish or immature, that the emotion behind it was dwarfed through. Asuma and Naruto felt that she knew a little more than the average shinobi about the elusive Kakashi attack. We won't abandon it, even if we face repercussions for it. Anko stood next to her and took her hand. Whatever she said, she gave them both an idle look and slowly closed. He took his book and put it away. He stood up and sighed loudly before slowly nodding his head. I'll let you know if anything changes. Get ready for a long deployment in the near future. I'll find you every time I get news. He looked at them both and gave them a firm nod. She waved her hand and then jumped off the edge of the roof. It was then when she had dinner and realized that they had been tested and passed. She smiled and looked at Anko. Anko, this is great. He saw Anko feel, but she didn't seem relaxed. She still seemed nervous. Do you think she expects the situation to go downhill? Kurenai froze and felt her worry starting to slowly come to the surface. I think yes, we should go packing. Kurenai, yeah, yes, we should hurry up. Konoha, let's get this over with. Zabuza Mamachi said as he walked through the thick fog that had formed. Naruto had long become accustomed to the fog that the man frequently used, as well as his forceful personality. It had taken him some time to acclimatize to the bloodlust, the aggression and anger that the man maintained simmering beneath the surface. Once he managed to control the retching every time his bloodlust spiked, he discovered that he could appreciate the man's attitude. He was one of those warriors who they dedicated everything to their craft. Zabuza believed himself to be a weapon, while Naruto did not agree with the philosophy he discovered. But he could not help but admire the loyalty of the man. Naruto could feel it clear as day the man was absolutely loyal to those who respected Momochi, would never betray him. Might Terumi also had a sweet spot that he would never admit in his young ward. Akuyuki stated that the boy was just another weapon in his arsenal, but Naruto immediately felt the concern and worry that the boy would survive this. Or working with Zabuza was also much superior to working with Ao. Every time he worked with the possessor of the stolen Bakugan, Naruto was worried when he realized that the Konoha agent was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. It seemed like Ao was equally worried about his stolen Kek and Genkai being discovered. No one noticed. From the power of her empathy, Mei quickly distanced herself from him once they reached Kiri, but it was too late. Her fears had revealed numerous secrets of Kiri long before they reached Konoha's borders. Fortunately, none of those secrets jeopardized their mission, so Naruto was able to continue as if he didn't know anything. That was good, since this war was not what he expected. He had notions of a heroic battle, a last stand for the people of Kiri, something out of the era of the Warling Clans or the First Shinobi War. This was a mist war. Both sides beat each other, bleeding resources and manpower with no end in sight. Both sides fought to the last man. Both sides used every advantage possible. Naruto had nightmares about some of the battles, and Kurama had been silent for a long time with his protests about what was happening. Come on boy, let's move. Zabuza took his sword in hand and stood over Naruto's form protectively. Can you relax? There is no one near us. Yeah, well, the last time you said that and started sealing, someone came over while you were distracted, so I'll stay alert this time. Naruto laughed lightly as he took out the ink and brush and started writing tiny seals on the wall in front of him. I heard you used some jutsu's Futon on your last mission. Millimeters. So Naruto tried to maintain his focus as the wet wall he was working on could compromise the integrity of his seals. He had to constantly tweak the seal to maintain its intended function. This was his tri-seal today, followed by what was important was not to let his exhaustion get to him, so you can use wind style, which means my theory that your senses are derived from wind currents is a viable theory. Naruto laughed again as he felt Zabuza get angry. For having discarded his guess, Momochi didn't like being wrong. He really didn't like someone younger than him telling him he was wrong. Doesn't mean it's right. I think it's a better guess than what I heard at the base. He has eyes on the part back of his head. He is obviously a master in the use of water, who controls the water in his target's brain. He is a Nara with dyed hair who has control over the shadows that people make. Naruto chuckled as he listened absent-mindedly afterwards of drawing these seals 29 times today. He felt comfortable with his ability to wrap it while enjoying Zabuza's speculation. Maybe he is a Jinchuriki like Yagura. Those idiots. Naruto tensed and almost yelled at himself for reacting so visibly when Zabuza gave a step back, looking at the fog that surrounded them. I'm sorry to hurry up. Naruto finished the seal as fast as he could and then turned around and took out a kunai. Well, that was a stroke of luck. Hakurama. Naruto, be careful. Before I could ask what was wrong, he felt a group of shinobi enter his detection range and they quickly headed straight towards him. Zabuza, one of them was strong as Rasi. Filler beer, an ocean massive and swirling of genocidal hatred and the undercurrent of despair at being taken prisoner of his own body. Yagura, well, it's no surprise. I never thought I'd see your face here again, Zabuza, except on the front lines of the insurgency. Yagura's form appeared out of the blue mist as two more elite jounin advanced on either side of him. What can I say, he had a mission, Zabuza sneered as he readied his legendary sword. Ironic, the last wielder of that sword that crossed me said more or less the same. He was also next to a Kohen shinobi in his betrayal. However, the last one was a missing ninja. I am right in assuming that Saradan is not making a statement. Agent Konoha, Itachi. You fraud. Itachi Uchiha. He was worried that Zabuza would comment on the desperation in his voice, but Yagura just bowed his head yes and defeated him deeply. Now give up and tell me, what are you doing on the walls of my village? Zabuza growled, but Naruto could feel his fear and hesitation and his shame of being afraid to challenge the Kage, but Naruto felt something else in that moment that made them stop and renew hope. Liar, you didn't defeat him. He hit you and ran away. Yagura frowned and Zabuza laughed darkly. Seriously, while my Miyuka don't know, you don't seem like the type to lie about his own shortcomings. His partner, the previous owner of your sword, wasn't so lucky, Momochi. Besides, he wielded your sword for much longer than you. He wasn't as good a shinobi as me. He was a true traitor, leaving his true cashier behind. So that's what it is. You choose a pretty face. I don't choose the strongest leader. Yagura sneered and his two men took out their sabers. I'm tired of this, Zabuza. I would have expected him to have struck the first blow much sooner. I made my move and I guarantee it will be lethal. Oh, Yagura smiled and began to advance slowly. I stopped to give my partner some extra time. Naruto could feel the instant in as Yagura's eyes focused on the two kunai he was throwing from behind. Zabuza could instantly sense that his enemy was going to evade his attack instinctively, but he would be too slow to warn his allies before the attack left his hands. Naruto knew But the other two shinobi were already dead behind him there. The thud of the two kunal flying 6 inches towards the trees, directly separated from the two Kirin, drowned out the rest of Yagura's words. The weapons were launched with the speed of a first-class shinobi level. Itachi would have been proud, he always appreciated what you could do with just a few kunai before the next syllable left. Yagura's lips, the seals of both extras, glowed a bright purple and rose parallel to each other across the space of 6 met separating them. The molecular array ignited and supercharged the air directly between the two seals as the chakra lens array guided the channeled ignition into a cylinder no wider than a human thumb. The rayon catalyst seal completed the sequence and a beam of bright white light exploded from both tags and created a concentrated chakra laser between the two men. The men screamed in a state of shock. They tried to move forward, which only caused them to split in half. The beam lasted another 4 seconds and made the air. It smelled like ozone and burning flesh. Naruto was glad that the attack cauterized his wounds, the prototype of that seal. It hadn't always been so clean. Fuinjutsu user frowned and removed the staff from his back. Zabuza, he laughed at the deadly efficiency of what was once referred to as a useless art of shinobi bomb making. After a few missions together, Zabuza had a better appreciation for the use of combat seals. You have more of those seals. Lightning, unfortunately I'm out of seals. Bisector Lightning Oz is a bitch, say why would someone name him that? Okay, I think we could take him, we could end this here now. He smiled behind his bandages and Naruto sensed his intention to cut Yura in half. We didn't follow Mei's order, she said. Let's retreat and find some resistance. Naruto could sense Zabuza's inclination to ignore orders and grabbed his arm. Don't do it, we have orders. Don't let your pride get in the way of your mission, act like the weapon you claim to be. Zabuza growled when Naruto used his own ideology against him, but Naruto could feel that his determination was weakening. We launched a good attack against him, and we escaped then. Well, Naruto felt his reluctance to run away from the battle, and he didn't know if the sword-in would run or not. Maybe I have to fight here. Kurama, some advice. Asobu is more defensive, but I'm sure his Jinchuriki would know how to turn that defense into a strong offensive. Be cautious. Naruto nodded and relaxed. He focused and allowed his reflexes to take control. He fought against stronger enemies with his empathy. Entry into allowing his sensory prowess to take control, surrendering to his reflexes to get the fastest response physically possible. His adrenaline would spike and his conscious thinking might cause him to freeze or hesitate. However, now there would be no doubt for him. Yagura looked at them both and the only movement was Zabuza readjusting his stance. Zabuza was struggling to contain his bloodlust and show some restraint for once, and Yagura was in the middle of deciding who he felt most insulted by. Finally Yagura decided on Zabuza. The next second Naruto, he was in the air above Zabuza shooting 2 fireballs as Yagura advanced. His staff hit Zabuza's throat, and the legendary sword barely repelled him in time when he saw the ease with which Yagura moved through the flames and began to form the hand seals for a Raiten jutsu. Before he could complete the jutsu, he saw Yagura's eyes rest on him and his body moved, turning on itself. His Hatsu completely forgotten. Konoha watched as Yagura's fist seared Aba to his face and his instinct screamed as Yagura wanted to see his face half covered in coral and screaming in agony before Yagura could make his vision a reality. Zabuza's sword hit his side, sending him flying. The sword rang beside him and Naruto realized Zabuza he had to have thrown it to save him. He quickly grabbed it to return it while Zabuza jumped and dodged Yagura's blows just as his hand grabbed the hilt. Flashes of Yagura threw a clear red noops on black capes ready. Well, there he is going to try to surprise him with your genjutsu movement. Disoriented jutsu bars of red chakra. Suddenly the blade shattered, but the iron of the blood slowly replaced it. I am one of the first Jinchuri who to have perfect control of my demon. You understand your madness. Now Uchiha. A flash of his companion Itachi's solemn face Chia from his peripherals. It is Yagura's coral fist technique. It is important not to let it hit you, very important. Via a monstrous chakra gathering a Bijulati, a tailed beast ball. We have to move. Wait, the bearer did not flee and he met the explosion head on. He tried to redirect with all his strength. It was not enough. The blade fractured more. The explosion was sent into the air, but half of the blade flew towards the bearer and pinned him against a tree. The bearer's blood soaked the sword and the two became one. Even when one of the two finished Itachi, it seems that you were more compatible than I was. I want to die here on this land that I have been from for too long. Be a peace. Two red eyes crying tears of blood and then black blinked and realized that the fight had continued without him. Zabuza was bleeding a lot and his left arm was covered in coral. Naruto felt his heart stop for a moment when he realized Yagura was approaching, so I was sure it would be a fatal blow. Naruto, Kurama, was that my retrocognition? I saw your ally focus. He didn't even think of an answer when he ran towards Zabuza and threw the Kubikirabacho at him. Mamachi finally, boy, it was time. Mamachi held on to the sword and Naruto immediately felt that Yagura was resigned to a longer commitment. However, with what he had learned, Naruto realized that they could not wait any longer. Yagura was too strong. They could not win. Suddenly the battlefield was flooded with fog. Fear filled him when the images what he had just seen previously crossed his mind. It was you we don't have to get out of Here now Zabuza was about to retort and Naruto interrupted him. He is going to use his Biju. What, how Mamachi, your betrayal end? Now the steam disappeared when Yagura stepped forward wrapped in the fiery red chakra of the Biju cloak. Naruto was glad that Zabuza was conscious enough to be filled with dread at the aura that was heading towards them. Come on boy, we have to be attentive. Yagura immediately got on all fours and balls of chakra began to form in front of him. Zabuza smiled and prepared his sword with the intention of trying to divert it from its course. Naruto froze for a second when history seemed to be about to repeat itself. No, Yagura swallowed the chakra ball and threw it. Zabuza he roared as he swung his sword. Naruto roared right next to him when a lightning seal shot out seconds before impact. The lighter Zabuza and he hoped that was enough as Kurama's chakra flooded his arms for almost a second. When the ball of the tailed beast hit the sword almost fractured until his chakra went through it and reinforced the legendary sword. The two together returned the explosion directly to Yagura. Yes Zabuza, we have to go. Well, Naruto quickly began to run between the trees. Blaze dropping seals on every surface he could. Zabuza laughed as he kept the pace. They had a lead of almost 20 seconds and Naruto felt Yagura reorient himself after that explosion. Monumental, he's coming for us, not for long. He pulsed his chakra and 50 explosive tags. They lit up less than 15 meters from the walls of Kurigakure, blocking their escape. Haha, boy, yes, the war has finally come to bloody mist. Naruto tried not to choke on Zabuza's desire for battle and his own anxiety about the upcoming fight at the end of the year. Chapter if you liked it, subscribe and activate the bell. Things had largely settled down for Shisui in recent months. The last message he received was that negotiations with Tsuchikage had stalled and that the duration of his guardianship of Kuretsuchi could be extended indefinitely. He was surprised when he wasn't. He was totally shocked by the news. The two had settled into a good routine and their coexistence had become somewhat friendly. There was still at least one escape attempt a week. But the tone of their meetings had become more of a game than in a fierce combat. She may have tried to bite his jugular last time, but she had done it with a smile and laughed when she was hit. Her abilities were increasing and Shisui had lightened his seals so she could maintain his level of chakra control and even train him. The more it also increased the difficulty of protecting her and kept him even more alert and was quite fun for him. The Uchiha had always been so serious and Shisui had always been more of a cheerful spirit. The girl was impetuous, rude and bold. That's how it would have been if she had been born in Iwagakure instead of Konoha. Al-Karen, she walked over and handed him their plates and he took them without even looking at her. He could smell her and the soap residue on the plates. He could feel the air shake and change as he approached the wood creaking beneath his feet. His consciousness had grown significantly in the last few months, just as Kabuto had predicted it would happen. You want what I want to do in Ento with you? Shisui would have blinked in shock, but he simply settled for frowning and gaping in shock. This belief, what Kabuto-kun is trying to say is that he thinks the experiment could help you regain your sense of sight without implanting some of the recovered Sharingan that you refuse to implant. You, I will not use another's eyes. He growled and clenched his fists. He felt Konoha-sama place one of his hands on his knee. The hands of a child were so small, smaller than Itachi's when he became Ambu. I understand your fear. You fear that the myths may turn out to be true and that another pair of Sharingan may mutate into a stronger pair of eyes, a higher level of power, and that Danzo can discover it and try to take them again. More than that, Konoha-sama, I don't even want to know how my skills could be improved. You can't trust that kind of power in anyone's hands. The boy patted him Consuelo and laid back in silence, which leaves us in our current situation. Shisui has said that the options we had provided him were lackluster, so this is the only type of option we have left. I know Kabuto, there are risks in the darkness. That was his sight. He swore he could almost see the man smile. Many, but the rewards will be much greater if this is what it takes to serve. He turned his head to where he knew the youngest of the three was sitting. He heard the boy sigh. Promise me that Kabuto-san will live. I promise, like Sama, and that was enough. The boy got up and left them in the operating room while Kabuto was busy preparing for the procedure. Shisui found himself lying down and considering the strange group they formed and how the smallest tradition of making unbreakable promises comforted him more in this new life of living in the shadows. Literally and metaphorically his sight was gone, but Kabuto had done his best to amplify his other senses, extremely so that all of them combined gave him everything he needed to see the world. People around him just needed time to learn to process his new vision. Sometimes Kuretsuchi would catch him experimenting by slowly pressing one foot on the floor to hear the full range of sound or by touching various surfaces with his fingers to examine them for temperature, texture, and sounds they made. Pushing himself after the first few times he had learned to know when she was looking at him and when she wasn't. It wouldn't be good to give her too many ideas about how he perceived the world around him. I'm going to bed. Do you want to train in the morning? Of course, Kuro-chan. Maybe you'll get over it. My winning streak this time. He heard her complain clear as day, even when she was one floor higher than him. He waited until he could hear her regular breathing and heartbeat. His heart slowed before he silently left the house. If anyone tried to open any door or window without the proper key, he would know. He silently moved through the forest, jumping effortlessly over every hole and rock, crouching under every branch, and he couldn't help but smile at his progress took a new route every day, so as not to become familiar with the obstacles in his path. It wasn't his familiarity that kept him safe, it was his senses. Shisui was learning he was almost ready for combat training again without having seen Kabuto-san Kono to Sama in months. He hoped that one of them would return soon. He would have loved to start training with his superiors, but Konoha-sama was on an extended mission and Kiri Kabuto, well, he didn't know where he had gone, but he had a feeling that wherever he was, the man was in dangerous waters. He arrived at his training ground and took a deep breath. He began to stretch and enjoyed how the cold night air swirled around his body and danced over his skin. He swore he could almost feel the starlight bathing him. In the clearing that Konoha-sama had shown him. He moved fluidly through his tastings and tried to ignore the sound of his bones moving and rubbing from the sound of blood beating in his body. He tried to sharpen his senses and focus on what he needed. The sound of a person opening passed through the forest. He stood up and prepared a kunai in his hand. Whoever approached walked calmly and their breathing was relaxed. They entered the clearing and from the tone of the stranger's voice, they were men. "Hello, who are you?" The stranger was a shinobi, and when Shisui turned to look at him, he realized that the stranger was getting as nervous as he sent you a dance. The stranger stared at him and crossed his arms. Oh, he had a large chakra reserve. A pretty strong shinobi. Stopped in front of him, it couldn't be no, of course no, excuse me, but his name would be Rossi. The man tensed and Shizu and knew he had got it right. He quickly holstered his kuner and nodded at the man with a wide smile. "It's wonderful to meet you, Roshan, and you are excuse me, Shuchiya, at your service." Ichiha, sorry, I guess without him ahem. Shisui's smile became slightly strained, but he felt but the man did not mean to offend. "Yes, without my eyes. It's a little difficult to tell right away. My pupil is very similar, comes from the same village as you." The man relaxed at that knowledge and nodded towards him. Rosie realized what he had done and opened his mouth, but Shisui also hit him. "Okay, not okay, oh." It's now the Jinchuriki sat on one of the logs around the bonfire and smiled slightly. "I'm not as blind as you think." The man looked at him for a few seconds before snorting. "Of course, not why I thought anyone the boy brought into the fold wouldn't be special is beyond me. You talk about Konoha-sama." The man looked at him coldly for a moment before nodding slowly. "Yes, Agent Konoha." Shisui had to contain his urge to jenner. Of course Rossi would know Konoha Shisui's real name. He walked over to the bonfire and sat down on the other log next to Rossi. "So what brought you here?" "I was hoping to run into the Konoha kid again," and nodded, regretting that Rosie seemed determined not to let the name slip. "Well, Konoha-sama isn't here. He hasn't been for a while." "What did you want to tell him?" "Oh, I just wanted to regroup and talk about his plans. On my way here I noticed that a group of shinobi were heading towards the capital of fire, and I also wanted to warn him. They are probably on their way to protect the Tsuchikage in his negotiations with the Hokage." Rossi nodded and took out some field rations and gave them a bite. "Yeah, that makes sense. I figured it was something like that. Then where's the kid anyway?" "Oh, he's been in Kiri for a while, now on some mission." Rosie froze mid-bite and Shizu felt fear wash over him. The man didn't. He should have reacted like that. Nothing good provoked a reaction like that in an experienced shinobi. "What's wrong?" Rosie stood up and Shizu stood with him. The Iwa veteran almost left him at that moment, but turned his head towards him with a frown of concern. "At least, that's what Shisui assumed. It was from the sound of his skin folding. Kiri has been in the middle of a civil war for the last few months. There would only be one thing he would be a part of if he had been there the whole time." "Oh my." Managed to take a step before Rossi raised a hand in front of him. "Stay here. I'm going to go find him. You have your own mission right now, but I stop you. Have no justification. You would just be in the way like that. How are you?" "Everyone knows about the Kiri war, and that put certain things I've seen in a different light." "What are you talking about?" Rosie sighed and looked back. "Via the capital of fire and beyond Kiri I know someone with a vendetta against Konoha, both the town and the agent who has an alibi to take a small group of his forces to the middle of the enemy lines. He wouldn't catch me if he had something under the manga. I hope I'm wrong." Without another word he left, leaving Shisui standing in the clearing, not knowing what to do. He didn't know. "I see before me the future of Kurigakure, the sons and daughters of the mist. The odds are against us, but the work we have done in recent months has brought us to the moment of truth," he declared to me, before the fully assembled might of his forces had turned the dining room into an auditorium and had the maps of their plans hanging behind them. Aozabusa Chijuro to their right and the agent Kon and Mig to her left. Her soldiers stood before her, grim and electric, ready to die for the people they loved. "We are all called by Kiri. We all have our roles to fulfill. The Yagura regime will not sit idly by and will give us our voices, our own freedom, so we will take it. I would never ask you for what I myself I would not be willing to do. That is why our plan will see me together with Zabuza Yao confronting the tyrant." Yagura and ending his reign the rebels cheered and shouted shouting at Buyo's and calls for him the mad Jinchuriki being mutilated and singed to death, couldn't help but notice Agent Konoha tense as bloodlust filled the room assault the village, and Agent Koha will create an auxiliary force of clones, these clones will complement each squad, 2 clones per squad leaders I implore you to heed any warning or advice these clones give you the tides are turning against us, Agent Konoha will resupply the battlefield with a secondary group of clones from the rear, he crossed his arms behind his back, and she took a quick second to assess the morale in the force gathered before her they were excited, but nervous, she completely understood their plan was to lay siege to a hidden village, something that each and every one of Iden village is prepared for a suicide march. We have another advantage of our side a few days ago a critical mission led by Zabuza together with Agent Konoha was completed. This mission consisted of planting 30 seals on the walls of Kiri, explosive seals, but they were confronted by Yagura and he survived an engagement with him. There were murmurs and confusion arose. Spread throughout the chamber nodded towards the Konoha agent who took a step forward and coughed to get his attention. He held himself well and spoke concisely with the confidence of addressing an army of shinobi, much larger than him. The seals were designed to look like explosive seals by design. If they were contrasides i.e. exposed to a disarmament matrix, it would trigger an embedded obfuscation matrix. The boy hesitated when it became clear that they didn't understand him, leaving May with a satisfied smile. It seemed like he still had some things to learn. He spoke once again and drew attention to it. It was a trap when disarming the seals opened when activated. They will have blinded the sensor core of the village, leave the blind, they are ready for war, and they have done it for the last few days, but when we attack they will be caught off guard, they will not be ready for our assault. So a fire seemed to spread throughout the audience in front of her. Applause and roars began to break out as the taste of victory began to settle. It would be good for morale, but I couldn't let them feel overconfident until the battle had truly been won. We are on the brink of victory, but don't lose focus. We have a chance and it will fall on your shoulders to win the day. It will be up to each and every one of you to free Kiri. Gather your team, get ready, because at the end dawn we will take back our village by Kurigakure. Dismiss the chambers of the Kage in the fire palace. Damage were much more luxurious than the chambers for any visiting noble, perhaps except for other damage, but it had been decades since a damage had voluntarily traveled to the palace. On the other hand, any deliberation between daimos occurred mainly in the land of iron. The daimyo trusted the honorable samurai much more than even their own shinobi, and he took little pleasure in the luxuries presented to him. He had been reprimanded by the daimyo of Fire Oda and of Yoshi about how much sambu he had brought with him. As his protection, Hiruzen smiled and assured him that he had not intended any subterfuge, he just didn't trust that Oninoki didn't have something planned, some act of revenge against him. They had fought many times in the past, but Yuzin held his granddaughter was sure that this would be Inoki's most dangerous moment. So she sat in her seat drinking tea waiting for Oda and Inoki to appear. Oda was determined to follow tradition and give Inoki a tour of his palace and its several new wings that had been built in the last 15 years, since Inoki had seen it sure to irritate the old man Kage, and that brought a smile to Yuzin's lips. His own tour had lasted 2 hours and he had visited him not long ago. A bell rang lightly and Yuzin stood up and bowed his head as he entered the room with Inoki at his side. Aim ya dono, I have prepared your favorite tea, splendid old friend. I am particularly thirsty after that little tour. I am thinking of adding wider corridors so that my palanquin can travel throughout the palace more freely. Oh, then I would have to rebuild all the rooms and extend the exterior walls. Jijoho Oda and Yoshi was little more than 40 years old and was a kind of indecisive creature. The negotiations were always a kind of competition between opposing points of view, and whoever convinced him enough would be the winner. Of course, it was unlikely that he would get on the side of his own Kage, but the daimyo were always a fickle group. Inoki had a permanent frown every time he was in the land of fire, and Ruin was not surprised to see him. How worrying was the shine in his eyes. That was never a good omen. Well, Akito, your Chikage dono, you can begin, said Oda as he sipped his tea and then unfolded his fan covering his entire face, except his eyes, having been in this situation before. Neither of them were expelled. Finally the time came to begin the negotiations in earnest, to which they had carried out all those months of correspondence. Okay dono. In my first letter I gave you a period of 1 month before I believed that my granddaughter was dead and sought revenge. A little more than 6 months have passed and my granddaughter still has not been returned to me. That's not it. It's my fault when you weren't willing to enter into peace treaty negotiations. The life of a Kunoichi, even if she's my granddaughter, it won't overcome decades of grievances. Hiruzen waited while Oda sipped her tea, and only when the fire daimyo waved his hand, Yuzin continued the dialogue once again. You were also not willing for her to become a pupil of the glorified daimyo of fire, Rin any deal in Uchiwagakure is indebted to Konoha is not acceptable. Any complaint you speak of is years old passed on Noidono. I'm afraid that claiming that the Shadow Blade massacre is a complaint against your village is a falsehood. That scandal was of your own creation and a lesson meant to dissuade you from any further aggression. That was all it took to anger his rival, but surprisingly, he didn't jump on the bait. Inoki took a sip of his own tea before answering. Would you know something about a mission to eliminate a high-ranking shinobi of mine? Sarutobi, one of my Jinchuriki, hasn't responded in months. Curiously contact him. He got lost the same day as the massacre and kidnapping of my granddaughter. Use a military engagement to obfuscate the murder of a Jinchuriki of another nation. That sounds like the old god of shinobi to me. Is this true? Okay, Dono asked Oda distantly. Gohyun just chuckled and shook his head. I did not send any agent to assassinate your Jinchuriki, Inoki. If you have lost communication, it is most likely due to your own shortcomings. Of course, Sarutobi, it must have been my own carelessness. We are getting a little off topic, gentlemen. I think you two wish to discuss the release of Miss Kuritsuchi. Oda selflessly offered. Of course. Dame Dono Hiruzen turned to Inoki and placed a paper on the table. In accordance with his own demands, the fire daimyo and I have decided that the best recourse would be a gesture of goodwill towards the land of fire. Inoki took the paper and flipped through it before shouting, a ransom, a rather exorbitant one. You're demanding me to almost ruin my emergency reserves. Oh well, so you can music hoisted the funds ever. Now there's a way I would agree with this, and if you think the Tao of the earth would ever let this stand, ho your Chikage already accepted it. Dono. Inoki's eyes flew to Oda's lethargic face, and Yoshi fanned himself slightly, so he kept his small smile a secret. If you look further down the page, he has already signed it. It would appear that the Konoha Suna sanctions and the Kiri embargo have prevented him from enjoying many of the pleasures of Earth. Sino. He begged me to push for the stoppages. Deliberations and was even the one who suggested payment when I informed him of the negotiation struggles. Yusin waited almost on the edge of his seat while Inoki looked between the two. Yusin had needed to call in some favors to make this happen, but I had successfully escalated this dispute by above. Only two hidden towns had evolved to tea through careful cultivation until it became a dispute between the lands of fire and earth. Offering Oda a large piece of the cake had been perfect. Hiding from him the pleasures of the evil of the earth had been the masterstroke. Well, his Chikage Dono, it seems that this would be the most equitable and pleasant solution to our current situation. Inoki turned his gaze towards Yuzen and knew that there would be retribution. His partner Kage signed the paper without saying a word and handed it to Oga, who took the paper with an angry laugh. I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay. His Chikage Dono, the Tierra del Fuego, greatly values your altruistic decision to help keep the peace. As soon as the funds are received, a contingent of samurai accompanied by their own guards will escort your granddaughter safely home. For your part, Odi didn't even flinch when Inoki continued. Looking at Yuzen insulting the fire dino rather atrociously, he laughed some more and left the room, leaving his cup of piping hot tea on the table. He was hoping that we could have taken this opportunity to bond. Inoki, if Iwa came to the table, the five great nations could lead the way to peace for the elemental nations. You haven't made any lasting peace, Yusen, and don't pretend you think otherwise. You've been stumbling around lately, and I'm not the only one taking note. It's been a long time, my old rival, but you wouldn't survive another war, and there is no other left shinobi that is equal to your power. I think you're wrong about that or not. Inoki smiled warmly at him and started laughing. There is one I shouldn't say. I'm surprised by what the Raikage told me. You're quite in favor of taking your little protege to important political meetings. Hiruzen began to feel goosebumps on his skin. But somehow he managed to keep his friendly smile. Agent Konoha is in quite a bit of trouble. Important at this moment. Oh, understandably, Inoki took a big sip of his tea and drank with gratitude. Or should I just have some of this tea as your favorite, a special blend of Kiri? I will send you some along with your granddaughter Inoki once back into your care. I hope we can both agree that further conflict would be quite moot. Oh, don't bother, Yusen. I know the tea is Kiri's. The old man smiled widely and began to leave the room. His last words shot ice through irons. I have sent some men to grab me for a bit. I wonder what else they will find in the land of water. Itachi knelt before the puppet leader of Akatsuki with Orochimaru at his side, or at least assumed that pain was simply a figure decorative for Madara to control from the shadows, yet the man in charge of the clandestine group of rank S criminals was nothing to take lightly. His eyes pierced the shadows and unsettled even Itachi. Invitations. Itachi-san, Orochimaru-san, for a mission well done. Kukukuku. Thank you, Leader Sama. I am glad that we were able to complete our mission to your satisfaction. The Snake Sanin was always too forward when addressing his leader. It seemed that all his partners were doomed to be arrogant. He idly wondered if Orochimaru would be a victim of his own arrogance. I hope I was there to witness his death. They are both fired, and Itachi didn't wait for Orochimaru and left the room as soon as he could. He was still not sure what Akatsuki's goal was, but with the players that were starting to accumulate, he knew it wouldn't be to no good. The group was slowly becoming the kind of threat He and Naruto had spent afternoons after training theorizing about defeating for the good of the village. If I became Hokage, Yachi-kun would want you to be my right hand in the shadows. What do you mean? Naruto-kun is a real shadow, a spy who could gain knowledge of any threat, but be able to fight himself out of any situation. What if I was the Hokage, Naruto-kun, what would you be? Hahaha. Better to be the shadow from blockage. That the Jinchuriki stopped walking, and before the boy could evade the attack, he hit the blonde in the forehead. Oh, you are more than a Jinchuriki, Naruto-kun. Yes, but if that is all the world is going to see, I would use their fear against them. They would never attack us. You are wrong, they would just be more careful. Any peace based on fear would be doomed to failure. Naruto-kun. The boy was silent and continued walking with him sitting on his shoulders. Then I will change the way everyone sees me. That is a promise. Nice. Didn't say nothing, but he couldn't stop a smile from dancing on his lips. Your protege stuck his nose into another of my plans. Itachi, the little agent who knew how to fight with the rebels in Kurigakure against Yagura, didn't hesitate when he entered his room and began to take off his tunic. Madara had only visited him infrequently up to this point and never for anything more than to talk about the shinobi system. Itachi deduced that he was searching for something from him, trying to find some change within Itachi. But he had perfected his mask for a long time. If he didn't even shed a tear while brutalizing after the act was over, then no monster would provoke a reaction in him. It seemed that Madara had decided the same and decided to change his tact and decided on the Konoha agent Naruto, his protege, his second little brother, that it must be annoying for you. Madara, little, what do you know about him? He is quite talented, the Sundaime thought very highly of him. Yes, but what do you know about him? His name very well. Naruto, I am very proud of your progress. No, the Sundaime does not trust me with the details of his abilities or identity. Did you know the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Kurama says you're a pretty good teacher. Itachi senpai, he doesn't congratulate the Uchiha often, either he would keep the Autobai wings from time to time. Yes, he could be the agent Konoha. Itachi took a moment to contemplate the question before to shake his head. It can't be. I've seen them both at the same time. I think the Sundaime changed some aspects of the Konoha people's appearance to lead others to that conclusion, but Sarutobi is nowhere near the level of the Konoha people. Very okay, Itachi, let's just hope you haven't been lying to me. Itachi just nodded. Madara stood up and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he turned and asked one more question with the agent. No, do you think the rebels will win? Itachi shook his head. No side will win, but Naruto, he will do everything possible to do everything he can in that war. One know that for a fact. Good luck, little brother. The sun had not yet risen when May decided to attack. The entire rebellion arranged itself in formation. She gave the signal, and the smoke cleared the forest. When it appeared a secondary army of clones among the rebel forces, their group received 6 clones of their own. They would need them. Each clone was said to have the capabilities of a rank down. Honing, the cheer that erupted in response was quickly silenced by a pulse of chakra. It was unlikely that some Kiri scout was there but didn't want to risk it. It was just before dawn, and May couldn't stop her heart from racing with all the clones reinforcing her forces. Well, she had never been in command of so many shinobi, she had never entered a battle with so many allies and enemies like this. Ran through the sparse trees of the land of water, and she couldn't help but admire the beauty of her homeland, the grass, the trees, the wildlife, the coastal air. Her people reached the gates of the village and the walls, and before she had to give the order, the clones of the Konoha agent threw kuna and tied them into the wind and killed the guards. This was the moment. Here was when she would really know if the Konoha agent could be trusted or not, if her Fuinjutsu really was as good as she had claimed. Her next step would alert the army behind her walls, or it would be the first step in her great trap. She pushed towards the wall and her people followed her. Hundreds of shinobi crossed the short clearing and climbed the walls like a group of invading ants. The few guards patrolling the top of the village walls were quickly overwhelmed, and suddenly the first wave jumped down and towards the streets of Kiri. The sun began to shine over the village as it slowly woke up. It was a shame that it was too late. Their forces dispersed and began to occupy every block of the town, street by street, organized peacefully. Civilians would have a place in their new order. Those who had not benefited from the death of the rebels or betrayed them to Yagura. That's it. Their group went deeper into the village and were heading towards the Mizukage's tower when they encountered their first resistance. She skidded to a stop. Eyes Abusa at their sides, and the clones in front of them. Protectively in front of them were Fuguki, his Kaiten Kisamoki, and a handful of loyal Honing. Terum Misan, I see my hunch is correct. You would be the type to use such a brazen and shameless approach. She gritted her teeth. Her mission required as much haste as possible, and any prolonged engagement with a Samita wielder would be prolonged. They needed to get to Yagura as quickly as possible. Go Mima, I can take them. Their eyes looked at Zabuza, who tightly grabbed his own legendary sword. Don't be absurd, Zabuza, you couldn't take it. I can leave me 2 clones if you feel the need to, but you must get to Yagura. Before that I could agree. 2 of the clones separated on either side of Zabuza. It seemed like the abilities of the Konoha People actually extended to their clones Azabuza. I'm disappointed that you thought you could take me, the leader of the 7 Espadachines. Come on Fuki. The 7 Espadachines don't mean anything. If we don't even have a complete group, don't worry, once you're dead, I'll be in charge of leading the new generation of the 7 to greatness. Insolence Abusa. Now child, I was almost surprised when both clones were ready to launch Kuna, and with seals attached Fuki and Kisame evaded the attack, but 2 of the Honing were tied in a sphere of chakra that violently expelled all the air from their interior. One of them was low smart enough to cover his mouth, but the other lost all the air inside his lungs. At the same time he clawed at his throat, while choking and shaking on the ground. I ran forward with Ao and the 4 remaining clones, possibly leaving Zabuza with his death. Before disappearing down the avenue he saw Zabuza and Furuki crossing swords and the 2 clones fighting Kisame, and the rest of the Jonin would be something close. Hopefully the demon of the bloody mist will come out ahead. More ambushed. Sao no Mima. I don't feel any shinobi further ahead of us. Where are all the loyalists? It was good that the rebels had not encountered ready resistance, but this was too much, too easy, too unprotected. Their small group managed to reach the Mizukage's tower unhindered, and then a huge spike of chakra stopped them dry. The doors opened, and Yagura came out behind him. A squad of Kurana turning. Yagura smiled satisfied when a film of red chakra began to bubble from his body and flow around him. May cursed, he hoped against all odds to surprise him. Give up Yagura, we have the village captured. If you retreat, that will be taken into account during your trial. Please, if I die, I will die here on the battlefield. He took off his hook staff and gave it an experimental twist. He was happy to let the rebel rat slip into the shadows for a few more years, but that was a mistake. Words bold for someone taken by surprise. We have been waiting for you. Wige was in a ready position to protect young Naruto from any assault. The boy was sitting cross-legged on middle of a grove of trees. They were left behind with a small reserve of reinforcements if all went well. That was as close to danger as these men and women would come today. If they needed reinforcements, the rebels would invade the village with a secondary wave of clones of he and Naruto. The boy would stay. This was the closest he was willing to let the boy get to danger. That had been his plan. If things went bad, he would be quick enough to run away from anyone who was sent after them. He was taken out of his musings when the boy's head rose and he quickly stood up. He followed the boy's gaze and saw some strange birds flying in the sky. Gaisani Explosion Corporation gritted his teeth and turned to his allies. All reserves ready for contact with the enemy. The Kunoichi in charge of the reserves scoffed and rolled her eyes. I haven't received the signal from May-sama or Ao-sama like that, so you'll have to calm down. It's most likely that a group of AI elites will come to attack us by surprise. Yes, and I bet an army of Suna puppeteers is coming to catch them. Go to the we mobilize when I receive the order from above. A kunai in the neck silenced. Captain Yig cursed as he lunged at his charge and jumped in the middle of the surprised reserves. Then the ground shook and the lights began to flash as explosions began to echo from the town. Ambush. However, it was too late. Gay's booming voice fell on deaf and terrified ears as the earthen walls began to rise behind the force of the rebels, isolating him from the village and helping his comrades. The pits began to open in the ground and rock javelins began to fly through the air as the Iwa combat force pierced their prey agent Konoha, at which the boy jumped into the air and grabbed his arm while Gui prepared his fighting stance. As long as I stay in front of them, fighting me is the safest thing. He will be gay. He started his dance of the new living tree style and was almost distracted by how nice the style was in taijutsu. Strange, once there were collaborative styles, he just didn't lean on himself. The amount of teamwork and trust that was required, it was extraordinary. To have someone who could sense his next move and react consequently, it was extremely rare and made it all possible. The living tree style would be short-lived as Naruto would grow up too soon, but would be legendary. Among taijutsu masters, he moved through you shinobi, launching attack after attack. The screams surrounded the 2 of them. Inside the shinobi were fighting to the death. The reserves were gathering against the ambushers, but between the pits and the spikes flying through the air, the Iwa ninjas were setting the pace of the fight. He watched as a Kiri shinobi tried to fight alongside him alone too. Impaled by a spear of gay earth, he grabbed the pickaxe and lifted it off the ground, letting his dead ally fall to the ground and threw him at an Iwa shinobi, creating pits underneath the trafficking allies. It was pandemonium. There was no safe place to step, and suddenly a mist exploded from his position and Gay looked surprised at Naruto. The boy shrugged and his masked face looked away shyly. Zabuza used it a lot, and I may have convinced him to show me the basics very well. Konoha Yash shinobi of Kiri attacks. There was a war cry, and the shapes began to fly through the mist. I could hear the Yuan begin to curse as they pressed their assault. The walls of earth and the rock spears began to diminish as more and the more water began to saturate the ground beneath all of them. The more water there was in the land, the harder the land became to form again. As long as they weren't proficient in mud-style ground jutsus, Kai had no problem jumping from puddle to puddle. and punish any yanning that allowed him to get close. When he felt Naruto give him a rather noticeable pinch on the arm, he jumped back and barely dodged a water dragon. "I'm sorry Gason, I didn't see you there," a random Kirin called out, and Gue smiled and told him. He gave a thumbs up only to be knocked back by an explosion. He reflexively curled up and opened his eye, only to feel a pinch on his arm. He pulled his body back as fast as he could only to see a spear of earth graze Naruto's arm. "Agent Konoha, you are a cloud of smoke," answered him, and suddenly the boy was gone. A clone. But then where Onoge turned to face the Great Wall of Earth, and the city besieged by the bombs beyond. Gue was shot directly towards the wall, and when he got closer, he raised his knee at the last second and kicked the wall. It shattered and started collapsing from the center, but Gue had already emerged from the rubble and was heading towards the city. "Kakashi would kill me if you died, kid. You better hold on with your power of youth. I'm coming." The bombs began to fall in the village, and panic began to arise as civilians fled their burning houses and sought refuge. The windows broke and buildings collapsed. People screamed in fear, and suddenly it was silenced for the unfortunate ones. Its screams prolonged and grew in intensity and desperation. It was massacring its people, its own people. It never saw him more like a monster. The blood of me pulsed in its veins when it felt that the rage and hatred invaded it. "Maniac, you are bombing your own people and the enemy army. Only the strong deserve to live in Kiri, and the strong will survive," she growled and spat a lava at Yagura. A jeer of water threw him into the air, and he ran to the top of the tower. "Our care guard and help me understand." Mima ran forward to confront the hunter ninjas with 3 of the clones, and one last clone arrived at her side. "Let's face Yagura, me know when I give you the signal, launch the second wave." He didn't waste any more time talking, and he continued up the tower. "After the tyrant, I have to finish this before he destroys everything we have fought for." I had never considered that Yagura would destroy his own people out of cruelty and resentment. It seemed that he would have to learn to think the worst of his enemies. "He is waiting for you," the clone shouted as he approached the top of the tower. Thanks to the early warning, he was able to easily dodge to the left of a burst of water bullets. Yagura was wrapped around his entire body in a layer of chakra, but had not yet grown any tail. It seemed like he still wasn't taking her seriously. "All the best to her." Mei was quick to weave jutsu after jutsu, pushing herself to her limits and then surpassing them. Fighting Yagura was like fighting her waking nightmare. She had dreamed about how this fight would play out for months, years, and the pressure was insurmountable. He was fighting the most bloodthirsty enemy he had ever fought, an enemy in which no trick was too dirty, no inexcusable action occupied him that in case he had had the foresight to plan contingencies in case after he fell in battle the smallest, most merciful part of him whispered that Yagura could still be a patriot of heart, could still truly be a Kairish shinobi at his core, that this facade could only be the result of the genjutsu he was under, and she just couldn't take that risk. She was too touchy to trust him. There was no way to guarantee that not being controlled again was right in his case. Only the strong would survive. Whoever won this fight would be the only one of them left alive. "I see you hesitating, Mei. Well, rest assured that I was ready for your assault. I thought that with the help from Konoha, would you dare to attack me directly? Well, just to show you how fruitless all this was." She pulsed her chakra and raised her arms in presentation, and from the top of the tower, she saw how the newbie army came out from the top of the towers of the back wall outside the blast zone in the city below, safe, rested and ready to assassinate those under his command. "It is not fruitless, Terumi. Even if you surpass me here, you have lost. Surrender, and something beneath you can still be saved." His heart broke when the loyalists began to engage the rebelry argued still atop the walls as the smoke filled his nose and the dust almost made his eyes water. Kiri burned, focusing his energy as best he could and fighting without reservation. No opening was too much small to take advantage of it. No attack could be allowed to land. Yagura would die today. He easily repelled a lava dragon, but he did when a cloud of steam erupted beneath him. The second he flinched, she shot a jet of lava, jumped into the air, and he grabbed the leg of the clone who was trying to kick him towards the ground that was melting beneath him and threw him down. In turn, he watched absently as the clone pulled himself to safety with the ninja cable he had prepared. But he didn't pay any more attention to him for a moment. She was in Yagura's face and the chakra on her face distorted her pink eyes and blurred her canines. He went to paralyze her with a strict coral, but a precise jet of lava made him abandon that plan. He responded with a kick that threw her at the edge of the roof. She coughed blood and heard him laugh. She looked up with a mischievous smile and revealed his staff. She launched herself as far back as she could towards the war zone behind them. "It seems you lost your favorite toy, Yagura. You will lose more than that this day." Terry then he was on top of her. There was no grace or style or pattern to his attacks, just pure raw force. She had no time for jutsu, and neither did he. She began to tire, and yet he never slowed down. He began to intensify his pace. She staggered, she looked back and saw a flash of victory in his eyes as she went in for the kill. Min felt a small hand grab her arm and pull her away and away from danger. The clone landed with her with blood soaking her arm. She blinked and realized But the original Konoha agent was by his side and had been the whole time. That had not been according to the plan. Well, that was close. Kurama-kun would prefer it not music to him. I didn't say it would be easy, boy. Now hurry up, your ally. She seems to have gotten over her near-death experience. May be using it to distract him. Don't get too excited yet. She figured out your ploy, boy. Naruto held back a grimace as he immediately felt the same thing. He knew he wasn't a clone, and he could feel his paranoia spike. Wow, she didn't really trust him. What are you doing with Noah? Why have you deviated from the plan? I seemed determined to scold him, even when both of them barely dodged Yagura's blasts of highly pressurized water. Without his empathy, he would be dead a long time ago. He just wasn't fast enough how to dodge the attacks of the three-tailed Jinchuriki without warning. I felt that something was wrong. So you didn't inform your commander and you decided to accompany me? Those loyalists are going to massacre my forces and then pinch the reserves. He looked at the one carrying the captivated brother. And realized that without a second wave of cloned reinforcements the rebels would lose. You don't have enough chakra to do both. If you make a second batch, you won't have enough chakra to escape me with Yagura's body. And that even if you win, boy, I have no choice. I won't let this fight turn into another massacre. That's it. One boy looked up when a large cloud of dust exploded in the distance. Something had just knocked down the huge gates of the town from outside. I'm not alone. Gay Kurama is here. I think he's even coming for me if I can prolong this fight. Prolong? I can do this. Do you trust me? He gasped as he dodged another barrage of water projectiles that were aimed at separating his head from his body, and he asked again, do you trust me? Do it. Don't let me down, boy. Never. You will hear the end of me in hell if you are wrong. He smiled despite the odds and jumped to the back of the tower and put his fingers together. Massive shadow clone jutsu. A huge cloud of smoke appeared on the Kiri walls closest to tower, and a huge army of hundreds of clones rushed from inside towards both ends. From the cloud he barely had the opportunity to see how they quickly reached the rear of the loyal forces before two fronts of combat began to take place on the walls. He smiled even when fatigue set in. He had promised himself that he would try to save as many lives as possible. He had to save it. That was his Nindo, his rule. He watched as Mei fought Yagura and couldn't help but feel amazed. He had a good idea of how strong the Sundai Mei was, but he had never seen him fight completely Yagura, and Mei shook everything. The tower with each blow, each attack collapsed buildings into rubble to their foundations. There was a large hole in the middle of the top of the tower, and there was a feeling from the noxious gases wafting from within that the lower floors had not been endured. Mei's assault and Lizo's Naruto threw kunai explosive tags, shuriken, everything. He had never been pushed so hard and still couldn't even get close to Yagura. It was infuriating. For so long he had been so confident and comfortable with his strength. He still had so much further to go. If this is the good thing I can do without using your chakra, Kurama, then I need to intensify my training. Concentrate, boy. Plan. Later survive. Now the two titans before him did not leave any opening, and he became frustrated as he sensed that Mei was deliberately trying to prevent him from reaching Yagura. Her paranoia, it was consuming her. She expected him to turn on her, but she didn't realized that he intended to betray her otherwise by saving Yagura's life instead of ending his own. Their dance continued, and Naruto quickly began to get tired. He couldn't keep up. They were too fast, too strong, too powerful. And then one of the Leonin bombs from above landed too close to the tower. The air shook with the force of the explosion, and the surprise of how close it detonated created an opening 1 in a million. Now Naruto felt his right leg break from the force of the chakra that exploded through his muscles, and he flew through the air on the lava fumes that poisoned his breath and burned his skin, scorched from the smoke beneath a torrent of water. And the flesh of his fist was burned when he entered Isobu's chakra cloak and then made contact with Yagura's flesh. Naruto bit his tongue as he clenched his jaw in agony as he mentally screamed, Kurama, you are an amazing boy. Bua Isobu Tunison is here to save Naruto. Felt a spike of chakra, then felt bloodlust. Yagura's hatred and anger immediately fade away. Fear and confusion remained, and then it all disappeared as he was sucked into Gay Yagura's mindscape. He was covered in smoke, ashes and dirt before reaching the first large plaza of the village, and Nemes. The bombardment had begun to subside after a few minutes. The damage was extensive. It would take several resources to rebuild. No matter which side emerged victorious left a bad taste in his mouth. He could have stayed with the reserves and defended himself from most of the Iwa ambush, but they weren't his comrades. It wasn't the first time he abandoned a shinobi from another village to save an ally from his own village, and it probably wouldn't be the last. However, it didn't make him feel proud. However, he wasn't here to gain pride or glory on the battlefield or even enjoy his jogs on the beach, but to protect Naruto Uzumaki as a personal favor for his best friend Kakashi. It seems that Kakashi, actually he wasn't exaggerating. He's a magnet for trouble. It's the kid. Josh. You better catch him quickly. He skidded to a stop before him. The survivors of a pitched battle were determined to finish off their enemies. In front of him B recognized one of them Sukazin, one of the men who had killed his father Josh. Revenge does not prosper in the garden of youth. Gai-chan, what are you doing here? Gaze Abusa grow with a quick glance. He realized that yes, the mist demon kept fighting. He would be a dead man with another look. He could say the same about Fuguki's Abusa after all. He is quite an impressive demon. The Kohen people did not keep the reserves. I guess he accompanied his group to face Yagura. A wanted boy. A rematch sounds good. Abusa's leg collapsed under him, but he fell to his knees. Fuguki pulled and held a hand to prevent his partner from fighting. It seems that the blue-skinned man was the most unharmed of the three. Okay, kiss him. Can I take us out alive from this? You there, Kohen shinobi? Fuguki took out a few scrolls and an impeccable contate. I have been selling Konoha information on Yagura for years. I wish to defect, save me and my partner, and I will start a generation of 7 Chinese swords under the banner of the blade. Damned cowards. Abusa got angry. You traitor snake, don't pay attention to him. Gay. He has to pay. Fuguki laughed and took a step closer. Surrenders. Abusa, my ally, and I believe together with Kisum this town is pathetic, the weakest of the big 5, and everyone knows it. It only made sense to get what I could from his dying corpse before continuing the 7 Chine sword of the blade. It has a terrifying touch. Of course I will need that sword back. What do you think, Kisum? Would you like to carry the Kubakirabacho? As my right hand guy tensed when Kisum started the walk forward but didn't even blink when he pushed his katana through Fukiki's heart. Why are you a liar? You are weak. I will take one of the 7 blades today. But no, his Kisum smiled with his pointy teeth and twisted his sword. Yours. The death and shame of a traitor is all that awaits you. Fuguki guy did not move when Kisum grabbed the hilt. Deem Mita seemed to enjoy it and flourished it. Seemingly unfazed by its weight, he pointed the sharkskin sword at Abusa and smiled. It's time to finishing off the rebels. I'm still hoping for a good fight. Heh, I wouldn't be too sure about that, my friend. Maybe. He tilted his head at me and looked very funny. Oh, and why is it that my name is Mgwai, son of Mig, the eternal genie? Retire and nothing bad will happen to you at the with. That we can take it. Abusa's and get off. No. Kisum had a dark smile on his face. He seemed to be overwhelmed with confidence after having acquired finally what Gay could only guess I had wanted for so long. Why would I really care about your weak father? What kind of victory could I have achieved? The eternal Ganon that would make me fear you? You know what a true victory is. It's not beating someone strong, its power protects something important to you. Gay smiled and gave a thumbs up. Josh, because my father saved me and my squad mates from the full wrath of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and sent 4 of them to an early grave. Both swordsmen turned towards back as if they had been beaten. It had been years ago, but that kind of defeat would not be forgotten so easily, and my father gave me the confidence and training to overcome it. So come test your new power against the teachings of the eternal Ganon. He began to see a flash of doubt in Kisum's expression, and he knew that he wasn't as sure as he was a moment ago. Morale was half the battle, so he was off to a good start. Then the telltale trace of a Biju's chakra filled the air. Kisum looked towards the end from the village where the tower was located. It was clear Yagura was using his Biju. Naruto was in extreme danger. I will settle this with you another time with Nonin. He shouldered his new sword and smiled at Abusa. It's a shame we couldn't have that duel after all. Momochi. Okay, I don't think I would have enjoyed it at this rate. Go to the Asaki's. Abusa took a step and then collapsed on the street. Gay watched as Kisum walked to the tower and knelt next to Abusa's. Abusan, I think. Short explosion started to retreat. I'm going to move you to cover you and then hurry up and go after him. Gay picked him up and left him near a broken fountain, and before he could leave Abusa grabbed his arm tightly. Don't let her die, I won't. And then he left running after Kasami into the battle that would decide the fate of Kurigakure. Once again Naruto stood next to Kurama in a large white void. The way the room seemed endless and also suffocating. It was surreal. Kurama looked like he should be hitting the ceiling, but he was able to stand up to his full height. In front of them was Yagura, and next to him was a giant 3-tailed turtle. His armor was dull green and strongly pointed. He had 2 huge arms, and his 3 tails were covered with the same armor in the shape of a plate that his shell. One of his eyes seemed to be permanently closed. Naruto felt his wariness like a coiled snake. His pain was an ever-present and bleeding wound in Asobu's heart. He was a gentle soul and had been traumatized by the shinobi world. Naruto couldn't avoid wanting to make him feel better. No one should feel alone in the world. Never. Yagura on the other hand was extremely confused. He quickly recognized that Naruto was a fellow Jinchuriki, and after realizing who Kurama was, but he seemed even more bewildered than he should have been. He didn't remember anything after a dark shadow appeared before him and a red light flashed, and then nothing. Hello Yagura Karatachi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and this is my friend. He gave Kurama a pointed look. Well, Yagura looked at them both with a raised eyebrow. Kurama, the 9-tailed fox, we wanted to talk to you. What's going on here? Yagura asked across his arms, and Naruto wished he had manifested with his mask over his face. Yagura's eyes were piercing and almost disturbing. Asobu lowered himself to a more even level with Yagura and spoke. His voice was much more childish than any Biju's, but Naruto he wasn't about to say anything. However, Kurama laughed lightly at his thoughts. You were under a genjutsu, Yagura-chan, like me. We haven't been ourselves for I think years. It's hard to know. Kuren Manasan saved us. Why would you save me? Yagura did him. A nod to Kurama. Headbands didn't matter when the worst kept secret in all nations was. Which villages had to Jinchuriki for who we are honestly, if you were the tyrant the world thinks you are, I would have killed you and treated you to save Isobu from now on. I know that neither of us would want, that is to say that you are not responsible for the civil war in Kiri civil war. Naruto felt a great pain bloom in Yagura and also invaded him. It would be a nightmare to return suddenly, only to finding out that he had almost destroyed the village he loved. Yes, you started purging your village of all bloodlines. Miryumi rose up to usurp you and hired me to help you, and in return, you are here to save me. Yes, Naruto smiled widely. I want to make a world where the Biju never return to be imprisoned, and to do that my goal is to save each and every one of them. Haha, I already have one. His name is Rossi, and he is the Jinchuriki of Son Goku the Four Tails, and I met Killer Bee, who is the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and he seemed to like it, and I know the Two Tails Jinchuriki is called Yugito. Yagura suddenly stood in front of his face with her hands on her hips. Very well, knucklehead, you're rambling. Naruto Rio shyly and scratched the back of his head while Kurama laughed. Glad that have you made a friend, Kurama. It's a pleasure to meet you. Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and gave Isobu a thumbs up. It's amazing to meet you too, Isobu. I would love it if we could be friends. You're crazy. Yagura looked at him like he was trying to understand why Naruto he cared about complete strangers at Jinchuriki, and his demon Naruto felt his steel determination. It shouldn't be surprising that someone cares about Yagura and Isobu. They seemed like great people. I have a plan. We just have to make it look like you died. Yagura scoffed and frowned between the two, and just abandon my village. I really don't care, human, but your village already wants your head. If you come with us, maybe you can save Isobu. He seems to really care about you, and I would hate for him to lose someone he cares about. Thank you, Kurama. I'm so glad that whatever you are. Kurama walked over and put his arm over Isobu's shoulders, laughing as if this wasn't the first time the two of them had seen each other in dozens of years. You don't have to defect to my people. You don't have to join my plan. You can leave and find your own peace, but you are welcome to stay, and I can show you places to hide. I promise to keep you safe. A promise. I really always keep my promises. Yagura looked for him, looking for some Tao, and then nodded hesitantly. Okay, so here is my plan. Naruto blinked his eyes open and watched as Yagura staggered back disoriented. Suddenly Mei was on the Mizukage and faced with a flurry of blows. She managed to land a few debilitating blows before he could throw her back his cloak. Jinchuriki faded away, and then he was dodging bursts of lava thrown at him. Suddenly Naruto was there fighting, and he was afraid that he would betray him, but he decided to play along. Naruto would repay that trust 10 times over. He is willing to work with us, Kurama. This is incredible. There are 3 Jinchuriki. We are farther than I thought we would get, Naruto, but be careful. This will be difficult to achieve. Yagura went to hit him, and Naruto easily created an opening and planted a stack of flashbangs. Not enough to kill, but Yagura would need help to run away. After I saw his opening, and he launched himself with a kunai. He approached Yagura's stomach. Naruto crashed into her and veered off course. The instant she was knocked down, he created without a single clone. He dove into Yagura and threw him over the edge of the tower. It will be, you better make this work, shrimp. I only have 8. A massive explosion emanated from Yagura's chest. As the seals exploded at once, he pushed the air out of his palms and sent him flying towards the ground. Wordlessly he activated 2 seals above him and the seals of Yagura chakra suppression. Now it would be harder to detect his location. We have to run to Konoha. Do you know the quickest way to get there? I know a route, however I'm going to need help. You had to use so many. Anything less would have been an overkill. Come on. It's a long way before that. We are safe at the top of the T. I stood up again and watched as the back half of the Mizukage tower collapsed on itself. The agent was moaning a few meters away from her. What was that explosion? I used the last of my explosive tags on him. He's dead. She stood up and looked over the edge of the tower. I don't see it. Maybe she turned around and looked towards the town. There were no clones left, but the last loyalist forces were being taken prisoner. She had won. They had won. The rebels had taken Karigakure, or what was left of it. While looking at the devastated and cratered remains of his once great gay village, he jumped up and immediately began to assess the Konoha agent's condition. He stood up and turned towards her with the agent on his shoulder. The Iwa forces have withdrawn. The day. It's yours, Mukesama. Congratulations. He turned to leave, and she spoke. That's it, you're leaving. Orders. The mission is complete, and now it's time to leave. Then he ran away faster than she could probably go. It was all so sudden, the whole thing. Planning the subterfuge, the tricks, and this was all his great victory with his village in flames. Ao appeared at his side. Congratulations, Misama. Miss Yukesama organizes a search team to find the remains of Yagura. Track him, and if he escaped, hunt him. This was too easy, and I start to suspect that they have set a trap for us from the beginning. If you find someone with Yagura, execute it 2 ways. Fluttered between the branches of the trees on the shores of the Land of Fire. When they passed, a mist blew quickly into the forest and slipped behind them. "Naruto," he growled when he stopped on a branch. He didn't startle when Yagura jumped back to see how he was. They had made good ground and had reached the Land of Fire, but they were still not safe. The Kirin turning were ruthless and efficient. Their search was endless without, however, even if they ran into a Kohen patrol they wouldn't necessarily be safe. Saving Yagura had never been discussed or approved. And while Naruto was pretty sure he wouldn't face strong repercussions, he couldn't guarantee Yagura's safety. It wouldn't be too far-fetched for the Sundaime. He gave it to Mei as reparation. No, Naruto was alone for this as your leg. Yagura seemed distant and worried. Naruto could feel his anxiety. The man also hated being trapped. At least, he wasn't contemplating leaving Naruto behind. Still that yes, every time we took a break, it heals a little, and then they pushed towards Adante, and when we run all your progress is undone. Yes, Yagura stood up and looked beyond them to where the fog slowly spread through the forest and floated towards them. They are trying to tire us out. We can't head towards the village. They will probably report that we ran to the Land of Fire. Yagura gave him a piercing look and Naruto got dizzy. There was a cold and calculating part of Yagura that had been left after the genjutsu was broken and a deep pain in his soul he was ignoring. Upon losing his home that Naruto couldn't help but feel was impossible to ignore, but he tried to give his brother some privacy, and he hadn't said anything about it. Now wasn't the time to help him feel better yet. If you want him to end up as the safest option, just say it. No, that's what you're saying. You don't want Terumi to know you saved me. Do you think we should kill them? Naruto stood up as tall as he could and looked Yagura in the eyes. My training tells me what the move is smarter, but the smartest and most ruthless move is not always the right thing. I'm not going to ask you to kill your people. I refuse to do it. He grimaced as another flash of pain erupted in his leg as the bone fractured again. Maybe if he didn't allow himself some time to rest soon he risked permanent damage. Yagura continued to look at him before smiling slightly. Oh, look at the little boy trying to be a shinobi. Big and strong. Naruto blushed in embarrassment as Yagura decided once again make fun of him. Every time he tried to get serious or vulnerable, the man chose to remind him of his age, although a part of him wondered if this was how brothers acted towards each other. See, shut up, that's what you're going to do. Naruto wasn't used to getting so nervous and also not used to Kurama laughing at him when someone else made fun of him. It seemed like the fox had quickly grown fond of Isobu's Jinchuriki. Before Naruto could say anything else he leaned down and picked him up in his arms. Oh hey, what you're doing? We need your leg to heal, and running on it isn't helping. Yes, but this will slow us down. And it's not like you're fully healed. I know your ribs are still fractured. Yagura smiled as he jumped to the ground and started running. Yes, but I don't have to hide that I'm a Jinchuriki. As he spoke, Naruto watched as the coral began to grow on Yagura's chest and molded into a light mold. The coral was flexible and did not seem to inhibit his breathing, and then a green chakra began to glow. Wow, yes. Yobu takes care of me, alright. Naruto felt bloodlust fill the air just as a fog bank passed them and blocked their path. Two fighters. 9 o'clock kuna, and with explosive seals. Yagura gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on Naruto and flipped through the air towards right. The kunai detonated and kicked up dirt into the air. Naruto felt 4 more combatants enter his range. Yagura felt them too. And Naruto stayed silent as Yagura ran through the fog, expertly navigating through the forests, as if it weren't even clouding his vision. Naruto was chaining hand seals as fast as he could. Earth-style rock wall, wind-style blade burst, earth-style stalagmite field. He threw multiple jutsus in his path and felt himself stopping his enemy's defenses. Rock walls, they exploded in front of the kunai, prematurely detonating their explosive seals. Wind swords cut through the fog, dissipating the water that saturated the air and causing their pursuers to evade. Yagura was slowly gaining ground against them, and then they ran into the middle of a path in front of them. Whole squad of it turning was waiting for them. Yagura cursed when Naruto quickly moved away from Yagura's arms. He took a ready stance. His leg had managed to heal a little, but he knew it would only take one strong impact before he was incapacitated. He quickly entered the stance interceptor and took a deep breath. Yagura Karatachi, by order of the Mizukage, you are accused of treason and sentenced to death. You can surrender and face a trial or refuse and face immediate execution. Yagura wasted no time and without a single word began to launch blasts of pressurized water from his. Naruto once again found himself in a supporting role, and it was eerily similar to how he had fought with Mei so many months ago. He was dancing around Yagura and punching those who got too close. He didn't look good. Jinchuriki were strong, but not without limits. He and Yagura had not recovered from their fight and had no chance of recovering. Things were bleak. Yagura had a decent chance of fighting for this, but Naruto's chances were slim with the amount of clones he had used in the final battle, lack of sleep fighting Yagura, and his restless anger. Kiri was getting rid of fumes. Could you use my chakra? Boy, no. Then they would all have to be killed or captured. It's already gotten to that point, boy. They know who you are, and you know it yourself. You just don't want to admit it. Naruto defended himself from a kenjutsu attack as the ground became increasingly slippery with water. Water was one of Naruto's inherited affinities, but Kiri's shinobi lived and breathed incorporating Water into their styles. He was overwhelmed, and his control over the water around him only managed to prevent him from dealing lethal blows. He managed to keep the water under his feet saturated with enough chakra to prevent it from turning on him, but other than that any explosion he sent out could redirect after completing the attack. This is not good. Yagura Jade, when her coral cast dripped blood underneath, they stood back to back. Yagura had managed to take out a handful of her pursuers, but it didn't seem like it would be enough. Naruto dodged the kuna and launched into his head and threw one back, hitting, honing in the shoulder. They were starting to approach them. He had no choice. He would have to use Kurama's chakra, except Yagura decided to use Asobu's chakra first, and two red tails shot out from a layer of chakra almost instantly, and Naruto couldn't help but be surprised at how easy it was for him. It seems like you and Sobu are really close, and I bet their seal isn't even a fifth as strong as yours, boy. Can we be like that one day? The fight took on a more frantic tone as all the honing rushed in at once. The next few minutes that seemed like hours were filled with clashes of knives, jets of water tearing flesh, blood mixing with mud and water, and fear obstructed the air with a harmful grip. Naruto's eyes began to slowly water, and when he gagged he slipped his current opponent kicked him, and Naruto was barely able to block it with his fractured leg. With a scream he fell to the ground, unable to do anything but cradle. The Yagura passed by. He stood on top of him and took a cautious stance, but it wouldn't be long before he too felt overwhelmed. And the unturned felt his weakness. There would be no quarter. They were like a swarm of sharks to kill. I'm sorry, Kurama. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, kid. It's okay. It's okay. You are here, and I am here. And before as Naruto realized, he was absorbed into his mental landscape. Over the years, it had transformed into a vast field reminiscent of one near the border of the Megacure. However, the sealed doors remained the same. He was brought before the Kiri's cage, his best friend, and sobbed as he ran through the bars and jumped into Kurama's open arms. The huge fox lay down and held him tightly with his huge arms, whispering to him. Constantly comfort him. I don't want to lose you. I'm afraid, Kurama. SHHH. Boy. Hey. It won't be so bad. You're here with me now. You'll be fine. We'll go together. He just closed his eyes as tight as he could. He'd never been so terrified, so scared. He thought about all the people who counted on him, his entire family who would be devastated by his death. He thought about the Sundai May having dinner with him at least once a week, Kakashi checking in every time he was training and giving them advice and telling him stories of his parents, Kabuto going above and beyond to make sure Naruto had all the advantages and assets he could get him. From the days when Itachi he would share his dream of a peaceful future. He was sorry for letting them all down, all the promises he would be breaking if he died. His breathing began to become more regular as he felt hopelessness overwhelm him, but just as he was about to give in, his anger began to surge inside of him. It wasn't fair that he worked so hard, he tried so hard and fought so hard only to lose so early in the game. Because he was holding back Kurama because of the seal, he would be dragged along with Naruto when he died. They both stood still, and Kurama looked at him as he looked towards the doors of the cage where the Kurama seal was. Naruto, just because he dies doesn't mean stop. Just stop, boy. Wasn't it said with such conviction that for the first time in his life Kurama was stunned into silence? No. Naruto stood up and he jumped to the grass below. He gave Kurama a big smile as tears filled his eyes, but he didn't let them fall. No, that's how I die, but you have to stay back. We have Son Goku on our side. You can continue the fight. You can free the Biju. Naruto, goodbye Kurama. You were more than my friend, you were my family. He turned to tear off the cursed seal that his father had used to imprison the closest friend he had ever had before he could reach him. A huge clawed hand blocked his path. Kurama, boy, wait. That's not it. Kurama closed his eyes, straining his senses, but when he took a breath, Naruto could also feel them. No, it couldn't be immediately. His eyes opened. He was still lying under Yagura's legs. Barely 2 seconds had passed, and yet as each second passed, it became more and easier to feel them. They were here. No idea how they had found him, but his brothers were here. Konoha, I think this is it. No, Yagura, they are reinforcements. That's what I'm saying, boy. The former Mizukage Jade, while repelling another blow from one of the dozen shinobi that surrounded them. Not for us. Yagura stood still. When he felt the chakra of the newcomer take flight a second later, all the unturned froze when they felt the enormous chakra signature, and then they heard the sound of the trees collapsing. A cacophony of destruction came closer, and yet Naruto had never felt so relieved. Yagura was still tense, but Naruto felt he was starting to understand coming to his aid, without not exactly who are you sure they are coming to help us, boy? Oh yeah, that one could only be Rossi. Naruto smiled. Number 4 Gura smiled. Unbelievable how completely screwed they are. Lunter N's fear skyrocketed into dread and panic as an explosion of smoke and ash shot up from beyond the tree line behind them and headed straight towards they. Back away. Figure threw himself at Naruto, and a coral dome began to grow rapidly above them just before it covered them completely. Naruto watched as a column of magma shot up from the ground and consumed 3 of the unturns. They didn't even have time The scream before they died, and although Naruto knew that they did not even feel the pain of their deaths, the fear they felt when they realized how they would die almost made him vomit. Rossi inspired a primal and naturalistic terror, as he could not see and could barely hear through the coral shell, but with his empathy, he could tell what was happening. Rossi was there, and he was furious. One by one he felt that the lives of the unturned were being extinguished after just a minute. The last one fell Yagura to. He gritted his teeth and stood up, allowing the coral to crumble and crumble. He held out a hand to Naruto and helped him to his feet, and as he did, the pungent stench of burning flesh almost made Naruto gasp at the surrounding area. It had become a molten field of death. The bodies lay half submerged in pools of molten rock and slowly sank as they melted. Naruto knew he would have nightmares of the images and gons of Rosie's work for the next few weeks, but he could live with it. He wouldn't envy the man. How ruthless he had been after all. He would kill anyone who threatened his family. Rosie approached them and looked at Yagura. He seemed to have turned his own body into magma. His body slowly returned to normal, and his tail behind him, it slowly sank into his flesh before it disappeared completely. He slammed his foot, and the pools of magma deepened and swallowed the bodies of his enemies. He clenched his fist, and then all the magma immediately hardened, leaving the three of them standing in an obsidian graveyard. Rossi, thank you very much. The older man nodded, but had a worried look on his face. This is Yagura. Why didn't you use Kurama's chakra? He was stunned when Yagura turned to him with their arms crossed. Both the men were very angry and conflicted about how he had acted. Naruto hoped the anger came from worry. It was hard for him to know. Oh well, he didn't want to have to kill them, and it was too late for that, Yagura said quietly, but not bluntly. Yagura made a gesture around him. The only chance we had was if you use one or two chakra tails. I guess it's still a little difficult for you with your seal, but I'm sure you two have a close enough connection to not be overwhelmed by one or two tails. I know you needed help, so I was about to free Kurama. What did you say? Naruto stepped back when Yagura's anger increased, but it was Rossi's cold question that made Naruto uneasy, and he was going to know that Yagura needed help. Rossi, he took a few steps towards him, and Naruto couldn't help but sink into himself. They were both severely disappointed in him. He looked down and clenched his fists, expecting a nasty reprimand. He felt a hand land on his shoulder and looked through his hair to see Ross and crouching to look him in the eyes. Fight with everything you have, boy. Don't consider your life less than ours. Never do that again. You have the power of Kurama in you, and if you fail on your own, there is no shame in using his help to fight back. The world is already against us. We will have to fight tooth and nail to survive, each one of us. Do you hear me? That yes. Promise me. I want you to promise me that you will always fight with everything you have, Rossi began to say before Yura crouched down next to Rossi and looked at him sternly. I also want to hear that it is important that you never give up like you just did. There will not always be someone to pounce on at the last minute to change the course. Yes, the chances of me surviving would be greater if you had carry out your plan, but the chances of us both leaving together would have been erased. That's not your choice. We can't worry about you losing hope in the middle of a fight and giving up, or we won't be able to concentrate. Rossi grunted. Okay, exactly, boy. Would you become a ballast if we had to worry about you becoming a martyr when the going gets tough? I think they're right, kid. I think I'm going to have to ask you to make that promise too. Naruto couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the emotions swirling around him and suffocating him. Everything became too much, and he started to cry. He felt Yagura pull him into a hug, and he clung to him despite the embarrassment of acting like a child. Rosie didn't join the hug, but did ruffle his hair. We need to hear it, boy. I promise you that I will fight to the end, no matter what happens, no matter the odds. I promise. Well, you are becoming a good shinobi. Rosie stood up and cracked his neck. I came as soon as I realized where you were there. You should have gone alone. Naruto sniffled and wiped his nose before taking a shaky breath. He laughed lightly and shook his head. He had to try to save Isobel. Yagura looked at them both and took a step back. Naruto could sense that neither Yagura nor Rosie knew exactly how to act at this moment. He himself was also not so sure. This was an unprecedented moment, one of his wildest dreams. Yagura looked around gently. Well then, where should we head, brothers? Rosie grimaced. Maybe a little too much for now. Let's continue with. Naruto smiled at them both and then looked around him. At the speed at which Gai could travel, he would soon reach Konoha and Naruto. He still had a good trip ahead of him. His memories had never returned from that last clone, so he hadn't appeared, and that means he was still with Gai. He knew he would have to get to the village in a hurry, and Ruin would be very disappointed and angry, and Naruto didn't want him to worry too much. I have to go back to the village. I need to inform the people there will be worried, Roja Ace felt, and Naruto was very grateful that the man didn't disagree or distrust him. It seemed like he had come to trust Naruto a little while he was away. Okay, we could stay together. Maybe we could meet at one of his places to regroup. News, of course you want to meet at Tenzaku quarters. Naruto shook his head and stood up slowly, his leg was clearly broken again. He would need at least one night before he would be good enough to travel. How about the outpost on the northwest border, the base of Aldacha? Sure, that sounds good. How much time do you need for your leg? He shrugged his shoulders and began to walk into the forest. Just one night, it would be okay if you two stay clear, boy. Yeah, and you two can tell me how you met. Okay, it's the pretty crazy story. Naruto smiled. Oh, and in the morning I'll make a bunch of clones to get rid of our tracks. I always wanted to be able to do that. Yagura just chuckled and walked after him. Well, Rossi seemed happy just listening to him ramble. Everything seemed so much brighter, and being able to go home. He had been gone for so long. Yes sir, and then it took us about a week to travel from Mugkur. Back here, Hokage-sama Agent Konoha managed to get through without suffering serious injuries, and we achieved a record time returning according to instructions. It was a perfect report to first-level shinobi, who bravely returned from the war of putting down a tyrant and helping an ally to take the helm of a great nation, and therefore insert a new day in the land of water with direct family ties. His own dino, a perfect result. However, something was wrong. He did not have Naruto's empathy, but he knew the boy so closely from raising him that he could now easily tell when the child was uncomfortable, like a child who hides a truth from his parents and squirms about it. Of course, in Naruto's case with his empathy, he knew that now he had been found out, that the boy visibly deflated, and Yusen couldn't help but be grimly amused at how much Naruto acted like an Asuma when he was caught sneaking or with his hand in the jar of cookies. Asuma had never been a perfect child, he had been a rather naughty child in his youth. Naruto took a step forward and Gay remained silent. The boy turned to look at Gay and bowed in an "Excuse me, I beg you to understand." Gay, for another deception, stood up and turned to look at Hiruzen and couldn't help but wonder what the boy was going to do. Divulged now. C1 showing up for duty. Hokage-sama. Even when he raised an eyebrow, he noticed instantly that Gay's mouth was open in surprise, and he paled and knew that the revelation wasn't good at all. See first H. My name Hokage-sama. C1 abbreviation for a clone. First, everything started to fall into place, and you felt worry starting to make its way from the back of your mind. If there is anything else to add to the report, do it. Agent C1. Yes, Hokage-sama. The clone took a deep breath and then began to begin his own report, one that he had clearly been preparing for right at this moment. In the middle of the mission, it was learned through sources that Yagura had been enslaved by a genjutsuan. Opportunity was revealed to break him from this illusion and extract him to interrogate the impossible defection. No one made a gay sound. He looked completely horrified and surprised, and Hiruzen knew that he too had been fooled. It seemed that Naruto was capable of fooling even the honing of the upper levels. He absent-mindedly wondered to who had not fooled the boy yet and saw him flinch as if he had been hit. You acted outside the parameters of your mission, sir. You not only put yourself in danger, but also your teammate. Not only that, you put the village in danger, and you expose us to the Miyuki's retribution. She doesn't know, and that makes it better. Her acrid tone silenced the boy and stopped his response in his throat. Gay, you are fired. Gay immediately bowed and left the room, gently patting the boy's shoulder and closing the door in silence behind him. I'm surprised at you, Naruto. I hope no, you're not surprised. Naruto. C1 looked at him with a knitted brow and tears in his eyes. He had never seen the boy look at him with so much pain before. That's why you didn't tell me that Yagura was a Jinchuriki. You were scared that he wouldn't follow the orders, that he would abandon everything to save him. He got up from his seat and walked around the desk towards the boy. He knelt down and looked him in the eyes. He spoke sternly but worried. You are my subordinate, but above that you are my family. I know your dream and I know your heart. You are already a good person, Naruto-kun. I am very proud of you and your growth, and yes, I was afraid to know that the man that the war intended to defeat was a Jinchuriki, that I would fight with a duty to end him. I recognize that I should have known that you would feel the lie of me. I apologize for trying to keep it a secret. Understand that I did it to protect you, and that it was important that you not try to do exactly what you have done. Naruto. He sobbed a little and nodded in that way that children do when they are scolded. He was surprised at how much he had grown in 6 months. He was getting older. He was no longer that 4-year-old boy who joined the art team on missions. We can continue when you get back. What was it? Your return route. I was planning to take Yagura to the land of fire and then to a safe house. I don't know where I am now. Very well, let go and return to him. Thank you for your help and understanding, Naruto. C1 anyone is fine. The clone child extended the hand and hugged him tightly. Just as he hugged him back, he felt the clone sob softly once, and then in a puff of smoke he was alone once again. He wasted no time and pulsed his chakra in a minute from deep in the heart of the tower. Kage Kakashi came running with his Anbu commander badge and armor. Naruto has not returned. He extracted Yagura and fled to the southern border of the land of fire. I think they are both injured, and if there was any trace left of Yagura's possible survival, they are surely being pursued by Mei's forces. Take whoever you want discreetly and bring them back. Kakashi spared no time in a sarcastic response, barely nodding his head before he left. This was troublesome. As Shikaku would say, he sat down at his desk and sighed deeply as he sat down. He rubbed his jaw. Please let him come back alive, Naruto snorted as he pushed himself forward. He had spent a night with Yagura and Rossi, and in the morning they had split up. Naruto had created 50 clones. They had spent the better part of 2 days, making dozens and dozens of false intersecting trails receded, and were covered with scents and hair of both him and Yagura throughout the forests of Tierra del Fuego. A dedicated tracker might be able to map them all, but it would take time, and every second it took was another second. But they had to put distance between their hunters and towards their destinations. His leg had managed to heal to the point where it was not in constant pain, but was stiff and uncomfortable. He had not even managed to push himself to its limits. His speed had almost been reduced by a third. However, it was his chakra levels that worried him. He had never been so low for so long. He had always been quite gifted in his chakra reserve thanks not only to his Uzumaki heritage, but also to Kurama's work on his body's biology. Although it was not infinite, once a body has been strained, it takes time for it to regenerate to its capacity. The more stress you put on a chakra system, the longer it will take to generate more chakra. Indeed, Naruto was playing a dangerous game in his quest to reach home as quickly as possible. He wouldn't be able to fight a squad of Etermen in his condition. Even if he used Kurama's chakra, his chakra system was so strained that it could cause permanent damage. Then about a day ago his clone had appeared, and the memories from C1 they told him that Yusin knew, and he was disappointed and worried. He had to go home. Things were bad. If he got into a fight it wouldn't last long. He swung between the trees as fast as he could. He was about to jump to the next tree when his body jerked back, almost as if it were moving of its own volition. It had only happened once or twice before when his empathy detected a threat that he wouldn't be able to process quickly enough. Then his subconscious took over just as he finished realizing it. Of what must have happened, he watched as the tree he intended to land on burst into blue flames. He cursed before he could even look around his body, threw himself to the side as hard as he could. He crashed into the trunk of a tree and felt like every piece of bark was going to be imprinted on his skin, and yet he was terrified as he saw another blue fireball detonate in the exact spot he was standing. Who's out there stretched his senses as far as he could, and he was furious when he didn't find nothing whoever or whatever was behind him. I knew it was at least a sensor. They seemed to be experts in long-range attacks and seemed happy to fire random shots at him. He was being attacked. They knew exactly who it was. They weren't from Kiri either. That was extremely worrying. Without them coming into the range of his empathy, he was blind. He had no idea who they were, or even how many traps had been planted and prepared in the forests around them. Had touched the limit of his empathy, and that was the only thing that had given him a hand-to-hand to the 2 shots. They should be able to tell that he had not been hit by the 2 initial volleys, which meant that more would come from further away. He had to run. He ran towards Adante, and no more than 2 seconds later a blue fireball fell through the canopy and shattered the tree he had been leaning against. He stumbled as the explosion threw him forward, and he struggled to recover as quickly as he could. Balls of fire fell from the sky with an increasing frequency that put fear in the heart of Naruto. Whoever was doing this had chakra to spare, and they were channeling him into a death zone. Every time he tried to retreat or make a break from a forward course, a flurry of fireballs barred his path. The kunai traps, the traps, and the barbed wire webs were also a huge drawback, as any chance he gave his opponent would end in his death. Just as he cleared the 3rd hurdle, his body reflexively leaned to the right as a figure fell from above with elongated nails and sharp as razors aimed at her vital organs. Jade deeply as she stood in a defensive position, and her eyes quickly took in her appearance. She was a woman. She had long blonde hair tied in a braid, pale complexion. She exuded confidence and power. She was wearing a Kumagakure Itate. Then her empathy encompassed her, and she knew this is Yugito Kurama. She is Mitabi's Jinchuriki, and I don't think she's here to play nice boy. Run. Naruto turned and walked away laughing, and Yugito gave chase in a quick chase. He took the branches of the trees, twisting around them, throwing himself off of them, using each and every trick the Sundai had taught him with the monkey claw style. It wasn't enough. Yugito was there at all times, and his nails were painful reminders of how close he was to being killed at every turn. After miles of running, he realized he was bleeding too much. Every time he had cornered him, he settled for a glancing blow, knew he was tired, knew he didn't want to fight, knew it was his only option. She was a natural predator, playing cat and mouse with him where there was no way he could win. He gritted his teeth and didn't give up. He had promised Rossi and Yagura he wouldn't give up. He ignored his dizziness and the searing pain when his leg was about to break once again, and he kept running. The next time she cornered him, he dove in and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, surprising us. Tails, listen to me. She didn't even deign to answer him. Her claws pierced the air and flesh alike, glowing red in the afternoon sun. I know they sent you. He ducked as her claws tried to gouge out his eyes. To kill me. But I don't want to fight. He turned back as she tried to cut deep into his throat. But I don't want to fight. I think she heard you the first time, boy. What am I doing? Kurama, she's not listening. I don't think she is, boy. She Already knew you were my Jinchuriki. She knows exactly who and what you are. The fact that Matabi would ever let her Jinchuriki hit one I had chosen, now that's an insult I'll have to respond to in the future. Once this all calms down, Kurama, he's trying to get me right. Wait kid, we only have one option. Naruto resigned himself to agree and growled in frustration. So be it. Her leg cut through the air too. Collapsed her chest and she was stopped by his clawed hand covered in red chakra under her mask. Her eyes narrowed and went wild and she began to shed tears as her empathy increased. You are about 20 seconds, I have to make them count. The pace of the fight suddenly changed as Naruto pushed her back. He fluidly dodged every blow, every punch, every kick. He effortlessly countered every blow so that 5 hits later left her wide open. Her eyes, they widened when he slammed a kunai up and into her armpit, just missing her heart. She jumped back as blood began to gush out of her side and the layer of chakra quickly dissipated around her. Her hand sank into her knees and she gasped deeply. Could you please hearing, he grunted and stood up shakily. His leg had gone from fractured to broken and his vision was shaking and going in and out. I want to save the Biju. You don't want that. You wouldn't want Matabi to be free and safe after you're gone. Why are you fighting with me? Yugito frowned and he growled as his anger spiked. He ripped out the kunai and let the wound bleed. She stood up and looked at him and sneered to himself. You're a fool who exaggerated every hand he had been dealt. If you had waited 1 or 2 decades and you would have become the leader of your village, perhaps you could have achieved your dream, but your ambition led you to this and I will do as my Kage has instructed me, just as you would do as you are told. He roared at him defiantly when a cape of chakra began to slowly grow around him. His wound quickly stopped bleeding and he could see through the film of demonic chakra that he had healed completely. That had been his only chance to escape and he hadn't taken it. He had made a mistake. He walked towards him with her claws extended, ready to continue the fight, and she collapsed to the ground as chakra exhaustion began. Her body functions shut down and lost. Yugito paused as the boy collapsed. His mask fell off his face as he landed on his side. He gasped slightly as his body slowly shook. Chakra exhaustion. He had never seen a Jinchuriki fall victim to that before. He relaxed and took a breath to calm himself. Matabi had been silent since the fight started and although he knew that the cat had mixed feelings about his mission, he had his orders. He withdrew his nails and pulled out a kunai. It would be faster this way. I'm going to have to ask you to stay away from the boy. He turned around and looked at 3 Kohen shinobi. The one in the center had gray hair and the pointed headband held in place by his headband had a mask covering the lower part of his face and he had lifted his headband to reveal a sharingan narrowed in his direction. On either side of him were 2 kunoichi. One had his hair tied up in a ponytail. Horson was wearing a trench coat, the other was wearing what appeared to be a red armor blouse with red eyes. The boy had reinforcements. I'm afraid you are violating the treaty between our peoples. Stand down and surrender, and this will be resolved peacefully. Between the eyes and flex hands, releasing their claws. The man frowned at her and almost growled. Well then, she knows the dogs of war. He gave a high-pitched hiss and of all the dogs of all things surrounded her, she managed to take them all down. But a little dwarf, he grabbed his target's collar and ran as fast as he could, dragging him behind him. He looked at the boy again, at the reinforcements, and the man took a warning step towards her. Don't do it. He turned around and chased after his target and the 3 shinobi chased her. It would take more than that for her to fail her mission. Yugito ran through the forest, almost cursing under her breath. 6 months of waiting in the forest, 6 months of constantly evading enemy shinobi and foolish civilians, 6 months of her life waiting for a shinobi to pass his way so he could finally step out of the shadows and kill him. Then just as all his planning was about to come to fruition, just as he collapsed from chakra exhaustion, a dog summoner of all damn things, he interrupts her and snatches the mark literally from under her garas. He had ignored his pursuers to reach his prey, but they seemed content to hinder his advance. The large amount of genjutsu that Matabi was forced to repel prevented him from concentrating on helping Yugito with his sensory powers. Without the help of Matabi, his own sensory abilities were barely strong enough to keep up with the dwarf dog that was leading the Konoha agent towards Konoha, except they weren't going to go straight back to the town where they were going. He felt one of the women finally caught up to her and she did a backflip over a snake that was lunging at her and kicked it in the head while she was disoriented, kicked her hard in the side and sent her flying into a tree. She turned around and looked at the man while he was running towards her with one arm outstretched and wrapped in lightning. Yugito tried to jump back, but one of the dogs emerged from beneath the ground and latched onto her leg with its jaws instinctively. Instead, he raised his leg and kicked her, which she forced the dog tied to her leg directly into the line of fire. The man immediately called off the attack and the dog disappeared in a cloud of smoke just as she spit out 3 cute molten hairballs at him. She smiled and jumped into the trees and ran after him. Chuk had a lot of distance to make up now. Anko, the tree branch he intended to land on, disappeared, and when his momentum carried her back to earth, the snakes attacked from all directions. Damn summoners, she roared as her claws tore through most of the snakes, but despite her best efforts, one managed to sink its fangs into her thigh quickly. Dissipated as her claws they went through his head, but the damage was already done. This is a strong toxin Yugito, I don't know if I can burn it out of your system in the middle of the battle. Do what you can kill. I need to catch up quickly. He almost howled in rage when the man reappeared. He knew they were just trying to distract her, annoy her, entertain her. She just didn't know why the boy wasn't. Getting closer to the town, she was being taken almost out of the way, unless that was the point. Instead of running away towards the town and risking him catching her in that distance, they ran towards something closer like an outpost or a patrol. More reinforcements. No, kill me. And that a mantle of red chakra covered her body. The man in front of her prepared a kunai and without fear stood in her way, but she growled and jumped into the air higher than any normal shinobi could hope to reach and towards her target. As she sailed through the air, she turned to face the three enemies chasing her and quickly chained hand seals with a burst of blue fireballs came out of her mouth, bombarding the forest immediately below her and then towards the enemy ninja who was chasing her. She turned back as she approached the ground and shot towards the dog and the boy. I can't let them get to me, Matabi. I need to do something. I have an idea, but I know you won't like it. You have no choice, go ahead. Yugito nodded and channeled Zulu's chakra. His arms glowed red for an instant before the chakra ignited in blue flames. He pulsed his chakra and lit his arms, allowing flames to shoot out from his outstretched arms and bathe the surroundings in flames. Matabi never liked his powers being used to destroy nature like that, but in times of danger, he would allow extreme circumstances. He felt his pursuers freeze when they encountered the forest. Byron barely lost any time before beginning to circle the flames, but that would keep them busy for a while. He kept his pace and allowed another minute to add flames and fuel to the fire before concentrating on reaching his target and the fire roaring behind him. From it and spreading rapidly in all directions, soon it would be nothing more than a massive sign that a fight had taken place. The plume of smoke would be seen for miles around it and any idle Kohen patrol would investigate as soon as they could. It was really a sword. Double-edged, however, it gave him enough time to close the distance. He jumped towards Adam once more and finally saw the dog and the boy once again. With 2 strides he was upon them. His claws flashed and scratched at the dog as he jumped away. Look, madam. If you stop, I will let you touch my paws. They are pink and flexible. I could barely understand the little one as he spoke through his grip on the child's vest. She was agitated and jumped forward with her claws extended. What I had hoped would be a quick finish turned into a game of murderous cat and dog that at any other time I would have found some sick fun in. But as the seconds ticked by and his mark continued to be dragged off his punches again and again, they were really starting to get angry. His attacks became more desperate and he heard Matabi's voice in the back of his mind, begging him to stay calm. He ignored the smoke and flames that were slowly reaching them and saw nothing beyond the dog jumping back and forth in front of him. She would kill them both. If she had to. She leaned back when a snake shot out from below and nearly tore her throat out, and she howled when the dog took advantage of her distraction to run once more. No, 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 no. She turned at the sound of he laughed and saw the purple-haired Kunoichi raising a smile on her face. He didn't hear Matabi begging him to calm down. He didn't notice when the red chakra began to slowly bubble under his skin. He didn't even notice that his target moved further and further away from her. Yugito only heard his opponent's outburst of celebration echoing in his ears and only saw his satisfaction at having thwarted Yugito's attack. Yugito felt the uncontrollable urge to drive his enemy crazy and found no way to deny it. She finally noticed her stalking towards her slowly and paled in fear and froze. Well, she should be scared. Yugito, at least she was going to kill a Kohen ninja today. Kurenai back-slammed her claws. The blue flames licked along from its edges and tried to tar his enemy in ribbons. He felt numerous genjutsu attempts to subvert his senses, but they were barely able to overcome the chakra that saturated Yugito. Those who managed to pass were the one eliminated by Matabi, but Yugito did not realize that she continually stalked towards a Dante, cutting snake after snake as the summoner tried to jam them with overwhelming force. A pathetic attempt, and Mater was facing a Jinchuriki. There was no overwhelming Yugito. There was no way to overpower her. There was no escape. She would only have death. She ran a Oni-sized snake through. His jaw opened and he was on her in an instant. His claws met kunai and Yugito's smile turned wild. He could see the genuine fear in his prey's eyes as he played with her, cutting her skin but never deeply pierced her flesh, but only superficially. Oh, Yugito was going to draw this. She deserved it for daring to oppose her. Yugito, stop. A trembling kunai. She quickly rose in defense. It was cut into fifths. Her nails kissed the metal and sliced the Kunoichi's face, tearing the flesh of her cheek. Anko, the other Kunoichi, the genjutsu user, rushed forward and attempted to engage in body-to-body combat with desperate ferocity. She abruptly left and grabbed her head and slammed it against a nearby tree, throwing her unconscious body to the side. Kurenai slashed her prey with a kunai and quickly threw it away. To the side, Yugito is almost here, he almost purred as he held the kunoichi down and slowly levels his claws in her eyes. Sweet Dream slowly drew her arm back, enjoying the terror that the woman beneath her showed as she fought uselessly against her. Yes, this it was going to be Yugito behind you, blinked daughter Dio as she once again controlled her emotions. She squirmed as fast as she could, feeling the attack coming from behind her. Kohen shinobi was there, throwing his fist at her in a flash. In a second, her claws were able to stop her arm just as his attack entered her stomach. Made him vomit. He quickly tore his arm from her grasp, cutting thick gashes with his claws, but wasted no time and striking with a kunai he jumped back, one hand gripping the hole in his stomach tightly as Mitabi's chakra slowly healed the wound. His adrenaline was pumping since it had been the closest he had been to death in a long time. Anko grabs Karina and follows Pac, and I won't be long, she growled and looked at him closely from her position on a tree branch. He stood patiently between her and the kunoichi. She's a Jinchuriki Kakashi, you can't take her alone. The man smiled and chuckled, I don't have to take out alone, I need to stop her long enough for you to reach the patrol. Pakin is heading to Yugito could see that his words had calmed down greatly the kunoichi's anxiety. Meanwhile, Yugito felt anxiety slowly begin to take over her chest. There was only one Kakashi she knew with a Sharingan. It seemed like he was facing Kakashi's attack. The copycat ninja didn't move when his last conscious ally took. She put her third comrade in her arms and ran away. He didn't make any movement for several seconds. While she slowly thought of a plan, she knew that in terms of chakra levels, she far outshines him, but she didn't let herself be fooled by that. This man was one of the strongest shinobi that Konoha had to offer, and Konoha, as reluctant as she was to admit it, had some very strong shinobi. I don't see many options here. Yi-chan was fast enough to follow you to a faster queue, even two might be able to match him, but if reinforcements are arriving, but I'm still purging that toxin from your system, and that chest wound, it won't be able to fully heal. Halfway through the fight she bared her teeth at him in disgust. Every second she hesitated was another second for him to gain reinforcements. She stood her ground, watching every movement of her Sharingan spinning lazily in her eye. You could leave, you know you wouldn't. I would follow you if you left, believe it or not, but the child, I would be happier with me and you if you left now, and I survived another day, she growled and spat out her answer. If I survived, do you really expect me to believe that you think you could kill me here? Now all forms of politeness and kindness faded from the man's posture as his Sharingan slowly frowned. Yes, we both know he wouldn't like that, so go away you and tell the Raikage you failed. It's better than failing and dying before her next chance at success. Her claws slowly dug into the bark of the branch beneath her. Again and again she tried or to take the chances of being able to take him to the reinforcements and kill his target and survive. Again and again, he tried to figure out what to do, and each time the chances of success were getting smaller and smaller. Time had become his enemy and attack. She knew it. She stood her ground. The blood ran down her arm and pooled at her feet, her body tense and ready to fight at any second. Sharingan perfected her position. She felt dissected. She began to feel as if he was reading her thoughts, like that damn eye read of him was looking through a window in her soul. He knew how intimidating he had become for her. He knew she was cautious about facing him. He doubted she could win. He knew she had given up, and he knew she had done it even before. Let him do it. This isn't over. Attack. I'd watch your back if it were you too. He smiled and waved at her. He'd never been so angry. I'll let Konoha know you got out of this, okay? Go to the and fuck it, she yelled before to turn around and make her retreat. She would have to run all night to make sure she was not followed, and she had to get to Amo as quickly as she could. She had to know that the Hokage would have more ammunition against her. Due to her failure, Yusin quickly made his way through the hospital hallways with a gait that made him look like he was in no hurry. The little policy that required him to always be in control could be quite annoying in stressful times. He arrived at the emergency wing and walked past the staff. From the hospital he stepped out of his way with his head bowed. He walked to the right door and entered to see 3 beds along the wall. Kakashi stood up from where he was leaning against the wall and stood in front of him. The man's arm was in a Vrillo, but he didn't seem to be hurt beyond that, so Yusin stared at him, reporting what happened. Kakashi coughed into a fist and looked back at Anko. Karina and Naruto, Anko and Kurenai had bandages on their heads. Anko also had bandages wrapped up and down his arms. They were both sedated and sleeping peacefully. Naruto didn't have a single bandage on, but he was hooked up to a multitude of IVs and wires, monitoring him extreme chakra exhaustion. The boy had spent almost every iota of chakra he possessed on his flight from Kurigakure back home. Irin could tell that Kakashi was proud, and not just of the boy. The 2 Takat Honing had helped him fight a Jinchuriki. That was certainly a great achievement and one that told him that his full promotion wouldn't take long. As far as I can tell, Naruto was traveling alone. When he was ambushed by Yuin, Nibi's Jinchuriki, there was no sign of him. Yusin's heart relaxed in his chest. The last thing he needed was for Yugito to have seen Yagura in the company of Naruto. Well, continue. She sent a clone to inspect the battlefield. It seemed like she started with long-range artillery from the looks of her footprints. There were some close calls. Then she led him to her kill zone and chased him. Then he stopped running to face her. He received a good blow judging by the blood. If it was anyone else she would have managed to escape or at least recover. She just collapsed too. The chakra exhaustion and was so when Yoin and the team caught up with the two. I managed to surprise her with my dogs and Pakin grabbed him and she ran away. We confronted Anko and Karina and they were incapacitated and I barely managed to scare her use inside and Pelizano very well. I will fill out the paperwork. And Naruto, what of the doctor? Said well, his personal doctor is on leave at the moment, but the temporary medical ninja said that his recovery it might take a few weeks. He's never been in the hospital this long. Kakashi nodded grimly and scratched his arm. If he wasn't in Uzumaki or even a Jinchuriki, yeah well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You should go get some rest. Kashi, I'll stay here. You can come to relieve me tomorrow. Understood. Hokage-sama patted Kakashi's shoulder before leaving. He then walked towards the only chair in the room and took a seat. Now it was time to wait. Rossi grunted as he sat by the fire. He looked at Yagura preparing dinner over the fire and she couldn't help but smile a little at the sight of him. She never would have imagined her life would turn out this way. It's pretty impressive how fast it's gone so far. Don't get excited. We've still been lucky. It could be years before another opportunity to meet or even talk appears. With another Jinchuriki nodded, thanking Yagura as he was handed a bowl of stew and ate a few bites. They were far enough into the desert that they could manage a small campfire. It had been almost a week since they had split up and left Naruto to return to their village. They had plans to meet in about a month and Rossi was hoping to get a better reading of Yagura before making definitive plans. The Kage was polite and courteous. He even had an advantage, but Rossi would have been disappointed if he didn't have what he and Son expected. Looking forward to it was a chance to train against him, see where they currently match up in the hierarchy. Naruto was strong of course, but young and inexperienced in a few more years, and with some tips and tricks that the two vets had acquired in their years of experience, the three would be strong enough to threaten to cause serious damage to any hidden village. It's amazing how excited you are by that fact. It's just realizing how much influence the Jinchuriki Havanoki spent years instilling in them that our duty was to the village, that our burden owed us to the village, but in truth we have tremendous power. If we actually managed to get all the Shure united, there would be nothing they could do if that were true. Don't you think all of us Bidger would be free at this time? Our strength is not infallible as some of my brothers want. What do you think? I listen to you, but if we also had others behind us? You never talk much. Rossi, you like stew. He looked up to see Yagura smiling at him. It had been decades since someone decided to make fun of him. Okay. Very delicious. Ha, okay boy. Yagura put the eyes rolling. I'm a Kage, I'm not a child. Kages can still be children. The Raikage gets angry every time they bother him. As if the Tsuchikage would never stubbornly reject a genuinely beneficial treaty. If he felt even a little belittled or disrespected Rosie, he smiled and shook his head. Inoki, I could throw a tantrum, that's for sure. Well, except you're man enough to admit that I never liked it. I never liked anyone at home, except even if I completed my missions, they would leave me alone. I would have weeks, months of peaceful solitude and isolation, and then you would have another mission. Yes, that's how it was for me at the beginning when I first became the Jinchuriki of Isobu. At first my clan acted like nothing was different, but after the first time I lost control, they give us this burden and this power, and they are terrified the moment they fear you might lose control, as if that power was naturally given to us, as if we were the Viulu the moment they are sealed in us. I used to have friends. Yagura sighed and stirred sullenly his bowl, and then they called me Mizukage, and I don't remember a single day of that. Instead someone turned me into the monster the world fears. We are. Rosie felt her heart go out to Yagura's story. Naruto was young and had been raised differently than Rossi. His experiences were very similar in certain lights, but overall there were marked differences. But Yagura, his words were spot on. Rossi took another bite of his stew before he heard someone approaching. He looked up and then almost choked. Once the newcomer stopped suppressing his presence, Yagura froze and then stood up when the blue-skinned man handed him a green staff with two hooks in each hand. I think you lost this, Misuka-sama. Kisamasaki. Yes sir, Fuguki is dead. A traitor. Rosie watched as he brandished the sword Macy behind his back. So I took piss for me. Yagura didn't seem to know how to react at first, but then a cold and satisfied smile grew on his lips. Seriously, he walked forward and Rossi firmly resisted trying to stop him. He took the cane in his hands and before looking at Kisame, remind you, your wish was to become one of the 7 swordsmen, remember me? Kisame looked up with slight confusion, and Rosie realized he didn't know about the genjutsu that had controlled Yagura. He had chosen to give his allegiance to the monster Kiri. I only remember the strong Asaki. I didn't expect anyone else to survive the war, but here you are, and you have brought my staff. Your loyalty will be Fully rewarded, sing to yourself. The man stood up and Rossi watched almost in a trance as Yagura put on his cold facade. The man could act. You will serve under me as the leader of the 7 swordsmen. I charge you to gather the other 6 swords. It will be up to you to find them, and once you have done so reform the ranks with shinobi of your choice. Rosie watched as each word seemed to captivate more and more to Kisame had seen this look before in Iwa. Some shinobi consumed by power and their perceptions of where they fit in the world, confusing fanaticism with loyalty. Of course, Miss Yuki-sama, I will do whatever you ask. Where will you be? Use your summons to contact me. I will inform you of a meeting place in case we need to meet. Rossi took a step forward and instantly saw the sword chin stiffen. Perhaps he knows where you can come. Start your search. Who is he? Bagger-sama, compatriot. Meet Rossi, the Jinchuriki of the Yomi. The man's smile took on a bloodthirsty tone and Rossi almost rolled his eyes. Of course he would want to fight him once he knew he was a Jinchuriki. Where should I start looking? Rosie, what idea do you have on where I can find Kiri's most wanted treasures? There is a group assembled whose goal is the eradication of all Jinchuriki including Tukage, a gang of criminals known as Akatsuki. It might be useful to have a man inside, and I'm sure with your connections you could find where the other swords may be hidden. At the same time the man's smile grew even wider. Rossi blinked as he realized that all of his teeth were literally sharpened to points. I was a fan, please. Tell me more about this. Akatsuki. Yada looked at Sai as she was packing up her notebook. School had just finished and she had been working up the courage all day to ask Sei for a favor. Well, actually she had been working up the courage for the past 3 months to ask Sei for this favor. Honestly, I just wanted to see if he would like as his friend to train with her after school. Sometimes Sakura and didn't train together all the time. At least they trained a little and then gossip about boys or other girls. Lanada, he never really felt like he was progressing in training with them and he didn't really like the topics of their conversations. Many times he only talked about people they didn't like that. Besides them, most of his friends were boys and they didn't train together after school. Or they didn't want to train with her after school, and normally she didn't want to train with boys. She felt like they would think she was weird. Well, the other girls besides Ino and Sakura thought she was weird anyway. She knew everyone thought she was weird, everyone, but it's so she overcame her anxiety and started talking. It's there. He blinked and looked at her. Yes, Hinata. That's a could you would like a. He didn't rush her. He didn't make fun of her. All he did was stand there listening patiently and she appreciated it a lot. She felt the tension, it was starting to come out of her and she smiled slightly. So would you like to train after school? Sometimes. I'm sorry, Hinata, and her teeth they closed and she blinked. Oh yes, today is not the best for me. It's okay tomorrow. Sai looked at her and she realized that he wasn't going to say yes, but that was weird because Sai didn't do anything after school. He didn't go out with friends, he just went home and did his homework. This seemed to be another secret of Sai, how who made his win. She had seen Sai try to cook during class before and he wasn't really good at it, so someone spent a lot of time preparing amazing lunches for him at least, and now he had things to do after school and he didn't tell anyone else. She would have dropped him there, but she had worked too hard to ask him to give up now, and if it was Sai's secret then he would be really impressed with her if she found out on her own every time she caught Sai in a lie or brought up something about him. He himself was always impressed with her and complimented her on being nosy. She blushed when he gave her a soft smile with a knowing glint in his eyes and she stood up and walked out of the classroom, quickly getting up to go after him, but quickly she lost him in the crowd. She pushed her classmates out and looked around and he had eyed herself. She frowned. He really wasn't going easy on her. She activated her Byakugan and quickly looked around. She saw parents chatting as their children ran over. They idle civilians chatting across the street. Sasuke slipping into an alley trying to go unnoticed. Shino looking at some bugs near the bushes, blinked and focused back on Sasuke, was creeping down an alley away from the suspicious Uchiha complex. Sasuke had gotten used to it to ask Haruka to train against Sai every time they had training sessions. Well, it was an exaggeration, but maybe they were friends, and if that was the case maybe they were training together after school. If Sasuke wanted to train with Sai and was being sneaky, maybe Sai had promised not to tell anyone else if he couldn't tell her, so the only way she could be invited was if she found out herself before she could think about it anymore. She was already following Sasuke. She wasn't as clever as him, but thanks to her eyes she didn't need to be stealthy so as not to alert the fact that they were following him. His path was crooked and long, but he finally reached a training field that seemed to be abandoned, a lot of overgrown plants and things like that. Sai was sitting there waiting and as soon as Sasuke showed up they started fighting each other and Sai was winning. She knew it. She knew it. Sane was not a weird, he was a prodigy. He was smart and strong and his best friend had inadvertently walked towards them and when he approached Sai, he stopped in the middle of the fight to look at her. He smiled politely and nodded at her. Sasuke turned and looked at Sai when he saw her. Why is she here? You told him about us at all, it seems. Sasuke, that they followed you. Impossible. He's right, you entered the alley in front of the school, and then you followed me. He walked up to her and got in her face trying to scare her. His stomach turned, and he thought he was going to faint, but he had thought about this for so long, and there was no one else he could train with, and Sai, it was her friend, and Sasuke didn't even care about having friends. He's my friend and I want to train with him after school, he scoffed, and she felt a slight anger at being rejected so openly. Maybe her father was right that the ES could be a little snooty, that if you want to train with us after school, it's okay, you're more than welcome, you just have to be nice. Who plucked up the courage and walked to stand next to Sai. Sai hasn't told me to come, which means he thinks it's a good idea for both of us to train with him. That means he thinks with us if both of us grow from training together. You can't even beat Hino. He crossed his arms, and she could see his disdain. Would you just stop me? She felt his resolve. They were getting hard, and then show me what she taught you, so I can beat her. Sai finally spoke, and said it as softly as ever. Sometimes the best way to learn is by teaching. Sasuke, your idea has some merit. She watched as he rolled his eyes and took his position of fighting. She was doing it. She was really going to train against Sasuke Uchiha willingly. I won't go easy on you. Go well. She couldn't say anything else, as scared as she was. Hopefully this wasn't a mistake. These long months had dragged on for Itachi. Orochimaru was a partner trying. The man wanted to kill him. That I knew. It seemed like the time to attack had finally come, judging by the snake that wrapped itself tightly around his torso and lifted him into the air. You are aware of my goals, Itachi. I felt like you had kept me estranged since we became partners. It seems like you didn't trust me even once. Kyuku, a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Finally it was time to put the snake in its place. That's your weakness, Orochimaru, your arrogance. With it the genjutsu, it broke, and Orochimaru realized that he was frozen in front of him, helpless, vulnerable. Overcome. Impossible. Your ninjutsu, it is really so strong. Your eyes must be more powerful than he imagined. His words brought out Itachi's anger and pain for fate of Shisui, of Danzu's desire for his Sharingan, and raised the genjutsu, making the Sannin believe and feel as if a dozen stone spikes impaled his body impressively. Orochimaru slowly raised his arms to form a hand seal, only for Itachi to cut it without effort. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise as his arm fell on the stone at his feet. He decided to give the man a final warning. Orochimaru, fight all you want, you can't fool my eyes. The Sannin simply struggled and glared daggers at him. Clearly there was no been so vulnerable for a long time. I'm not sure what to do with you, kill you, or take you to the leader. No, it's not even worth forgiving you, Itachi. Wait, your insensitivity is disgusting. Mr. Orochimaru. A shower of shurikens flew towards his head, and in an instant another shinobi intervened between him and the salmon. I will not forget this insult, Itachi, the madman shouted before unleashing a series of explosive tags. When the smoke cleared they were both gone. However, Itachi had no intention of chasing them. He did not have to inform the base that he would need another companion to the at least. They couldn't blame him for chasing Orochimaru away, but what was really on his mind was the fact that the shinobi who saved Orochimaru had winked at him. I wonder what it is about. Kuretsuchi slowly picked up his bag and looked around the cabin around him. It was full of scratches and scrapes, and even some burn marks from his multitude of escape attempts. It wasn't a home, but it wasn't a prison. Although it was a cell, his feelings about it were extremely conflicted. Fortunately, Warden didn't seem to have any intention of pretending not to. Had kept her as a reindeer all this time. He was waiting for her with a smile. As she walked towards the door he patted her on the shoulder, and she didn't feel the usual burst of anger at the gesture of friendship. He had become a kind of teacher in a way. By less she learned a lot from him. He smiled at her, and she smiled back. A smile even though he couldn't even see it. Good to go. Yes, I'm really ready. I'm going home. Seriously, you're not going to lure me to the forest and then murder me because the negotiations failed and my grandfather declared war. No, they are not going to transfer me to a maximum security prison in Konoha. You are not going home. Whoa, yes. She stood in front of him resisting the temptation to give him a hug and instead punched him in the shoulder. Don't capture other girls and keep them prisoners, okay? Oh hey, don't say it like that. She laughed, and he laughed with her like old friends, but not something like friends. It was weird. He extended his hand for a handshake. Any last questions? Can you at least tell me your name? She reached out and took his hand. Shisui Uchiha. Her eyes opened and then she felt her body being dragged along a body flicker technique before her vision could settle. She felt her chakra returning to her. The seal must have been deactivated, and instantly she felt Warden Shisui walk away. It was so fast that it was cool. That must have been how he always caught up with her. Kuretsuchi-sama turned to see a group of samurai and their comrades looking at her in shock. Outside the walls of the capital of fire took in the sight before her and embraced the thrum of her chakra that ran rampant within her freedom. She smiled widely and gave them a thumbs up. Let's get moving. I want to get home. Now Sasuke ate breakfast leisurely before heading to the house school. His mother sat across the table from him with a smile and a cup of coffee before Itachi. Before the Massacre before his father was killed. They never sat down to breakfast together. Fugaku would have food and go out, Itachi would have a snack before leaving, and Sasuke would have to eat his breakfast on the way to school. But now his mother made sure to make enough time for both of them to have breakfast, and together every day. It was a lot, however it was nice. It also made his mother happy, and that was worth it to both of them. They were close beforehand, but since they only had each other now, he couldn't imagine losing her. He never figured that she probably felt the same way about him. So I've noticed that you come home late after school every day. Days, yes. You want to tell me what you've been doing? She asked with a playful smile. She had also become much lighter and more playful. It was surprising because she had always been so serious when dad was around, but he's training too. I figured you want to tell me who you're training with, she moaned, and she stabbed her fork into some eggs. Mom. Only a few classmates at the academy saw her perk up at a response and put her head in her hands. She had been pushing for him to start dating other students his age. Make friends with your future comrade. Sasuke, with all that, didn't care about making friends. He just wanted justice, and to get that he would need all the strength he could get as fast as he could get it. His therapist, who he was forced to see, told him that it was still possible to achieve his goals and make friends, at the same time compromising and making his mother feel better, but he just didn't see the use of it now. However, he froze for a second and looked back at his mother and returned a small smile. Just two classmates and their names, Asai Nadi and Nadiga. Yes, she is a Hyuga. Her mother nodded slowly and took a sip of her coffee. He was surprised that she didn't immediately ask any follow-up questions. Okay mom, huh? She came out of her trance and looked at him confused. She started to feel a bit of nausea in my stomach at the thought of disappointing her. Well, I just know that she is a Hyuga and how daddy would do it. Before he could say another word, Makoto put her arms around him and hugged him. Oh Sasuke, I would never tell you who with you may or may not become friends, and if your dad was still here and you talked to him about her, I'm sure he would take back the things he mumbled. Be happy for you, dear. Sasuke hugged her back tightly and didn't let her go. He felt her eyes start to. He was tired of crying every time he talked about his dad or his brother. His father was dead. He always would be. Now it was time to be strong for himself and for his mother. It's okay, mom. I'm okay. You're not okay, honey. She pulled away and gave him another soft smile that made it so much easier not to cry. She rubbed his cheeks and kissed him on the forehead. But you're so strong. I'm so proud. Slab of you. Thanks mom. She played with her hair for a while before sitting back down. I'm surprised. I thought you didn't want to make friends. He resisted the urge to claim that they weren't his friends. It would be easier if she thought he was making friends and not training below a shinobi disguised as an academy student, and his friend are focused on becoming better shinobi. Ah, I see. Well, delay dinner a little so you have plenty of time to train, but don't stay too late during the week. Just train. You still need to complete your homework and your homework with enough time to rest. Okay yes mom. I love you Sasuke. I love you too mom. I have to go to school. Have a good day, darling. Anko opened her eyes blearily at the sound of a mechanical beeping. Her eyes were dry and it felt like something was pulling hard on her cheek. Her tongue felt swollen and her mouth was dry. Her whole face itched. She really had to pee. She was in the typical hospital. He looked through her blinking eyes and he saw Kurenai sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, snoring. Kurenai, hey pssst. Kurenai blinked and yawned, stretching her arms high. Damn. Anko smiled. I can't believe you fell asleep in that fucking chair of all things. Well, I wanted to kick them out. A look at you too. Hanko looked at the bed next to her and saw the agent with Naruto sleeping soundly in the bed next to her. Her mask was on and for some reason that made her angry. Couldn't they just let the boy sleep like Anko himself? Just saying. I understand he's on boo and everything. Anko alone let him sleep without the mask. They can't take it off. He keeps it in place with his chakra unconscious mind. Oh. His anger deflated quickly, leaving Anko feeling exhausted. He must have needed lots of bed rest. If that little attack had left her so tired, you could always have crawled into my bed if you needed sleep. She laughed when Kurenai exaggeratedly rolled her eyes. The kid is going to be fine. Kurenai shrugged and sighed softly. The doctor, he said it would take about a week more to know anything for sure. He should have died, but with his condition and his lineage, apparently it's hard to predict. He's in a coma, but he could come out any day now. That's fucking horrible. So all we can do is wait. Yes. Anko tried to sit up but fell back onto her pillow. She felt her face sting from the movement and she stretched and felt heavy bandages that were soaked in her mid-ankle. 10. She misunderstood you and will probably leave you a scar on my face. That bitch, I'm going to kill her. Kurenai laughed and looked at her, one that both pissed her off and made her want to smile as much as she could at the same time. Kurenai always confused her emotions, but she couldn't help but want more. Anko, it's going to be okay. There will be some slight scars. Well, as long as he's still just as handsome. It could have been worse. I guess. Kurenai looked at the comatose Naruto. Yanko felt a pang of guilt. It could have been much worse. Kakashi is fine. He managed to scare her away from further conflict. He bullied a Jinchuriki, yes, although I think he should have tried to kill her. Why? Because now Kumo knows they're Mission failed, they will be ready for anything Hokage-sama throws at them. Anko grimaced at the thought that won't be fun. Orochimaru had never been more of that era. The thought that was going through Kabuto's head as he worked to save Snake Sanon's life had never been weaker than now. Every drop of blood that flowed from his arm further weakened his body. He really had the chance to end his life right here. It took everything he had learned with Naruto not to reveal any thoughts of murder or betrayal he was fighting. Even if he decided to attack Orochimaru, he would not die meekly. He fought until his last gasping breath. Even then Kabuto's fight would not end because the four of the sound they were standing guard outside Kabuto still couldn't decide if that was because Orochimaru's trust in him had changed or if he suspected that some other pawn was willing to take advantage of his master's weakness. It's almost over, Orochimaru-sama. NNG. Thank you, Kabuto-kun. You will be rewarded for this. You are lucky that I am a patient man. Otherwise you would have died this day. Orochimaru, I promise this. I will be the one to kill you for real. With the promise made, Kabuto felt a weight fall from his shoulders. Naruto would not stop him now. I would not force him to breaking a promise, a loophole he would be sure not to abuse in the future. But for this it was worth it. He continued his work to save Orochimaru's life, but he was not as careful or gentle as he could have been. The S would never claim that he had suffered during the procedure or out of pride, but Kabuto couldn't enjoy his position too much as everything was a balance on the edge of a knife. How much insult could he really get away with? It was pretty quick. The rest of the procedure passed relatively quickly, and Orochimaru wasted no time in sitting up on the bed from the hospital, cradling what was left of his arm against his chest. I suppose you have prepared a new body for me. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. Well, how many replacements do you have prepared? 3, sir. 2 do not offer anything too impressive. BB Itachi. If there were managed to put my hands on his eyes, my schedule is ruined. I may never be able to get his body. Now he will always be ready for me, waiting for me. His younger brother survives the massacre in Konoha. Arriving again, Itachi has a younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, who at the moment he's at the academy in Konoha. His teacher's yellow snake eyes pierced him with a disconcerting look. How do you know this? Kabuto pushed up his glasses with one hand and a knowing smile on his face. I thought it wouldn't hurt to look at the future recruits. In my time in Konoha I was aware of all the heirs of the clan and the next generation of shinobi, in case the information is useful. He grabbed a nearby folder and placed it on the table next to Orochimaru. The man, as expected, he took the folder with his remaining hand and quickly reviewed all the reports he had missed since he had left. His time at Akatsuki hadn't been long per se, but Kabuto had been very busy in his absence. We lost the 23rd of the functional shinobi from this base. Some of the experiments required additional volunteers whom he quickly turned to the pages detailing the heirs of the Konoha clan without further comment. His own disinterest in human life blinded him to the fact that half of those shinobi had been loyalists that he had carefully eliminated and executed in the shadows of the base, as he would never ask about them. Sasuke would never know. Yes, perhaps he would be a suitable replacement for his brother. Imagine Itachi's face if he confronted him on the front of his brother. A brilliant revenge. Yes, he put down the folder and leaned back into his pillows with a sigh. Fantastic job, Kabuto-kun. You have made me proud. Signal the sound 4 to go and bring me a new craft, and then I wish to know more about Sasuke and the best way to tempt him for him to come to my camp. It will be difficult to get him out of the interior of Konoha, especially with the Uchiha matriarch watching over him, so I will need him to come to me. You will return to Konoha, and you will be my eyes in the village. He knelt down and bowed his head as he wishes. Orochimaru-sama stood up and left from the room. The sound 4 straightened up as he looked at Seiken. Orochimaru-sama would like a new container to be brought to him. I would suggest the subject MV Torero and cell 42. Seiken nodded, but the girl Taiya snorted and crossed her arms. And why don't you go to look for it for him? Ail, our lord wishes me to return to my post in Konoha. I will leave immediately. He smiled with his teeth and looked at her intently. But if you make him wait, he may decide to use you as his host. Taiya-chan, go to the disgusting four-eyed. She dismissed him and ran down the hall. The other 3 members followed her, and he alone. Ryo would get so much pleasure from seeing Orochimaru's legacy crumble and burn to ashes. It was only a matter of time. He had made a promise after all, and you could never portray a promise. Inoichi quickly headed to the entrance of the shinobi hospital and headed towards the Anbu room. His conversation with Iru almost more than half a year ago had never sat well with him, particularly when after a week or so too his clan had reported reduced sightings of the mental infiltrator. The Hokage had run through the village to test them. That lie was probably the one that irritated Inoichi the most. He wasn't stupid. He was one of the highest ranking jounin in the village. The Yamanaka may not have been as prestigious as the Uchiha, the Hyuga, the Senju or the Sarutobi, but they were still a founding clan. Hokage didn't care about continually strengthening Yamanaka's detection skills, not on this scale. If he was doing this in the name of Yamanaka, he should have also been strengthening Yamanaka the other clans in other ways. So Inoichi had asked around. There wasn't the Akichi. They didn't have to deal with saboteurs who poisoned this Food stock to build their constitution. The Nara didn't have to worry about infiltrators hiding in the ones they should have been their safe haven to keep them alert. The Inuzuka and Aburam did not have to keep their dogs and insects quiet continuously, nor did the Hyuga or Uchiha have specters that appeared at the edge of their vision only to disappear. The Yamanaka were the only clan that was being tested and trained daily, which meant that Ike's suspicion was correct. They were not the focus of this exercise. They had told him a lie to placate his clan and increase his power. Pride prevents you from being questioned. The answer soon became clear when she looked at all the facts objectively. The first reports of a lone infiltrator with an aggressive empathic ability had been few and far between a few years ago, then almost like overnight, the number of infiltrators grew exponentially, numbered somewhere in the hundreds daily. However, no Yamanaka had been able to determine the identity of none of the saboteurs. Every time they were close to cornering one, their presence would disappear, and the shinobi along with him as if out of nowhere. It was then that Inoichi had pieced together the report of a Yamanaka who had been in the most recent Hing exam shadow clones. The lone infiltrator had been taught how to make shadow clones, and somehow he was making almost 200 clones every year. Days reports indicated that most of the clones remained active for 6 hours straight. It had never been about training the Yamanaka, it was about rapidly accelerating the learning of a single shinobi. Most of the clones were in the library. 200 days of study. One had never heard before of the mental strength required for such a feat. Knowing that, another realization became clear. If the intention was not to teach the Yamanaka, then the lie to deceive them from a simple fact: the shinobi could not turn off his empathy. The shinobi was constantly feeling the emotions around him, a mental jutsu of unparalleled power, a single shinobi who could form an army of empathetic spies. The biggest threat to the Yamanaka's position in the village was then when an anonymous informant left him a clue in his own personal desk, a blood test file, and a classified Onbu file for the Konoha agent. Both documents indicated that the agent could not be anything other than a Yamanaka himself. Everything made sense to him. Of course, he was a Yamanaka. This guy had to be of technique. It could only be from their lineage. The idea of the Yamanaka having an inactive Kekgenkai was on his mind, but the bloodline or the jutsu. The important factor was that the shinobi would be more protected living among the Yamanaka than hiding to do. Only Hokage's Will Sarutobi had been much more autocratic when he took up the mantle of Hokage. Shikaku had tried to dissuade him from speaking to the Hokage, so Inoichi first confronted Kakashi. After Kyubi's attack, Kakashi had quickly risen from rank to become the Hirazen's whispered right hand, and his staunchest supporter had all been in vain, as he had been almost scolded for his protest, so he kept his nose down, but also secretly kept his eyes open. It wasn't long before one of his men felt once again to the people with Hoa when he was apparently being taken to the submission hospital of what he was now almost certain was the Kurigakure Civil War. All of that to say that Inoichi wasn't going to take no for an answer. When he entered the room, Onbu passed a pair of janitors cleaning the hallway as he turned the corner and saw Kakashi anxiously twirling a kunai in front of a nondescript door. Bingo! Kakashi. Inoichi felt his rage simmer as he headed toward him with a scowl sliding down his face. Inoichi, why am I not surprised to see you here spying on your fellow shinobi? Now hardly stood in front of the door with his arms crossed, while Kakashi suddenly moved to completely block the entrance. They stood looking at each other. The silence was not. He did nothing to hide the growing tension between them. Finally, Inoichi's patience broke first. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to talk to the agent boy. You mean, a member of my clan who falls under my protection? Kakashi laughed. Oh, so you decided not to abandon your crusade. Self-imposed. He won't lie to me anymore. Kakashi, I'm going to find out the truth, whether it's convenient for the Hokage or not. You really should know that you better keep quiet as a clan head before you start talking about sedition or treason. Inoichi took a step towards him. I'm more than comfortable taking you out to you and the other guards before entering that room. Kakashi seemed to pause for just a second. This room has emptied. How did you know about those with him inside? Don't kid me, Kakashi. Your men at the end of the hallway. In the span with one breath, Inoichi almost pulled out his kunai when the two janitors jumped from behind the corner of the wall and towards them. But the bottom half of their mops falling to reveal blades disguised beneath the force of trust among Kohen shinobi was perfectly displayed by the two bickering elites who instantly moved in tandem, because although Inoichi may have been seconds away from fighting Kakashi, both wanted the best for the boy recovering in the room, the only target the infiltrators might be willing to risk attacking. Kakashi take the room was silent except for the clang as the two countered each swing of the swords with kun and expertly placed on some invisible signal. The two assassins turned each other, looking to entangle their enemies with each other and strike as they staggered to change, except that Inoichi was part of a legendary three-man cell famous for their teamwork, and Kakashi had a Sharingan. The trick did nothing more than give them both time to slide forward in unison and interrupt the landing of their attacker and push them down the hallway. One of the janitors began to chain their manuals while the other ran forward. The song of 1,000 of birds was all the warning Inoichi had before Kakashi ran down the hallway with a fist clenched like lightning. The Chidori was dodged by the first assassin but sank into the chest of the second, interrupting his jutsu. It was in that second that the trap when with his last breath the man grabbed Kakashi's arm and ignited a vest of explosive tags, and Noichi was knocked down in the explosion that followed. He didn't see what happened to Kakashi and didn't have time to worry, although he most likely didn't. Killed him, it would only have taken a second of hesitation not to clear the explosion in time. No, Noichi's focus was on the remaining shinobi, who had just arrived at the door to Agent Konoha's room. He stood up as quickly as he could. But he was helpless when the door opened and the man took out a kunai. It was then that Inoichi knew that the goal was not to capture, and he wouldn't be able to do anything before the man took a single step into the room, before a python leapt towards him, trapping his neck in its jaws. The explosive force of its attack launched him across the hallway and pinned him against the wall. Ankem Matarasi growled with overwhelming bloodlust as he ran around the back of his summon, and he plunged a scalpel into the man's neck before he could light his own suicide vest. Blood splattered across his face, but he didn't even blink as he smiled with vicious satisfaction. While the boy was safe, the snake disappeared in a cloud of smoke, letting the kunoichi and the body fall to the floor. Before he could even think about entering the room, he felt a hand land on his shoulder. "We're going to have to talk about him, Inoichi, this is worrying." Inoichi turned to Kakashi with a curse on his lips, but his mouth crumpled. In Kakashi's other hand was the severed head of the suicide bomber, and he felt a chill in his stomach. The man was Yamanaka. He was believed to be dead. A long time now, apparently it really was. "We're going to have another conversation with the Hokage involved, then attack, because this is getting out of hand and it feels more and more like a conspiracy against my clan." Hinata fell to the ground with a cry of pain when her tube twisted beneath her. Sasuke scoffed and walked back to his starting position. As she slowly and weakly got back up after beating him in the test, Sai decided to jump over them and decide what the training for the rest of the day would be. Sai had repeatedly told him that one of the most important things he lacked was experience in taijutsu. So that was what he had decided to fight with Sasuke hand to hand for the rest of the day. Of course the Uchiha thought that fighting her would be under him. It would be a waste of her training time. "How to help her help me? If she can't find the will to stay in the fight and finish, then training against me won't help her. You're right, but not the one you think." Sasuke-kun. Sai turned his smile towards her and nodded his head. "You will train as long as you can, Yada, but if you don't get up, I'll go and teach Sasuke some jutsus that he has done. I have been asking, and you can recover at home." Sasuke seemed satisfied with the condition and accepted, but Hinata realized what she had done. This was not a battle of who was stronger, but who was more determined. It didn't matter how many times Sasuke surpassed her or knocked her down, all she had to do was get back up, keep going. His words of his training with Ino played in his mind once again. Over the last few months, they had almost reached his mantra. Sasuke kneed him in the stomach, knocking the air out of his lungs as he collapsed gasping on the ground. Getting up, Sasuke disarmed his kuna and realized Sasuke roared and caught her blow. Turning, and each of the blows she threw in his direction before launching his body forward in a ferocious haymaker takedown with a taste of blood in his mouth. Keep going. He came back up unstable once again. Blood was dripping from his wounds when he entered his ready position. Sasuke was furious at this point, breathing heavily from the strain of the continued masts. The sun had long since begun to set and they were near the end of the session. He turned to Sa with barely contained anger. "And she can barely throw a punch, let alone stand up." Sai shrugged from his position, watching the fight. "She's back up. There isn't enough time for another fight. I passed all day with me knocking down the wave and her getting back up. Clearly you haven't been as effective in this exercise as you thought you would be. If she still thinks she has a chance to beat you." Seeing that Sai wouldn't intervene between them, he turned to her. All composure went away. Lost when the rage he had buried deep was laid bare for her to see. He hid nothing in that moment, his disdain for her, his anger at her refusal to bend to his will, his frustration at having somehow lost as she made him smile. Hinata was winning against Sasuke Uchiha, however. He winced as his beaten and bloody body shook in pain from the continuous blows he had received today. This was the most pain he had ever felt in his life. Slowly but surely he entered the ready position, and if it was possible, Sasuke seemed even more enraged. Already Sasuke-kun, without a formal start, jumped towards her, throwing furious punches. Although the continuous combat had also affected her stamina, she could barely block a third of his blows. She resorted to blocking the blows on her vital points, allowing him in return hitting his limbs. His vision began to blur as blood seeped from a cut in his head to his eye. He missed being kicked in the knee, but he felt the joint slip out of its position. He fell to one knee and pulled when Sasuke slid behind her and locked one of her arms and strangled her with the other arm. She struggled weakly against him when she felt him slowly start to cut off her air produce in. No, she tried to kick him back, but he dodged her attempt and then he locked her leg in place with one of his own. The pressure increased on his neck and he felt his stamina weaken. Performance and he couldn't even speak. When he started to pant weakly, his vision began to darken and then he heard Sae's voice. "Her enough." Sighed Sasuke, let go of her and she coughed as her lungs took in as much oxygen as They could there I gargled her tomorrow we will focus on me without even looking back. She heard him grab his backpack from the ground and walk away get up, keep going get up, keep going get up, keep going he trembled, tensing what seemed like every muscle in his body as he defiantly got to his knees. D started to straighten up and almost fell again but caught himself. He took a breath and then slowly stood up the rest of the way. He had almost left the training ground. When she took a deep breath, I got up again. He turned to look at her and she smiled weakly at her departure. You hit me, but I got up again. I didn't know why she was screaming or why she cared so much, but probably for the first time I didn't feel nothing but pride in herself since she did nothing but stand up same time tomorrow Sasuke Sai yelled at her as he walked away. Maybe she won't last as long tomorrow she smiled as Sai took out a roll of bandages. Good job Yasin, maybe tomorrow you give up after a round or two. She bowed her head that yes, I don't know if I could do this again tomorrow no maybe not tomorrow, but when your body is healed you have the strength to do it again thank you Seiken thank you Ina-chan now let's bandage those wounds before your father starts asking you questions about what you've been doing. Thank you, your Chikahe-sama for saving me. It was one of the few times his grandfather had allowed him to hug him, but both he and his father were more than a little excited about it. Her return seeing that there were only the three of them in her office was allowed of course dear of course, we would not leave you with those Kohin for long, what are you calling for months then she thought, but refrained from expressing herself. She did not know exactly how much time she had been captive, but she knew it had definitely been more than a month or two on the journey home she had asked her escort who had gotten lost and had mixed feelings about why it had taken so long to secure her release. He refused to be seen as weak or to be taken advantage of even to save her before her capture. She would have approved even with that choice that decision, but he was her grandfather and everything was complicated she was so conflicted she tried to keep him out of his mind as he just enjoyed hugging his family and the feeling of freedom after a while. He had lost hope that he would go. We will talk about what happened in his report at the end of the week. For now he should go and get an evaluation doctor very good your girlage-sama. When do you think you can return to active service? I want to do something good for the village pay what it cost to save me. He smiled at her as always and patted her on the cheek everything in due time girl for now rest we will talk more details on when she can be approved for missions again in due time. She bowed her head and walked away with her father. She tried to enjoy the conversation as they left, but something about what her grandfather had said was bothering her. What does she mean by approved Yuzin? He was convinced that he had insulted some spirit or received some curse during the very short period that Minato was Hokage and was retired. It seemed that the Hokage position was filled with much more turmoil, fighting damage control and stress than in his first mandate. It would be in bad taste to promote Naruto-kun. Now if we can have child soldiers, it would be so bad a child leader sighed silently as his spirit sank even further I will never be able to retire at this moment here he focused when he finished reading the report he had in mind. He shook his hand and looked at Ino and Chika almost sitting in front of him. You two seem to have a habit of arguing and then coming here for me to mediate. Kakashi chuckled and Inoichi scoffed. Hokage-sama would prefer that we not try to diffuse the situation with humor this is serious. He clearly threw the folder on his desk and tapped a finger on his desk. You two clearly are not going to let this matter go right Inoichi affirmative. He watched as the tension in the two shinobi slowly began to rise to the surface, both trying to protect at the same boy and somehow working against each other until another group threatened Naruto. He hadn't wanted to involve anyone else directly too many people knowing a secret only increased the chances of the secret coming to light. But Agent Konoha wasn't a secret. The Shadow Valley Massacre Kiri Civil War Kumo's assassination attempt. Almost every major nation had had close interaction or exposure to the child at this point and had learned important pieces of information God forbid he ever gather your information. Iwa had his face cur and his fighting style, and how could you very well guess that he was the Jinchuriki, if not assume it directly know the time of keeping all his cards in his chest was gone. He could even do them all good. If Naruto had more people he could count on you secure the perimeter 20 minutes of information expos from Rango S. The Anbu in the room immediately vacated to protect the confidential information he was about to impart. Kakashi somehow tensed and sighed with resignation, and Inoichi told him he gave his full attention. This is not leaving the room forgive me Okusama, but I am familiar with the protocol. I understand what this means. He forgave the man for the insult and nodded his head he tried to decide the best way to explain the situation and decided that the beginning was the best place the Konoha agent is not a Yamanaka give me a moment I keep seeing that you don't believe me, he is not a Yamanaka, it is impossible. Naruto Uzumaki is the agent whose codename is the Konoha agent Inoichi blinked and seemed surprised the Jinchuriki yes the Jinchuriki son from Kushina Uzumaki the only one Who could have survived the power of the Kyubi Kushina? So you mean yes, the Konoha agent is the son of the 4th Hokage that took the wind out of Inoichi's sails. He sank in his chair, and Yuzin knew that he had finally convinced the man that he wasn't hiding a child stolen from his clan, so his powers were exactly where you can guess. The fox decided to appeal to young Naruto with a gift. Decided that he would rather try to coexist peacefully with young Naruto. He and young Naruto are now, as Naruto describes them, as best friends, but best friends with the 9-tailed fox, and he is an Anbu agent. The demon massacred our village, and the Kyubi was trapped in a genjutsu. After his liberation, Naruto also mentioned that during his stay inside Pusen Uzumaki, he was chained and impaled on a rock with almost a dozen stakes. Although it is effective, I think even you could empathize with it. Anyone subject to that treatment would have a lot of anger and would seek revenge against the group that put them in prison. You don't think? Well, the clan chief seemed to have been left speechless by that, and he himself had taken a long time to admit that perhaps the Jinchuriki's ethics were not as harmless as most of the elemental nations found them. They considered that tailed beasts are clearly not as monstrous as our ancestors would have us believe. Take it as you will. Naruto is perfectly safe and trustworthy. Kakashi nodded. He has done more good for our village in recent years than many of our troops together. You probably noticed a decrease of spies on you. Kakashi is right. While Naruto is in the village doing his sweeps, any attempt at espionage is doomed to failure, although they may have backed off in recent months. As soon as he wakes up, our village may very well be the most secretive of all the great nations. Then his empathy is the result of his status as a correct Jinchuriki, so the unequivocally false blood report was a falsification by whom I do not know. Naruto's presence was absent from the village at that time, and although it is not impossible that a spy from Ibukumo infiltrated that timeline and forged that document, it's very unlikely. I'm thinking of Danzo, Kakashi said as he took out his obstin and started reading. It seemed that now that Inoichi was on his side, his interest in the meeting was fading. Naruto has confided in me that he does not feel anything that would lead him to suspect that Danzo committed a crime. Before he left, he stopped by to visit my former teammate and informed me that there was no new sign of deception or subterfuge in him. There is also the possibility of that this is Orochimaru's work. Inoichi grimaced and shook his head, and the 2 murderers in the hospital, one of them was a Yamanaka. In fact, we could not identify the family or clan of the other attacker, but since one of them is a Yamanaka, a member of the village, it just makes me more sure that it was an inside job or committed by someone with extensive knowledge of the inner workings of the village like Orochimaru. Guessed Kakashi right. I see. Inoichi frowned, and Yuzin felt how tired it had made him. After all this ordeal, the boy had been the target of 2 consecutive assassination attempts. If he wasn't even safe in the village, so he wasn't safe anywhere. The Konoha agent had quickly distinguished himself as a rising star in the village, and that made him became his main goal. I would like to have a request, Hokage-sama. If I know Naruto ever takes a Genin team or an apprenticeship, I would like to offer my daughter and not volunteer to learn under him. I feel that he could teach her in a way that no Yamanaka I could prepare it. I will take it into consideration. Inoichi-san. Inoichi stood up and bowed before leaving the room. As soon as the door opened, the Anbu who was waiting outside returned, but Yuzin was considering Inoichi's request. The boy seemed comfortable risking his own life to achieve his dreams, but his protective instincts were something else entirely. Now it's a honing. Maybe this could work. Life was about change. One moment you're a prodigy from an elite clan in a great nation, and then you discover that your clan wants to stage a coup. 1 minute you unlock the next step of Tudojutsu evolution, and one of your eyes is stolen. 1 minute you're fighting alongside your brother in arms and your best friend, and then the next month you tell him that kill you and take your last remaining eye and keep it safe. 1 minute you're falling to what you think is your death, only to wake up later blind and discover that your best friend is on the run as a terrorist and mass murderer. 1 minute you have a political king living with you and making the days go by faster, and everything doesn't feel so bleak, and the next they sell you for a price that could bankrupt a city and leave you in a cabin in the woods, alone and forgotten since you completed your last mission. Well, some of those experiences may be extremely unique to him, but the essence was the same. Life had thrown change after change at Shisui, and he was getting tired of them. He ate, he trained, he cleaned, he ate, he trained, he slept, he woke up, rinse and repeat. He had lost the joy of training again. He would get lost in it while he did it, but before he knew it he hit a wall. He would have to stop, and the silence would return with no one around to talk to. There was no reason to say anything. He was really starting to lose it. Then he heard a knock on the door. The chakra answered his knock as Shan shone behind his visitor. Kunael was a young man, hair tied in a ponytail with a snake mask. No ammo, none that he knew, but something was familiar about the individual, the energy they exude from their chakra. You seem to be doing much better. Kabuto took a step back and put down the weapon. A part of him was almost worried that he would be reprimanded for threatening agent number 2. I know, but of course the doctor always seemed to ignore these types of infractions. Excuse me, but it's been a while. It's good that someone registered. I'm certainly judging that the treatments were successful. Oh yes, Shisui smiled widely, they were very successful, a little overwhelming at times, but I don't care anymore. I burn serving you, you burn serving yourself. Shisui laughed awkwardly and waved the question away. Kabuto just chuckled. It was nice to talk to someone else. Having Kuretsuchi here had been great, especially since they had gotten closer, but in the back of their minds were the captive circumstances prisoner. It was easier to be with an ally. Oh, you heard Sayek no Osama, has he returned safely or not? Dean Kabuto's smile faded and his posture tensed, his pupils dilated for a moment and the blood drained from his face. What do you mean? Well, a little over a week ago Raz showed up and the Jinchuriki told him that Kahama had been in Kai on an extended mission and he told me that Kiri was in a civil war. He rushed out to help Konoha-sama and I assumed it went well. Kabuto nodded once and then looked towards the village. Well, if Rosie went to help, then the chances of Konoha Sama returning safely are significantly higher. Surely his safety would be guaranteed. The Jinchuriki are strong, but not infallible with enough enemies, or if a powerful enough shinobi, it must be his combatant. We need to go to the village to see if Konoha-sama returned. Or you don't want me to go with you? Yes, here you will need this, so that no one asks you questions. Kabuto handed him a mask tempered and reinforced in the typical Anbu style, perfectly curved and devoid of any design animal with no eye holes. Just a simple blank mask. You happen to have this on hand. It's Konoha-sama's own design. He thought it would make you look super cool and intimidating. Shisui smiled and put the mask on. He was elated when it didn't impede his senses, and absolutely she would have to thank Agent Konoha when they had a private moment together. She felt great wearing it. Yo Yugito, how did your mission go? Yugito froze dead on the steps of her house when she saw Killer Bee waiting for her on her porch. The two of them, they were friends, which was natural after he had taught her how to get along with Matabi, but Bee was also the one who prepared her for this last terrible failure of a mission. He didn't intend for you to fail your mission. Yugito was just protecting information about the target, how far the target's abilities had progressed. He couldn't know the extent of his forces. B and Yuki would have known not to ask. If they don't know anything, they can't reveal anything, so they still decided to hinder mission against him. He heard Matabi sigh and retreat of the conversation, but Yugito was too upset to give them the benefit of the doubt. How do you think be a complete failure? B. He stepped aside as I walked past him and started to open the door. He's just a boy girl, and a failed mission won't ruin it. Your strength is enough to make anyone scared shitless. He's a nine-tails Jinchuriki. B. She looked at him and held back an eye, so it was a statement from her training that her control over Matabi's chakra. He didn't hesitate even once. B frowned. He frowned and crossed his arms, even though she didn't back down. She wouldn't admit that he was right about anything. Rake was furious with me. To sound like a sympathizer. See, this is an enemy shinobi. Do you think he will hesitate to kill our comrades if they cross paths on a mission? B did not answer him. He simply opened his small notepad and began to write down another rhyme. Yuji-chan calmed down. In a moment he clamped down on the bubbling red chakra around his claws and B slowly resheathed the sword he had begun to draw. Okay. I'll go. I didn't mean no insult. I'll talk to my brother about your result. You're cool, cat, and he's a little stressed. Tomorrow morning won't be so pressured. He rested a hand on her shoulder and she couldn't help but keep her gaze on him. I'm glad you're home safe and sound. Get out of here. Go. I need to get laid. Tarm. He just nodded and jumped off his porch and headed to A's office. You should probably go to bed, Yuji-chan. You really need to relax. Okay. I'm just going to have a drink first. She sighed and walked in. All she knew was that the next time I fight with a brat, the next time only one of them would leave. You need to channel your chakra in a specific ratio. Too little and it will slip, too much and cause your foot to move away from the surface. The correct application will make you adhere perfectly to the surface. The skill wall walking, as it is colloquially called, will allow you to expand your mobility exponentially. Now the level of chakra control required to this technique is generally only expected of a beginner gen imp. With the right focus and dedication, a lot can be achieved much sooner than that. I am confident that none of you will be successful in one day. I am confident that none of you will be successful this week, let alone a month. I guess it is 2 months if I am proven wrong. I will be inclined to streamline our approaches to training. The first to walk successfully, not running, but walking, climbing a full tree, will be able to suggest topics they would like to focus on in future sessions. Any questions? Sai finally looked back at his two students as they both sat in silence and listened to his instructions. His first private sessions with Sasuke were plagued by frequent interruptions and challenges to his experience and choices. After Hinata began to join in, his influences on Sasuke became clear. There were no more interruptions from Sasuke. He had watched as Hinata listened, analyzed, practiced, and improved. Trust and faith in Sai's knowledge and his trust in him as his friend allowed him to flourish in ways that his social anxiety inhibited. In a group setting, Sasuke couldn't allow his progress to overshadow his, so his pride in hearing Ai had come into play. Conflict with his pride of being the best shinobi in his class, his pride of being better than Hinata won. So now listening to Sai was a quite welcome change. Sai hated being interrupted. I don't expect results today. Now we will spend the rest of our time on this exercise. Both of you can begin. As soon as they were dismissed, Sasuke and Hinata stood up and ran towards a tree Sai had worked hard to cultivate Hinata's shyness to compete with Sasuke at all times. Sasuke learned best when he had someone to train against Hinata, learned best when they pushed her beyond her shell, and gave her no time to doubt herself. The two were actually good for each other. Sai would never have guessed it was quite an experience for him to see the two ran to their respective trees and put one foot to run across. The surface Hinata's momentum carried her to the first step before she immediately slipped, and gravity threw her to the ground. Sai's first step that was met with a loud bang as the bark exploded beneath her foot and he threw him back to the ground with wood shavings in his hair. The two once again stood up, not willing to give the other more time than them, and once again ran towards the tree. Perfect. He would have plenty of time to write his report. Weakly felt a presence beyond the tree line. He sighed as Shin peeked his head out from behind an oak tree and gave him a thumbs up. He put down his scroll and quickly walked towards his brother, knowing the two academy students wouldn't even notice his absence at this moment. Yes Shin, I am currently on a mission. Aha, I know, look at those two, they are so cute when they compete like this. Haha. Sigh, he crossed his arms, they are taking my lessons and applying them well. They show great potential. Oh, how proud of your little disciples. Saifu announced his scowl as he was mocked, but he knew there must be more to this appearance than Shin's useless jokes. What's up, why are you here? His hunch was proven correct when Shin's smile slowly faded and he actually turned seriously. Something happened. Wildfire contingency. The assassins tried to eliminate Konoha-sama wildfire. They tried it in the village. Yes, that's the worrying part. He threw no orders to keep the missions in the village, but called in any and all troops abroad. Tune and Fu now protect the hospital from any further assassination attempts. What's happening? What else could make the situation worse? The two killers are extra. They are two of the 5 agents that Konoha-sama reinstated to the civilian sector. They are suspected of having held a grudge for being discharged from the organization. That's very worrying. His training was compromised. Shin frowned. Maybe it's not possible that there are some among the rot who would be bothered by the tragedies. Incision of power between Danzo and Konoha-sama. Do you think there are more traitors in our ranks? It is entirely possible. Sai, stay safe and stay alert. Sai nodded. You too Shin, I will see you at the base as soon as I finish here. Shin nodded and disappeared. Traitors in rot, if his conditioning wasn't as perfect as Danzo had been led to believe. If they didn't know who to trust, then it was very possible that no one in Konoha was safe or there was nothing he could do about it. He still turned around and went back to his report and watched the progress from Sasuke and Hinata. If rot was engaged, then Konoha the village would need strong shinobi and Kunoichi to take over. He would do his part to make sure these two were not found wanting in their abilities, and temple the next few days are sure to be quite volatile. Naruto's eyes, his eyelids opened. His eyes had never felt so heavy before. His limbs burned and itched. His empathy was hard to tell with how numb he felt. A bunch of confusing feelings, swirling emotion bleeding into another. As soon as he tried to focus on each other, one would blossom, and saturating his focus was like trying to find a specific stone in a fast-flowing river. As he rushed in, he took a relaxed breath. It would be easier when he was more aware of where he was. He was in a hospital. No wonder who it was he had been fighting. But the fellow Jinchuriki had almost died. How long had he been asleep? Calm boy, are you sure alive? You've been out of this for about 6 days. See, days, even you have your limits. Boy, you found yours. You're coming from too far too fast. We need to regroup and find a way to achieve his goals. Don't take him back to where we currently are. Well, okay, you're right Kurama, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, kid, we just need to be smarter, more careful. Now the old man has been waiting there for a while. Something happened while you were away. Can you say that? Naruto's empathy began to burn as he calmed down. Instead of overwhelming, slowly began to become more manageable. The pain of those recovering from missions, the fear and regret of those who wished their loved ones would not succumb to their wounds. Those two prominent emotions in the entire building made Naruto feel nervous and imagine the smell of death in the air. Focusing on those closest to him, Trun was outside his window. Yusin was sitting in a chair next to him. Both were deeply worried. Yamanaka dead fighting in the hospital. Wildfire contingency. Someone tried to kill him while he was in the hospital, while he was helpless to defend himself. He took a deep breath and sat up instantly. When the commotion started, Yusin was there in a moment, holding his hand and rubbing his back. Calm, Naruto-kun, breathe, it's over and you're safe. They tried. Yes, Kakashi and Itachi rejected them, and the young Anko was here to finish his job. We already have teams visiting the murderers' homes, investigating what led them to try it. Naruto blinked rapidly as the tears were cascading down his face. He could feel the pain he felt from the fear of his own mortality. Naruto was struggling to process the anger he felt for him. Dare he say hatred for those who would dare to take everything from his son? It was too much. Naruto cried and sobbed. He was glad that in that moment, Hiruzen knew that he needed his grandfather, his father figure, and not his Kage. Although most would assume that Yusen was stronger than he could be tender, Naruto knew the truth. Yusen loved more than he hated. The emptiness of his love could swallow the sun, and the substance of his hatred could barely fill a glass was held back. And Naruto never felt safer than in that moment. Thank you. What were you thinking? Naruto felt like a long time ago. He felt so stupid. You didn't tell me that Yagura was a Jinchuriki because you thought that Hiruzen gave him a moment to continue, but Naruto just fell. He felt nothing but shame because I thought you would try to save him. Yes, so you decided you would try to save him. Yes. Hiruzen sighed. Naruto looked away and held back a sob. I guess I should have known you would realize. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Naruto-kun. We should have had a conversation about it, but you acted recklessly and endangered not only yourself but your comrades, as well as your course of action. Was the wisest. No, it wasn't. It's okay. We can talk about the repercussions later. We're all happy that you're safe and sound. Once you're feeling better, I think we should check on your progress and see how you've progressed since you were gone. I trust that you took advantage of the time with Gai to perfection. I innate your taijutsu. Yes, it was extremely useful in that sense. We said I would train. I would be interested in that. Oh, knowing Guy, he is more likely to check on you more often. Now he keeps his distance. You will have to live with that, Naruto-kun. Yusen smiled, and Naruto couldn't help but return it. The smile didn't matter. It was just that sometimes those around him were always there to remind him that he was loved. His sadness when he was hurt. His anger at him. Everything meant so much to him that people cared so much about feeling something so strong for him. He who saved me anyway. No way. Kakashi, Karina and Anko. Yusen laughed as he felt the answer to his questions. Always amused the old man every time he did that. If you really want to hear the story of his battle, can I tell you? Yes please. He was home finally, beginning just as the sun was setting below the tree line a few miles from Konoha town. The two-man Anbu patrol was ambushed simultaneously after having finished their route at the exact moment marking the longest window before another patrol passed by. A squad ambushed them from the shadows. It was fast and brutal. There was no last heroic stand. There was no mercy. The ambushers did not escape unscathed, but they accomplished their objective. They had massacred 2 loyal ninjas of the Leaf. 3 of them. They turned towards the room and seeking orders with just a few hand signals. The bodies were burned and the group fled the scene of the battle. They ran and disappeared into the trees. Flee the town and successfully escape from anyone looking for them. There was work to do and nothing was found. He was able to complete it while the Konoha agent was back in the village and his job would be done no matter what. Naruto's eyes opened from a deep sleep and he narrowed his eyes in annoyance. He wiped his eyes as he sat up and ignored the 2 figures that approached him. They were looking at the foot of his bed. He looked absent-mindedly at the clock on his nightstand and groaned. It's 1 in the morning. Kabuto. You couldn't have done this before. Kabuto bowed his head and took off his mask with an irritatingly smug smile on his face. Good morning, Kon. Asama, we don't need code names right now, Agent Snake. It's okay for the 3 of us to be trustworthy. The 3rd figure perked up behind his blank featureless mask and took a tentative step forward. We are boss with no Asama. Naruto sensed that the guilt washed over him when he realized that Shisui still didn't know his real name. Oh boy, I'm so sorry Shisui-san. I wanted to tell you before, but well, I went to war in Kiri without informing his second in command. You were out of touch, Kabuto. There was no I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. But Naruto didn't need your empathy to say how eager the Uchiha was to be led into his inner circle. Excuse me, my name is Naruto. Uzumaki couldn't help but grimace, preparing for what he said. Worse when out of nowhere. Haha, I knew it. Shisui raised his fists and punched Kabuto on the shoulder. He was absolutely right. You tried so hard to make me doubt myself. I kept guessing all the way here. Naruto-kun was quite excited. I've thought about it for a while, months. I've had so many ideas, so many theories. I'm glad one of the most reasonable ones was the reasonable truth. Kabuto smiled and fixed his glasses rather sane. I was half convinced that you were a living shadow clone of Itachi with genjutsu to self-realize. Wait a minute, what are you 2 doing here? Naruto shouted in shock as he stood up. Both of them were very wanted in Konoha. Well, Kabuto was wanted. Shisui was thought to be dead, but if it was discovered that he was alive, I'm here to give him his checkup, was the response. Kabuto's indifference as he approached and began to do precisely that. They gave me a checkup because of the mediocrity of the doctors at the hospital. Yes, no one knows the children of your medical needs like me. Creepy, something really creepy to say, Kabuto. Naruto laughed at the look on his face. Kabuto threw at Shisui as the Uchiha walked to the other side of his hospital bed. You 2 really shouldn't be here, tough Naruto. Shisui joked as he dropped into a chair. The green glow of Kabuto's medical jutsu illuminated the room with a soft light. The Uchiha took off his mask and held it in his hands. Thanks for the gift by the way, I love the mask, it's disconcerting. Naruto smiled as he looked at the blank mask. Not for me, I just think it's cool. The same. It's not because interrupt Naruto-kun. But what happened? Your body is good, in all honesty your body is a mess. I have never seen your body so destroyed. Before Naruto sighed, things went downhill. Long story short, during my time in Kiri I could have smuggled out Yagura to Itachi. He is Zambi's Jinchuriki, and well, they followed us directly from the battle hunter. It was not when Rossi appeared they left, and when I was on the way home I was ambushed again by Nibi's Jinchuriki. Kakashi saved me with Onko, and Kurenai I extended myself. I have learned my lessons. I heard it from Kurama. Kakashi, Onko, Kurenai, Asuma, Jijirozu, Yagura. Please Kabuto, I know I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Naruto couldn't hold back the tears that fell from his eyes when Kabuto simply rested a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. I'm glad you kept your promise. I told you I would come back, and you did. We promised, and you never break a promise. Is that a rule? They both blinked and looked at Shisui, who had tentatively raised a hand. How to be part of this group? We don't break promises. Good. Yes, I guess it is. Naruto said and chuckled. He could see Kabuto's embarrassment and continued and changed the subject. Kabuto, what is your diagnosis? Can I go now? Unfortunately no Naruto, you will have to stay at least a week plus 1 week. I can't, I have to meet with Rossi and Yagura. We meet, it's really very important. I could feel a scathing comment forming from Kabuto's impatience about to leave his lips when Shisui intervened once again. Oh, could I go one more time? They watched as he put on his blank mask and gave 2 thumbs up. I could be your messenger. You're linked to them. Well, you recruit more Jinchuriki. That's the goal, right? Are you serious? Kabuto asked, and Naruto got worried when he didn't feel Kabuto object. Wait a minute, Shui. Kabuto, I have to say that if you were Konoha-sama's father with a traveling Jinchuriki, your safety could not be guaranteed at all. In fact, it is very likely that very soon you will be under a high level of risk and danger from exactly every faction and country. Could finally do something. I'm tired of just being a good boy and staying out of it. I want to help. I can't help in the village, but I can help outside of that. Shizu, I can't ask you to do this, it's too much. You're not ready. I'm ready. Naruto couldn't find the words to respond as he could feel that the Uchiha was truly prepared. He extended his senses to find any hesitation, any doubts the man had, and he had none. In fact, he could sense how much Shisui really wanted and needed this. You saved my life, it's time I used it to make up for the life I lost. Okay, I don't like it, but it's okay. You two win. Shisui screamed and raised a fist. Yes. He froze when Naruto and Kabuto silenced him. Right, hiding in the hospital. I'm sorry, you should inform him. Naruto, tell him your plan, your vision. The Jinchuriki, you have about an hour. Well, I work before you need to thirst. Give you for when the Hokage visits you in the morning. Understood. Okay Shui, I have to be quick. First of all we need to give you a cool nickname. Oh, I love any ideas. Naruto smiled when Kabuto just smiled and he worked to heal him. It had been too long since he had actually been home. Kakashi dodged the blow thrown in his direction and retaliated with 3 quick blows to his opponent's throat and kidneys, none of which left their mark. Instead of backing away, Kakashi shifted gears, style fluidly, and launched a series of kicks while redirecting his momentum to soften the blow that hit his ribs. From the impact he realized it would leave quite a few bruises. He pushed forward and sacrificed 2 blows that he could have avoided to land a blow on his opponent's neck, only to feel a spear standing in his at the same time. Very nice draw. 87 for the day, Bay decreed as he gently rubbed his neck. 2-minute reset, and then around 88. I think it's time we check in. We agreed that it would be after about 100, Kakashi said with a narrowed eye. He didn't like the look that rested on Guy's face. Your taijutsu is increasing well, Kakashi. I'm more worried about the cruelty you're starting to exhibit now you're skilled enough to dodge most of the blows you just took. I don't like an idea of how you imagine you'll need to fight on the field you're preparing to face and why you imagine you'll need to do it. We just agreed to check in later. It's happening now. My eternal rival G replied calmly. It's nothing. You're kidding my friend. I don't need this right now. Gay, then try it. Answer my questions. Kakashi stood up and turned to leave. His blood began to boil when he felt Gay's hand grab his shoulder in a grip that would be hard to break. Gay, don't even start with me. Attack. This is your wake-up call that you're about to travel down a path you've sworn to avoid. You're being dramatic. I really am. Kakashi bit back the insult that almost left his lips. He stopped when he felt Gay's grip tighten. You don't have to worry, Gay, I'm not suicidal. I never said you were. No, but we know what you're implying. You're afraid that the is excluding everyone. Are you comfortable thinking of yourself as a lone wolf? Kakashi, I have worked very hard over the years to remind you that is not the case. You have allies, friends. You need to listen to me now, and we need to complete your registration. Well, he blurted out, and they both stood with their arms crossed apart from each other. Who are you preparing to fight? Whoever comes after Naruto. So this is also about Uzumaki. You saved him from both the Jinchuriki and the assassins. Kakashi, you don't need to train like a piece of sacrifice to fight any unknown threat that your darkest thoughts think for you. I do it, whether I know them or not. They are out there, and I will be ready. For them the boy sees you as a role model. Kakashi with his ability will sense your choice and the reasoning that led you to her. What will be her reaction? And he froze. He had not expected that from Gay. He had not thought about that. He remained silent as he recognized Gay's point but could not find the humility to answer it himself. Gay did not wait for that. If the silence continued long before he answered himself, the boy would decide that he would have to train himself in the same way and to the same extreme. You not only endanger yourself with this path but also the very person you are striving to protect. Shielding the wind rustled the leaves around him as Kakashi struggled to find some way to deny Guy's statement. He couldn't actually be putting Naruto in danger by trying to protect him, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that Naruto would really react like this if he started to see himself as expendable. The boy would stubbornly hold himself to that same standard indeed. I imagine it's a hard pill to swallow. Kakashi groaned and leaned against the trunk of a tree with his arms crossed. Gay, damn, the boy admires you. Kakashi, it was clear from the first day we traveled to Kiri. He almost died. Gay, several times he's trying as hard as he can, too much, and yet he's in danger from all sides. Yes, we can only do our best to guide the next generation and protect them, but we must be with them as long as we can. That is when we are strongest as a family, as a team, and as a town. Good pep talk. You haven't had to give me one of those in a while, since you lost the bet of who could drink the most in a single night. I think Josh banned us from almost all the bars in town. Hahaha. Kakashi smiled and nodded yes. Tell me, do you want to spin? Do you have a new challenge in mind? Instead of training my eternal rival the first and he walked 20 times around the places where we had dinner before Gay could even respond. He ran out of the field and headed to the outskirts of the town walls. He heard Gay right behind him and felt the effort necessary to not let himself get caught up in a necessary distraction. Of the truth of the Gay registry, one day Naruto would have to protect himself and Kakashi wouldn't be there for him at all. He needed to change his training. He needed to be there as long as he could for both of them. Although Hinata's life had changed drastically since she made friends with Sayira's school, was still one of the most stressful and exhausting parts of her day being at home. It was worse. Although her training sessions with her father were becoming more manageable, her use of the cursed seal was her main frustration. Now her punches, although painful, they no longer hurt as much now that she had developed more tolerance for pain. Sasuke was not a fan of beating around the bush his father, neither were they both arrogant. No, the most frustrating part of the academy now was that he had to keep his progress hidden. Losing fights who could have had a chance to win, earned a perfectly average score in line with her previous exams, even when her lessons dealt with topics that Sai had covered tirelessly weeks before. She was more anxious that she was going to slip away from anything else. No matter what she was, her anxiety followed her wherever she went, and no matter what they were. Doing everything was an act. She would get tears in her eyes, trying to find some way to answer Iruka-sensei's questions wrong, and in a way that wasn't completely unbelievable that she would just freeze, and her classmates would whisper and laugh why she could never feel normal at school. Even when she had grown up, she was becoming a real Kunoichi, and she was proud, and she still leery with all her anxiety, and it still seemed like she was a failure because now she couldn't pay enough attention to what was happening because she was so anxious all the time. And Hinata Hyuga gasped when she heard Iruka's scream and saw that everyone was looking at her once again. They were sitting in the stands during the combat exams. It seemed that she had missed being called to train. Sorry. She got up and walked to her place while strictly ignoring her classmates. Her anxiety grew in her like the sea, and now a storm of shame joined her. Could she never once just feel normal? Hinata, are you ready? She shook when once again Yuka scolded her, and the laughter was no longer quiet. She was surprised to see Sasuke standing in front of her, and he looked so ID. He didn't even care that she was against him or that they were laughing at her. She had to hide her growth. But Sasuke was already the prodigy of the class. She didn't have to keep it to herself. Nothing, not like she did. Sai had advised her to hold back so she wouldn't have to answer awkward questions about who was training her. She hadn't wanted to disappoint him, but it was starting to be so difficult, constantly worrying about hiding. No, Sasuke would take this opportunity to humiliate her where he could defend himself. He could be so bad. He lunged at her. Because of course he did. It was so original. He did the same thing every time, every fight. It was like he was so impatient to fight her that he wanted to finish as quickly as possible, like it was a chore. Fighting her was just some kind of burden. He threw a right hook and she stepped back and redirected her second punch after her first feint of the fight. Oh, as strong as she was, she loved to sneak in unsportsmanlike punches. And unskilled shinobi were supposed to fight dirty, but he just enjoyed it. He started showing off with jumping kicks and she ducked and writhed under him and slapped his foot to send him sprawling to the ground. She was honestly making fun of him. Using all the tricks she had learned from him in the first week of training against him, he jumped back with a growl, and she could see his frustration with her, just getting so angry with her every time she responded or saw through one of his tricks. As if he couldn't get the best of her, were constantly some kind of insult. He charged at her with a shout and launched a rapid series of NFK'ers that she was hard-pressed to counter or redirect, so she had to quickly back away to avoid them before spinning and tripping them as he passed them. She instinctively lashed out with a kick that caught him in the chin before returning to her ready position. He got so angry every time they fought, he was mean and arrogant and was only satisfied when he hit her. It was all a competition. He felt sweat dripping down his forehead as the fight became a relentless dance of attacks, with neither man letting the other back away or regroup. This is the moment he would call for a restart. The fight, but Hinata wasn't going to wait for it this time. She was so stressed, so anxious, and now she felt so angry she couldn't calm down. She always had to be good, be perfect, be kind, be careful. She never wanted to hurt anyone, but Sasuke was so sure of that she could never come close to beating him, so it was her own fault if she couldn't take it. She let out her own battle cry and slid straight at him through a blow and kneed him in the groin. She squirmed and tried. Hinata felt her anger and anxiety feeding off each other and slammed her head against his nose as hard as she could. She stood up from the ground and stood up. She walked away from him with an ecstatic smile on her face. Could she win this one? He was bleeding profusely from his nose, beaten almost as much as her, and she was filled with so much adrenaline and excitement from the fact that she could even win this match. She could be close to beating Sasuke. Chiha looked at Sai and saw Iruka-sense and her entire academy class staring at her in complete shock. And silence. Sai's head was in her palm. Sasuke looked at her from below on the ground, blood flowing down his face, and smiled at her. Yuka-sensei, Aikina. She felt her face turn red and shame and anxiety flooded her again, just when she was going to win, just when she finally felt proud, happy. She felt tears flooding her eyes against her will, and he turned around and ran, because he was going to be so angry with me. Itachi sat and waited idly for his tea to cool under the wide brim of his hat. He was able to activate his Sharingan to look around the townspeople, didn't seem to blink when travelers sat down to drink, act like a traveler, imagine that the bare minimum of mingling allowed him to observe everyone in sight and get a glimpse of what they were talking about, reading their lips perfectly. Most of the talk, as he once considered it, was mundane, trivial, unremarkable, personal business, long stories, complaints about the weather. No. It was the rumors that interested him. This town was not on the main Iwa road, but it was nearby. The gossip he was looking for would soon reach his people officially. He was here to get information about the Jinchuriki of Iwa unofficially. He was trying to find out something about an outside world that might have been lost off the grid. A lot could happen in the shinobi world in the span of a few months. It was always important to keep one ear to the ground or one eye on gossiping lips. His gaze slid down the busy street before landing on a pair of tax collectors who were sitting at a table enjoying lunch. Yachi could only see one of them talking, but what they seemed to be talking about was exactly what I was hoping to spy. You won't see it's because of what happened in Kiri that Tsuchikage he sent the Explosion Corporation to help the Mizukage, but somehow the rebels succeeded in their coup backed by Konoha Heya. The damn fools installed a puppet like the new water daimo Tilo Enzo. The daimo is getting nervous, and I bet that Tsuchikage is living those flames. Konoha is making a lot of moves lately, and the damage is really starting to take note if things don't level out soon. I'd hate to be a shinobi. Haha, yes, I'll drink to that, sons of assassins. Itachi looked away from his boisterous and unpleasant revelry, and he took a sip of his tea. The rebellion had won. He didn't know if Naruto had survived or not, but in his heart, he knew it was okay. He knew now he really had some Jinchuriki to track down. The longer he was searching on his own, the more it would take before he was assigned another partner. After the last two, a part of him feared the third again. Hopefully this time it wouldn't be some bloodthirsty maniac. He really hoped they were a silent introvert. Well, as he walked down the street, he idly threw a genjutsu that caused the two tax collectors to collapse, foaming at the mouth. The people screamed and surrounded the two of them. They would be fine after a few weeks. It was quite pitiful to be so disrespectful to those who risk their lives for peace. Maybe they would go crazy, and they weren't so vocal. He could think of a number of other shinobi who would do much worse for much less. One must honestly hold them close to his chest. He was just smarter. Yagura sighed. When the sun began to slowly set, Ross grunted and took another. He took a bite of his dinner and looked at it. The two of them had found a measure of camaraderie in the last few weeks. Comrades, it's strange to feel like I can trust so deeply Yobu. I'm glad things are really changing for us Yobu. We're on the run, wanted everywhere, and we're with Ra's-san, and we have Naruto and Kurama, and don't let anyone tell us to fight or kill whenever he wants. He smiled, he nodded and looked towards the entrance of the old Uchiha base where they were hiding. Rosie threw a few drops of magma at the various candles that had been placed, and they lit up with a furious hiss. That's just absolutely over the top. I don't want to get up just to sit down again. Lazy care, Yagura, Rosie said with a slight smile. You get defensive when you're impatient. The day is almost over, and he's not here yet. We don't know If he'll ever return home, the boy has been through difficult things. I have faith in him, you do. And that's the most surprising thing. Rossi Yagura watched his compatriot while the man laughed. Rossi seemed to trust Naruto completely. That fact was what allowed Naruto's paranoia. Yagura would calm down after a week or two, waiting for the squads of Konoha Kaiamas to hunt him down and execute him. Claim the Sobu for themselves here. The two Jinchuriki deserters from their village sat in the heart of the land of fire and were safe. It was a surreal situation. I may not be able to do it. Kid was not very well when I ran into you two. Yagura nodded. That was true. He was young and had really pushed himself. Likewise. Should we wait? How long if we do it? A week? 2hm really? No, we should stay nowhere for long. Okay, a week sounds good to me. You're sorry? Yes. Yagura was already following Rossi when he responded. He had appeared a presence and was waiting for them near the tree line. When they came out, Yagura, I didn't know how to react. It wasn't Naruto. A figure sat on a stump at the tree line. Wait for them. I don't like this. And Sobu aren't either. I don't know. It doesn't look threatening. Who are you, Rosie? Shouted Yagura sighed as the figure stood up and started walking closer. Whoever they were trying to be as non-threatening as possible. But no one should know where they were. No one. But Naruto really betrayed us. Yagura didn't hear a response from Isobu, and that didn't inspire much confidence. The shinobi stopped 15 meters from them. He seemed to be wearing the Kohen uniform under a gray cloak with a fur collar. And he was wearing a featureless white mask. He was blind. Maybe he seemed to move very well. Despite of everything, hello Konoha-sama, Rossi sent me, he growled suspiciously, and Yagura didn't blame him. Naruto had never discussed this. Who are you? Konoha-sama has given me the codename Menma. The man took off his mask. Yes, he was blind, his eyes were full of scars, and they remained closed, but the man was smiling widely. He advised me to tell them that my real name is Shisui Uchiha. He also told me that Kurama wanted his greeting to be transmitted to Isobu and son. Gokugura felt Rosie relax and looked at him. While using the Biju names like a code, it worked for now. There would be a time when it could be used against them. Rosie relaxing. As much as he had meant there was something more to this. Rossi, I knew him. I remember you from the clearing Konosan. He trusts you as his link. Young Naruto has welcomed his inner circle upon his return to the village, expresses his regret at not being able to attend this meeting himself. He was too hurt to leave them. Both Ujiten, the Jinchuriki of the Nibigura, was surprised Naruto had not been in the best shape when the three had gone their separate ways. How he escaped. He was rescued by Kakashi attack you and fled when his mission was compromised. Shisui put his mask back on and took a tentative step forward. Can I come in? Naruto sent his correspondence to me, and there's a lot to discuss. If both of you are willing to let me work with you, it's risky. We have to choose. We trust him. We trust Naruto. Yagura didn't know, so he looked at Rossi. He could see the concern in the Iwa shinobi's eyes, the tension in his arms. However, he has been lied slowly, and then he looked at Yagura. Rosie was taking a risk by trusting the boy. I'm going to do the same. He gestured to Shisui Menma towards them ahead. We just finished dinner, but you can eat some if you're hungry. We'll settle in and talk. What would you prefer we call you? Menma can be the best. All Konoha thinks I'm dead. The Uchiha joked as he walked towards them. Now with you two 5 people. No, I'm alive. Roz laughed as he walked in, and Yagura couldn't help but shake his head. Of course the Uchiha would be eccentric. It seemed like his whole married band would be at this point. Tell us about his fight with Yui, and what messages did Naruto want to send us? Naruto was nothing but smiles as he felt the wind brush against him as a nurse carried him out the hospital doors. Kurenai shouted after them so they would slow down and take it easy, but they were too excited. Anko, you can't push the wheelchair that hard. What are you talking about? Like it's going to fall. Can be hit with chakra. He needs to take it easy. Naruto just smiled at them both as they argued and was just pushing Kurenai's buttons to make her nervous and make him laugh. Kurenai was just worried that the chair might break and her injuries might get stressed. She was happy to go home. Okay. Nate-chan will reduce the two women. They really seemed to have taken it under his protection. It really made the day seem brighter. Anko pushed him down the street and he did his best to tune out her empathy as they went. He didn't want anything to ruin his good mood. They arrived at his apartment complex and laughed when Anko lifted the wheelchair with him in it to go up the stairs. Kurenai just sighed, but had a soft smile on her face. LG arrived at his door, and he quickly opened it. He was home. They went in, and was surprised, seeing how impeccable nothing was out of place. Wow, Kakashi must have kept it tidy for me. Then he looked at Anko and Karina, and excitedly almost jumping out of his seat. Since we don't have to clean, we can play some board games with dinner. Oh, absolutely tiny. He laughed when Anko gave him a hey and started taking out games from his shelf. Kurenai went into the kitchen and prepared dinner. What are we having? Kurenai shouted, as if he didn't know. Sometimes it was fun to pretend that he was normal like everyone else. Only sometimes ramen. Yabu. He froze and looked at Anko. He smiled. How dare you? He turned to her and she laughed and ran down the hall. She was so happy to be home later that night. After Anko and Kurenai went out after scheduling their next training session for later that week, Kabuto still had him under house arrest for a few more days. He opened his living room window at one point. Trun and Fu knelt before him. Konoha-sama. We have not been able to locate the rest of the operatives who have been discharged, and Danzo has left. it is understood that we will double our patrols. Within the village to retain those who were on long-term assignments deserve a break, and those who have not returned since I took over in command were to be investigated by the agents I ordered to go look for, because the rest of the Jinchuriki must be reawakened sadly. It was time to get back to work. Jaya, I'm disappointed that he hasn't responded to any of my replies Sia's over the last few years. He couldn't respond to his godson's issue. He knows it, Jiraiya. He knows about you, who you are to him. He knows that you know about him. You know that I have tried over and over again to get you to know him again, and you have chosen not to know. I have not told him. It is impossible for me to say any word about the boy. His power is growing. I can foresee a day in the future much sooner than any one of us would have wanted for him, in which I will have nothing left to teach him, a day when he will pass the point where he will have a significant influence on his life or his education. Come home, Jira. He may not have been able to save his student, but you can still be there for his son. Yusen slowly put down his pen with a deep sigh. This would be the last letter he sent to his former student about his godson. It took him too long to let go of his own negative feelings. Before Naruto felt them, it hurt him that every time he tried to improve things with his former student, he would leave another black mark on Naruto's perception of the man. Hopefully this time Jiraiya would heed his warnings and return home with a little luck. He called a little monkey without a seal and handed him the message. Please, would you be so kind as to bring this to Jiraiya? We appreciate it very much. He nodded his head in gratitude. Well, the summoning happily took the scroll and ran away. He turned to look at the rest of the paperwork that covered his desk. Would another long night? Ah well, better start with the mail. He reached the first letter and stopped when he saw the seal of the Dino of Fire. And Yoshi, what would he want? As soon after my last visit he read the letter and moaned, excellent, a very long night. In fact, he looked towards the shadows and motioned for the Anbu people to go to his desk. Can you bring me Shikaku please? Looks like he will entertain next month and we will have to prepare the security detail. Yes. Okay Sama, something else? Yes, in the morning, could you report to Naruto-kun that I need to talk to him? The fire daimyo has requested to meet us when he arrives. Sa took a breath and trained his features. He shouldn't be nervous. He was prepared for a private meeting with Konoha. Sama was proud of his work and Shin assured him that he was doing exemplary. He had been informed that his 50-page report might have been excessive, so he had trimmed it to a more reasonable 37 pages. He had prepared arguments to defend his adjustments to the objectives of his original mission. Apart from all that preparation, he was nervous, which it frustrated him. Emotions. He opened the door and entered. Good morning, Koha-sama. Hello. Sai took a step back when Tone-sama smiled widely with an outstretched hand. Ah yes, a handshake. He took the hand of his superior and was not surprised by the steel behind the grip of the young man. After all, Konoha-sama was the best of them. Hello, I'm ready for my report. He waited and watched as Konoha looked him in the eyes and seemed to be processing something. He was surprised. At the moment he became anxious. He had done something wrong. Konoha waved her hands in the air. Oh, I'm not sorry. I'm sorry, you haven't done anything wrong. Come sit down. The anxiety only deepened when she began to understand what was happening. Konoha grimaced when Sai began to put the pieces together. However, Sai remained still, silent, keeping his thoughts to himself. I'm sorry, Sai. Right, yes, you can change it if you want. No, it's not okay. Your name is yours. I don't want to change it. Can you, if you feel like you have a better one? Sai watched curiously as Konoha seemed to take a deep breath before calming down and relaxing. It seems Sai wasn't the only one feeling anxious at this meeting. I didn't want to worry you today. I wanted to hear directly from you about your mission. How Sasuke has been doing. He's adjusted well to the academy. He left his report and slid it forward. Konoha took it, but he seemed to be giving Sai another penetrating look, the same look. But when he felt her anxiety upon entering the office, a little sleep settled on the blonde's face. Are you training him? Ah, not only him. Konoha-sama in Hyuga. How did this happen? Konoha seemed disturbed and began to look at his report while waiting for the response from Sai. Sasuke keeps his classmates at a distance and does not open up even with his instructors. He is only vulnerable with his mother and barely with his psychiatric therapist. After a few weeks of observation, I believed that he would only open up more to someone who he believed could use to gain strength or speed up training, and then you chose to break cover and train him. I have not revealed any affiliation to any organization. I have not offered any reason or explanation for my developed abilities, yet he knows or is under the assumption that you are clearly above from being a student at the academy. How did Hinata get dragged into this too? She originally started out as my cover and main source of intelligence on the rest of her classmates, easily manipulated with minimal offers of positive reinforcement, originally showed little promise as a shinobi, no inner strength, weak will. As I remembered the moment he changed his opinion on Hyuga. Konoha froze and looked him in the eyes. She reminded me, she idolizes you, sir. The idea of you was the only topic that revealed an inner strength. Her determination. I assumed that if his skills will be brought to acceptable levels, his loyalty to you would give him a better footing as a recruit than even the Uchiha. Sai, I have no interest in recruiting Sasuke, Chihara, Hinata, Hyuga and Ra. Konoha left the report and Sai realized with a start that he had read everything in the short span of their conversation so far, then processed what he had just been told. Then why was I ordered to observe the Uchiha so closely if not to strengthen their possible recruitment in the first place? You were sent to observe. The Sasuke Uchiha and no one else. Konoha put a hand on the report and hit it somewhat agitatedly. The content of this report would have all the major clans in Konoha up in arms with how detailed your observations of their futures are. Lord, I apologize, I have failed, and I accept. He stopped when Konoha interrupted his report with an errant gesture. This report will never see the light of day, but what's done is done. No one knows that you are part of broken from our participation. Truth. Sai knew at that moment that the truth would come to light and decided simply saying it out loud before his failure could be perceived by him. I have encouraged Sasuke's obedience. Uchiha, alluding to granting him an audience with you should he make favorable progress. Whatever reaction he thought was coming, he was not prepared when Konoha groaned and slammed her face against her desk. Hinata knows it. No sir. Sai became restless when her leader spoke with her face flat on the desk. She strives to impress only me. Sasuke defied my orders when we were one-on-one. With the addition of Hinata, someone else who can see flourish under my guidance, her disobedience towards me has become over her. Measuring her growth against Sasuke gives her the confidence to push her limits in a private setting. However, there has been an incident. Tell me. She has shown a sample of her explosive growth at the academy in a match against which she won after not receiving an immediate response. Sai quickly began to calm her superior's concerns. But this led to little more than a brief investigation. Both of their parents became involved and brought me in. And I sat with them, the instructor Human and Makoto Chia and Yasuga, and how the meeting went. They continued their training and stayed in the story. The three of us took turns sneaking into the shinobi library, stealing more advanced training manuals, and participating in them together. It was so rehearsed that I think the only one who wasn't completely fooled was the Hyuga patriarch. He didn't complain because I suspect he didn't want to undermine his daughter's surprising growth in strength. Sai tensed as a red flash appeared in Konoha's eyes. Whispers had circulated about the secret power of their new leader. The scars on the necks of the Fu people and the Touring people had both worn them as marks of pride. Grimace and Sai saw real regret and discomfort on his leader's face. He didn't know how emotional his new leader was. It was surprising. I'm sorry I broke down at that moment, but that's unacceptable. Find a way to reduce their training. I want them to have as much as possible from a normal track at the academy. They will not be happy. The Uchiha may lose confidence in me if I reduce the training to the extreme. Tell him that if any sometimes he wants to meet with me, I hope he stays at the academy. Push him to hide his abilities as much as they can. Spin it as if it were extra training during the school day. Teach them restraint as you ordered. Do you like the academy? Sai froze. This time he was prepared to speak about any sentence in his 37-page report, but nowhere in his report did he talk about his own personal feelings about the academy. I was not prepared for the question at all. Yes, I find the lessons rudimentary in theories, but I see how necessary they are for the growth of the class as a whole. I enjoy spending time with them. With Hyuga Uchiha, very good work. Continue as you are, but remember what I said, of course. Naruto-sama dismissed. Hinata frowned when she noticed that her father was looking at her from where they were since she had defeated Sasuke in that fight. Once almost everyone had treated her differently after the interrogation between her, Sasuke and Sai. Her father had taken her straight home and tried to get her to fight him. She fought like she used to and lost in the first minute, and he became furious. You think I'm a fool, Hinata? And no, she watched in horror as he raised a hand and activated the seal of the cage bird. Her cousin Niji and her uncle Itachi fell to the ground from where they had been watching and screamed in pain. Don't hold back from me, he barked. She stared at him as tears fell from her eyes as the last shred of faith in her father as a good man crumbled. He was cruel. She had to stop him. She just kept the seal activated. Rack, she screamed as she ran towards Adante with a jab. He slid back as the seal continued to cause agony to his family. Don't hurt them enough. This is the only way to motivate you. He entered her guard with a palm push that would have left her crying all night ago. Half a year this time. She slid under him and slapped his wrist, cutting his tenketsu and thus stopping the agony that was going through her cousin and uncle. Don't hurt them. I will fight you, so stop. I'm tired of you bullying everyone. Just because I can fight, I won't become cruel like you. She frowned at him as she felt her anger finally answer her call and give her strength. She had never thought before that she would be able to use it against her father, but now she was happy that at least he could finally take her seriously. Hinata-chan slowly looked up to see his uncle tensely smiling at him. Okay, we're okay. That was a wonderful demonstration of your ability, wouldn't you say? And so he slowly looked back at his father and could see a deep rage behind his eyes. Was that what he used when fighting his anger? Was she like him before he could spend any more time thinking about it? He nodded stiffly and turned around. Come Hinata, you and I have some training to do more in private. He felt that his heart sank, but he took one step to follow her and another. At least the rest of his family would be safe if they Didn't have to be there that yes house and so now he was so lucky that every time he came home after school his father wanted to train now, which meant that after training with Sasuke and Sai after training all day at school he was training again. Apparently Sasuke was going through something similar with his mother, but more about having more family time. Hinata he bitterly wished that his dad would want to bake cookies or something like Sasuke's mom wanted him to do. He came out like such a big baby and having to spend family time with his beloved mother. Saw's response was to dial back his training, that none of they had been happy. However, he didn't listen to anything about it and was quite glassy about his reasoning. On the other hand, Sai was always something of an enigma. He looked across the street from where the Hyuga clan was standing in the parade to see the last of the Uchiha clan lined up for the parade. Also their total number was really only a fraction of the power they had been able to present just a few years ago. He saw Sasuke standing next to his mother in their traditional uniforms. All the clans were present at the parade today. It was not very often that the fire daimyo came to the village. All the clans were sure to be present to show their strength and loyalty. No matter which clan was stronger, they all valued with equal fervor the business of the Dino, the Hyuga and what remained. The Uchiha had the privilege of being placed closest to the Leiji platform at the base of the Leiji tower, waited anxiously as the Dao procession the Lanzera could hear the applause begin to tour the town and the celebration began to take off. He only sent glances at Sasuke who could see that she was smiling. She had taken great pleasure in how she had ruined it. He had started making fun of her and it was absolutely infuriating. Not to mention how the rest of her classmates had tried to harass her with questions and accusations. She hadn't had a full conversation with any of them. Of them spending every moment they weren't in class hiding from the rest of their classmates. It was so embarrassing. A roar of screams and instruments echoed from the nearest curva and the royal palanquin turned the corner. The daimyo sat in the middle and slowly saluted with a warm smile on her face. She bowed as he passed and saw Sasuke do the same stiffly. Across the street the palanquin sat at the base of the platform and watched as the Sundaime appeared on the platform. He bowed his head in a gesture. Greeting and the Dao rose from his seat and nodded at the gesture, but while everyone else watched their Hokage and Dao make a public declaration of friendship and unity, she only had eyes for a young man who was standing aside of the platform in the ceremonial attire of Sarutobi serum. The Naruto Uzumaki had not seen him since that day she had thanked him all those years ago, but she knew it was him the moment she saw him. She wondered why he was not in the academy. He seemed to be about her age. Her eyes wandered and caught his gaze as she felt afraid that she had been caught. Looking for some reason she couldn't explain, she winked. Her face burned and without warning, her vision blurred and she almost went dark. Faint Hinata get a grip that yes I'm sorry. She looked anxiously towards the stand, but he was gone. She saw him walking alongside the Hokage and the fired out towards the tower and she felt her face burn in abject horror. What a shame. Yuzin deliberately left Naruto standing in the corner of the room as he sat with the fire daimyo. The least amount of focus the boy could best Ryosio if he was not stupid, and Yuzin neither could entertain a guess or two about the purpose of this visit and whether he was going to bet on them. He knew that even his student Tsunade would not accept such bets. I am pleased that you have taken such an interest in our village daimyo Dono, you honor us with your presence. I am sure that the other Kage will soon host their own daimyo in their villages, just so as not to lose the kindness of your attention. Calm Yuzin, sometimes you throw more honey than even the shadiest of my advisors. Both men smiled as they sat aside their anxiety. He enjoyed a little of the more traditional meetings that his role required him to actually attend. It was an honor to host the ruler of his land and analyze his true intentions. However, Oda seemed to enjoy the game more than anyone else. I'm glad the mix-up with Inoki Dono was resolved without further bloodshed. I'm glad too that you took out your forces from Kurigakure when you did. Okay Dono, the latest opinion of our court is that we limit our participation in any current internal conflict in the other large and small villages. Hiruzen nodded. Of course, however, our eyes must be open in case any of those internal struggles have some side that is more favorable to our great nation. I am sure. Oda took a sip of her tea and a delicate bite of a cake. She chewed slowly and seemed to savor the flavor before swallowing carefully. Only then she responded, only not so publicly, as has been lately the great Gakure Kon. You speak of the Shadow Blade massacre, regrettable incident, but necessary to stop the mobilization of Iwagakure and its alliance with Kumagakure. Not only the massacre, Kage Dono, the winner of the Kurigakure civil war, was determined due to Kohen's influence. Certain there is some other event that worries him that may reflect poorly on his great court. He tensed and was sure that Oda was perceptive enough to see how it happened. Interesting. Jinchuriki of ours you mean, or of another nation? You can also come sit down. Boy Yuzin saw Naruto freeze at the order and looked at him for confirmation. With a subtle nodding the boy walked over and sat in front of both of them and bowed his head to the ground. You've been busy for such a young man. What power does the great beast give you from his odd date? And spoke before Naruto could respond somehow. It seems like the beasts with tails are not the mindless demons they have been painted, as Naruto-kun has a friendly relationship with the fox they are called by their first name, as if it were their attention was now focused directly on the Uzumaki and ruined sup, or that he had been right all along, he had never had a chance to avoid this, you would tell you're the foxes. Named Naruto's eyes flickered to meet his before looking back, and he was proud of the control the boy of 8 years old showed on his tongue. With an almost silent sigh, the boy looked Oda in the eyes and shook his head, but you can ask him his name if you want. What a careful rejection, my dear boy, very political on your part. Oda bowed his head with a smile. Kaiban Kitsune, my name is Oda Yo and I humbly ask for the privilege of knowing your name. Your vessel has shown great loyalty to my country, and I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to honor it and your contribution through it. Yuzin waited with bated breath as he could see the telltale signs of Naruto and Kurama engaged in conversation behind the boy's blue eyes. He thanks you for your request. He expresses that he does not recognize any leader of any land, but appreciates your humility. He wants you to know that his name is Kurama. Yuzin made, although that was better than Kurama could have answered. He had discovered that the fox had a fickle temper and could only be expected to be nice to Naruto at least. Oda seemed to be taking it well, just laughing in response. I have to thank you, Naruto-kun. I never thought he would keep a conversation with the Kyubi one day in my life. You are quite remarkable, extremely extraordinary dame. The Oda Naruto is the incarnation of the will of fire. I know he will make us all very proud. He has not also talked about a student of his in a long time. Okay, Dono, I'm glad having come. He had a request to make a hole opened in the pit of his stomach when he felt that history was about to repeat itself. There was nothing he could do to stop it, and what would that be? Dame Ya Dono. Oda turned to look at Naruto, and Yuzin could see a steely determination in the boy's eyes. Of course, he already knew what was going to be asked of him. The boy probably knew the moment Oda was within his reach what a terrible burden Kurama's gift could be. Would you like to join the 12 Shinobi Guardians, Naruto-kun? I simply will not take no for an answer. With your help and presence, I am sure that great things can be done for the betterment of the entire land of fire. How long would you like your mandate to be, Dame Ya Dono? I think a single decade is what it would take. After that, who knows, maybe he'll be ready for your retirement. You and Dono know. A silence grew in the room. And he could see the fear in Naruto's eyes. But he wasn't someone to ever deny it. All the decades we have worked together, you have rejected me so clearly. Yuzin. Oda spoke calmly, but Yuzin knew better. This was a man who was used to getting his way all his life. Hiruzen couldn't find it in him to care. 5 years is how much maximum time that with Okura can suffer the absence of one of his best shinobi. Oda paused and Naruto relaxed a little. Well, the boy acted as a barometer of the negotiation, and Yuzin knew specifically that he was on the right path. 5 years, why such a clean commitment? Half the time of my request. In 5 years several heirs of the clan will graduate from the academy and become geniuses. I need him to return to face a Genin team. This seems too much of a coincidence. You and Dono, I feel that the boy's talents, it would be wasted like Hokage was teaching a team without my mentoring. It is possible that we would never have gained the strength of the Sannin. There is no telling what we could lose. Also, you said it yourself. It is clear that the child's future lies in being the cashier. Having a team will create more bonds with fellow shinobi of the leaf, will cement it as the legacy of the Hokage of the past. Nidain was my mentor. My student was the boy Sensei. I have trained Naruto as if he were my own son. 5 years is all I can offer you, Odaiden. Neither of them were oblivious to the silent tears that ran down the boy's face at his words, although he wished he could wrap him in his arms right now and tell him that he meant every word. He had to stay strong. This wasn't over. Yet you think it's nice, Naruto-kun, serving as a guardian for 5 years. Oda calculatedly focused his attention on the boy. That yes, Dame Ya Dono. Although I may make a request, I will listen to him. I would humbly request that I be allowed to travel the elemental nations 1 or 2 months a year. Offer a great honor and an opportunity, and I think that a little time to travel and see more of the world and understand our two allies and enemies a little better would be a great help for my career as a leaf shinobi and warrior of the land of fire. Hiruzen felt that pride blossomed in his chest at the request. A brilliant movement. Very well. I hope you will join me. It's back to the capital at the end of the week. Yuzin, boy, I'm tired. I want to go back to my chambers. Oda stood up and left without another word. His samurai guard opened the door before he could even approach the fire daimyo. He was definitely not happy with to be denied, but Yuzin couldn't find it in him to care about another one of his sons to be taken to the capital. This one didn't even want it. I'm sorry. He wrapped the boy in a hug in an instant and hugged him tightly. Don't apologize, no, do it. I'm very proud of you, my son. He leaned back and looked at the young Uzumaki with his shoulders in his hands. That was true. He had the boy as close to his heart as Suuma Konohamaru. I have never had a better student. Revitalize my spirit, boy. Strengthen my own faith in the will of fire. My heart aches to lose you, but I implore you to take charge of your time and the 12 guardians. Open yourself to the opportunities that come your way. Carry yourself with pride and return to us, we will miss you dearly. I go to miss the boy Suze. As he held on as tight as he could, Yuzin's heart broke even more. How much the boy needed to give in the name of his people. He had already given so much. Remember the day I took you from the orphanage. When I found out you wouldn't have a normal childhood, you felt it immediately. You have known for so long that the trials you face and have faced would not be placed on the shoulders of those many times your age, and you never complained. I'm sorry Naruto, your bravery is unparalleled. You will be an inspiring Hokage, and I can't wait for the day I passed you my hat. He kissed the boy on the forehead and smiled warmly at him as tears filled his own eyes. I love you too, Kakashi sighed for probably the 5th time that night, and Naruto did the same. He wasn't thrilled, but he wasn't either. Naruto, however, there was nothing either of them could do. It wouldn't be that long, but it would feel like an eternity. Any jutsu you want to learn before going out? More interested in just spending time together, so they did. They sat on the edge of the wall outside looking towards the village, watching as the civilians and shinobi did their jobs, watching as the busy chaos slowly settled as the sun began to set. I don't think I'm ready for this. Kakashi rested his hand on his little brother's head and shook him. There, be one of the 12 shinobi guardians. Please, have you fought in the Kiri civil war? These next few years will go by very quickly. You know I will anyway. I don't forget to write to you every few weeks. Pack can always enjoy an excuse to spend an afternoon with you. His heart lightened when the boy laughed, like an 8-year-old should do. It wasn't right, it wasn't fair. On the other hand, there wasn't much about being a shinobi. The boy was strong and would be fine. Honestly, Kakashi was more worried about how he would cope. I would fix without being able to keep a subtle eye on him. Maybe it would be good for both of us. Let the child have room to really grow on his own. Could you make me a promise? He looked at the boy and nodded his head. Anything? What do you need? Could you take care of everyone here while I'm gone as my friends? Oh, of course, that's what you're asking. I promise you, Naruto, I'll make sure nothing happens to anyone you care about here. You won't have to worry while you're away. I promise to keep you all safe. Thank you, Kakashi. The boy slowly leaned next to him and hugged him, and Kakashi was relieved that it wasn't him who had to initiate contact. 5 years without Naruto, he would miss him as much as Obito or Rin, as much as Minato-sensei, as much as his father. Started to cry, and he realized that maybe it was the first time he had done it in almost 8 years. I promise, Karina, and gasped when Anko knocked the air out of his lungs with a punch. He fell to his knees and forced himself to control his breathing through the overwhelming instinct to gasp. With a groan, he stood up and brushed his sweaty hair from his face. Good job, Nate-chan. Just a few seconds to make up that time. Forward teacher Yuri Kurenai took a more than appropriate amount of satisfaction at the way his own blow sent Anko to his knees. None of them felt comfortable enough with no one else to train his combat reflexes or stamina like they were, but it was definitely a little twisted. Kurenai grimaced as he bandaged his knuckles, while Ina spit out some blood and grabbed his water bottle. Something on your mind, Nate-chan? You're a little more on board than you normally are. I'm stressed. The Jonin exams are coming up. We need to have a better performance this time. Anko was giving them an incredulous look in dinner and sighed. She had been consumed with nothing but the thoughts of her fickle heart, of the mixed feelings he had for both Anko and Asuma, the fear of hurting any of them. There were so many other more important things to focus on. Rising tensions with the other villages, the honing exam, Naruto leaving for the capital of fire. Come on, it's been enough rest. Anko, now tell me what's going on. Excellent. Now Anko, he was in one of his stubborn moods. Maybe he could try to talk about it. I've been thinking, wow, Nich-chan, proud of you about Asuma. Oh, what about him? He missed how Anko seemed to bite her lip in fear at that brief pause, and just she caught the worried look he sent her after Han finished her question. I just like it, but I just get confused. And Kurenai felt Anko rest a hand on her shoulder, but he was afraid to look her in the eyes. His heart danced every time her full name came from Anko's lips. Anko spoke tenderly before gathering the courage to continue with her confession. He is a good man. He takes care of you and lifts you up. I'm jealous. He's a better choice than most other shinobi. Yes, you're right. I'm lucky he didn't see the look of pain on Anko's face, but she looked up in time to dodge a right hook to her jaw. Eyes up. Yui won't distract Joni that much. Oh, it's in my Tarasi today. Itachi wiped the blood dripping from his eyes. Amaterasu's black flames dissipated with his order, but Itachi was frustrated. I followed the instructions. Why this doesn't work? He read from the stone tablet. He had followed his instincts. He had even listened to some of Madara's advice. Use your hate, Itachi-kun. Sure, the problem was fine. It was that the only thing he felt any true hatred for was himself. The terrible things he had done for peace, why relations between towns had never been more tense, were as bad as before the start of the Third Shinobi War. He had killed his father and most of his clan. He had almost killed his own mother. He had irreparably scarred his younger brother, and he had broken the heart of his student and adopted brother, and he had nothing. Showed Iraq once again. He tried to channel his anger and frustration into both eyes at once, and once again nothing. He could summon the black flames. He could use false reality. Why couldn't he summon it? He had given everything to this cursed world. What else would the shinobi system take away from him? In a moment his anger deepened and his self-hatred faded as he finally touched the one thing Itachi Uchiha hated above all else, the cause of the entire shinobi system. The villages and Kages fight and throw lives at each other. In a mad race for supremacy or earthjutsu, the children were bargaining chips, assets, targets innocent children of. From the depths of his being, his hatred burned brighter than any anger he had ever allowed himself to feel before, and when a growl pierced his lips, his eyes burned crimson. Chakra exploded around him, forming woven bones, and then armor he had finally made it his healed unleashed. Kabuto quickly wrote down his notes as Naruto gave orders to Futorin. They hadn't had much time since the daimyo's order fire, and they had spent every afternoon making plan after plan. Contingency after contingency. Agent Snake is in charge in my absence. He is my voice. Torun, I put you in charge of training and delegation of the mission. Fu, I want you to advise the Snake people on information and updates from our forces on any matter. Jinchuriki, yes sir. As orders. Konoha Dono dismissed. Spread the word. They left, and Kabuto couldn't help but pause and just watch Naruto lead. The boy was a true natural. At that his preteen voice conveyed confidence and compassion. It was amazing how much the boy had grown in just 2 years and a half. He thought back to their meeting all those years ago and couldn't help but smile as he realized that maybe he had been right to bet on Naruto. This may have been the best decision he ever made. Be careful dude, I can feel you getting distracted when that great void opens up in you. That would be rude. Pride-kun, you continually impress me every day. You have taken this key into our plans very well. Using a clone as a link every 3 weeks, communication should be enough. Using summons in extreme emergency situations, or contact Agent Menma even more. This will work, it's not a mistake. You know I don't think so, but to say it out loud. He smiled when Naruto rolled his eyes, but continued anyway. With your gifts be in the capital will reveal a treasure trove of information for all our projects. I am sure understanding how to negotiate and manipulate Loda himself will be indispensable when Tomas takes on the mantle of Hokage alone, not to mention all the other foreign dignitaries or business people who will introduce you to you. However, I will miss the training. With you Kakaso and Luin Jiji and all my friends, the rest, I feel like I'm abandoning everything I've worked so hard for. Kabuto knelt in front of his leader and rested a hand on his shoulder. You're not doing anything like that. You can't refuse the Dino of Fire. You still don't have to do this, plus I will check in on you from time to time. Kabuto, you better promise not to be too risky. Only if you promise the same. He smiled and Naruto pouted. I promise. Now it's your turn. I promise not to be too risky about it. To how often I visit you. Kabuto, alright. I promise to be careful, okay? Now come on, I want those other jutsus you told me about, so start writing them down. I'll have a lot to do when I'm there. I don't want to waste a second. Yuzin stopped in his tracks. He stood atop the Hokage tower and watched a royal procession leave the village as its citizens celebrated. His heart was heavy, but he had to do it. The village needed Oda's unconditional support. In any case, it was too late to turn back as he had shown the other nations that he was now serious, and that slowing down would be suicide. He looked again at Kakashi Shikaku on either side of him, seeing the people with Naruto. Uzumaki left the village and caught his attention. Kakashi, we can't waste much time. We need to double our operational agents within a year. Kakashi nodded, but Shikaku frowned and stepped forward to intercede. Lord, maybe we should. Shikaku, we will talk about your reservations later. For now I want you to double and put more pressure on our current harvest. I want our average honing to be rank. Oh my gods, I want as much sambu and that rank as we can get. Shikaku frowned at the interruption and nodded briefly. There will be no going back on this. Hokage-sama, no note there. Will be write me a report of the mitigations that we can take for our greater mobilization. Raj Dono will use each of the Chunin promoted as a slut in his war to portray himself from our treaty as you wish. With it the Nara made a stiff bow and left. Kakashi waited while they saw the last of the procession leave the gates of the town. Before speaking, honoring Naruto's departure with a silent vigil until the end left. You were right, Danzo has fled the town, and it is the least of our worries. Things are bad, Kakashi, very bad. I feel that age is settling more and more into my bones every day. It is difficult to imagine myself still in this seat 5 years in the future. You will have my unconditional support. Hokage-sama, he nodded his head at that. He would need it. We need to be ready for Naruto's return. We need contingencies to all our allies and our enemies. For those who stand in the middle, let them come. And find what we have prepared for everyone at their command. Hokage-sama, be. Let's prepare our knives for those who wish to test our will of fire. Sai clapped his hands once and Sasuke and Hinata stopped their exercise of walking through the trees and sat in front of him. They were both quick and respectful. It was nice, so I have an option for you too. I could see caution in Sasuke's eyes, but Hinata just listened with great attention. They are both 5 years old to impress me 5 years before I reevaluate whether my tutelage and friendship are worth it. What are you talking about? Sasuke almost shouted as he clenched his fists. You said you could help me be strong enough. The Uchiha looked at Hinata before catching her slip, but managed to cover it to achieve my goals. Now there is a time. Limit that Seiken is something like something out of the blue V. I understand your feelings, control it. We will graduate from the academy. The truth of the matter is that you will have been ready to graduate for 2 years before that, so why wait? Itachi graduated alone and in the middle of a war. Tell me Sasuke were at war felt satisfied with how Sasuke looked like he had swallowed something with the viscosity of sludge, although it wouldn't be good to wait too long. Even Hinata might worry if he stopped too long. Her class is full of clan heirs, they will all graduate at the same time. The team leaders of their genin cells are expected to be of a certain caliber. It would be better for us to wait to guarantee the odds of some of the 3 of us, if not all 3 of us, end up in the same genin cell. So you plan to game the system? He smiled broadly at the heiress and nodded. Certainly, my goal is to do exactly that, Yachan. We will have to exhibit more control in the academy. No more mishaps like the combat incident. Tell him to know when to take a loss then, or could you stop being so big enough? Sai ordered and they obeyed. He stood up and was proud of you. Earn your full attention now. If we can achieve this, there is no telling how strong we can grow. It will be difficult, frustrating, isolating. We will only achieve this if we are absolutely determined to succeed. If you have doubts or hesitation, leave. Now they both remained seated. He smiled. Well, then let's get to work. 5 years. Then a 13-year-old boy walked along the dirt road and slowly arrived before the gates of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit, a leite and a sash that denoted him as one of the 12 shinobi guardians. He was Naruto Uzumaki, the no Jinchuriki agent of the Kyubi Kitsune and Kurama's best friend, and he was home. Welcome home, Kurama. Hey, home is overrated. Naruto laughed as he jumped over the roofs of the village. The euphoria of finally being home, it was unreal. It hadn't felt good too since before he left 5 years. I have missed my home a lot, Kurama. Yes. Maybe I want to tell you that you scare the patrols. He blinked when he realized that he was actually scaring a patrol on Busi Rio and waved at him. I'm sorry, it's not emergency, I'm just excited to be home. They continued on their way and Naruto just chuckled embarrassedly. He was home. He screamed as he jumped through the buildings and laughed out of pure delight. He was home and he wouldn't have to leave anytime soon. Man, the scam's 5 years had been amazing, but it had felt like an eternity. Most of the time he spent in the Audit Palace didn't leave him feeling super cooped up. His month-long trips always ended so early, and he mostly just had cloned memories of the village. When he sent one to Kabuto to get upgrades, C1 always did his best to control everyone for him, but Naruto found that after extensively using shadow clones for training for years it had started to affect him more. His memories were easier to differentiate from his own. They felt pale like movies. It just wasn't the same. He landed on a rooftop and looked down at the academy. It looked like the group of students were training, and there was Sasuke. His eyes moved to the stands, and there was Sai taking good care of him. He was worried he was breaking his promise to Itachi to keep his younger brother safe, but it seemed like he could do it perfectly from afar. He jumped and walked away before even Sai could notice his presence and headed towards the complex. Iritobi looked over the wall but didn't see no one in the gardens, went to the library and was surprised to see a new head librarian. It seemed like the building had also been given a steep increase in funding as there was a brand new wing and hundreds of people were milling around silently reading books. If you're not able to do anything else for them, at least you manipulated your villagers into enjoying being literate. Or shut up, I didn't force them to want to read. I'm not sure about the hundreds of generic looking clones hanging around the library every day. For years they did absolutely nothing to make it look like a popular local spot. Naruto pouted and jumped. There was one last place he wanted to stop by before he inevitably had to consult with the Sundaime. His stomach growled loudly. He approached his destination, ramen and Chirac. That's Naruto, haha, welcome. Tucci smiled and walked around the counter to give him a hug. It's been a long time. What, Naruto? He stuck his head out the back of me and gave him a wide smile. Welcome back. It's you, oh boy. Sure, I'll bring you your own pot of miss or ramen right now. It's so good to see you again. Naruto laughed happily as he hugged the chef. The Ichiraku were good people, and I had really missed them and their food while he was away. It was so nice to be back. He sat on a stool as Tukai began to work on his food. His smile widened even more when he felt someone appear down the street and head towards the stall. Behind him, he didn't give them a moment to announce their presence before jumping out of his seat and jump on them with his arms outstretched. Kakashi, haha, Naruto. Although he had grown a few centimeters in the few years he had been gone, Kakashi picked him up effortlessly and spun him in circles before putting him back down on the ground. Naruto smiled at him and was happy secretly. It seemed like he hadn't changed at all, well, except for the fact that he felt a lot stronger. It seems like he hadn't been the only one training like crazy in the last 5 years. I thought you would stop by first. Would you mind if I ate with you before we go see Sarutobi? Hell yeah, Ituchi, double the order. It's time to see if we can still save your delicious ramen like we used to. Do you have it? And Uzumaki attack is coming. Ramen of deluxe Hinata Jade as sweat dripped down her forehead. Her form, he did not falter in the face of exhaustion. His opponent did not falter either. His breathing remained moderate, but Hinata saw the trembling of his lungs through his ribsage. She saw the speed of his heartbeat. She watched his chakra flow with almost perfect control to strengthen his limbs. I saw her frown at the activated Surojutsu leveled in her direction. She smiled arrogantly in exactly the same way her normal eyes looked at her. Sasuke Uchiha was starting to become insecure and sensitive about his lack of Sharingan. Hinata had found it to be an excellent button to press at their masts to take advantage of their advantage. Lately, they had stagnated more and more often and left. I said just as she and Sasuke took a breath to close the gap once again. They both immediately abandoned their stances and relaxed stalemate again. There was a point where she had been proud every time they tied, as it meant he had not beaten her now. However, it was frustrating that he could never win. They both stepped forward and shook as etiquette demanded, even though their grip struggled. They crush each other. To the other, everything was a competition with the Uchiha. He was an excellent ass. His training has served them both well. The purchase had taken so long that when they returned, Iruka accused them of skipping class and called his parents. Sai found it imperative that they never make mistakes again. So they sat down while Sa threw his bags at them. And they both began to talk without saying anything while he cleared his throat. To report after all they only had 5 minutes to eat and get to class. They are both ready. They have met my standards. All that is left is to take our graduation exams and then we will be placed on our Genin teams. Sasuke scoffed, but Hinata rolled her eyes. Like the Uchiha, he had decided a few months ago that he preferred to search for the Chunin advancement at the door, thinking that he had learned everything he needed from Sai, had offered to train him without restrictions at that time and place. It was not a contest. Hinata was sad for what Sai must have gone through in his life, to have that strength so soon. It was still nice to see Sasuke. And yes Sasuke, we know your opinion on this now. Ideally we want all 3 of them to be on the same team. Fortunately there are some variables that put that at risk. Our favor. Sasuke crossed his arms as he finished his meal, and Nada walked a little more conservatively than his gluttonous speed while eating, and smiled. Perino Shacho Sai smiled softly and nodded. Those clans lacked a pressure. Hokage to set up teams with that formation in mind as often as possible. That leaves only 6 hopeful gen, in of which we fill 3 spaces. Our chances are higher if the formation stays united. Only 6. I am sure that more of our class will graduate. I was sure that almost everyone his classmates, they would become Genin in some way at least, if he believed what he had heard talk to his father. But the clan elders over the past few years the village had really been expanding their lists of active shinobi. Sai simply nodded. They will do it, but it is likely that the heirs of the clan will be kept not only together, but will be given a sharper focus on team placements and the caliber of the senseis, which does mean that if Shikamaru and Choi are placed together, that would be us 3. Shino leaving Kiba and Sakura. Fortunately there is also another selection of reliable equipment that we could use to balance the teams and improve the bottom of the barrel. The candidates are usually placed with those who have obtained the highest marks and those who excel but struggle in one area. Sasuke frowned as CL top ranking, middle ranking, and bottom ranking. We could certainly leave our placements really to chance Honada's side, or we could try to manipulate the exams to ensure the best chances of success. Right on the money. So now who volunteers to be the last says, she asked, and Sasuke simply turned to her with a calm smile. She frowned and crossed her arms. She can't be the last. Uchi-san, it wouldn't be believable. Hinata-chan, I already got top marks our entire time at the academy. Sa-senpai has always achieved the exact average score of our entire class. Hinata paled and turned her head toward Sa, who was grimacing for the first time she had met him. He is correct, Yasin. For our plan to work, you will have to fail completely to the mission. Of course no. She groaned and fell on her back as Sasuke's father was laughing. He was going to be so upset. It will be worth it to all be on the same team, Yasin. We will not forget your sacrifice. Oh, I will definitely never forget it. I hated how cocky the Uchiha sounded. Good to be on a team with Sai. I would do anything. It's not like failure was difficult anyway. For the mission for his team agent Konoha reporting for duty. Akama-san Yuzin dismissed the rest of his on-boot guard with a quick burst of chakra, and Naruto smiled as he took off his mask. He looks older. In fact, Yusin's wrinkles, they had only deepened and the rest of his hair had turned completely gray. Naruto felt that his chakra was still formidable. However, he felt exhaustion and fear. His master knew it. He himself was getting weaker every day. Don't look so sad, my child. The Sundai walked around from the desk and rested a hand on his shoulder. Naruto felt the emptiness of his pride grow when the old man looked at him. I don't know. He conveyed nothing but great praise and adulation for your service these 5 years. You bring your comrades and me to your village. Much pride. Naruto, a true shinobi of the leaf. Thank you for all your reports over the years. They were instrumental in this time of unprecedented progress and fortune. Thank you. I have missed you. The old man's eyes softened. I missed you too, my son. He knelt down and he hugged, and Naruto hugged him tightly. This was the longest time he had been apart from his family in his entire life. He was just happy to be home. I could tell Yusin felt exactly the same. Sundai sadness. It was a small drop compared to those other emotions that registered as gaps or holes in Naruto's senses. We will Have a lot to talk about in the coming weeks, but in addition to taking the time to welcome him home, I also wanted to remind him of what he promised himself his last responsibility about, that I don't think that is ready, and R needs my attention unfortunately Naruto-kun, you have proven to be quite adept at running rod, while you were busy with other responsibilities in the last 5 years you can spare. A few clones to handle daily missions while facing a Genin team, and in emergencies where he is needed directly. We can find someone to replace him in the interim. That yes okay Sama, are you afraid? Yes, he would admit it, he was scared and nervous, anxious, worried. They are children, I will be responsible for their well-being, and even I can't protect everyone all the time. True, more likely you will make mistakes, you may not be able to be there to save when they need it. It will be up to you to make sure they have all the necessary tools to ensure they are competent on their own. I believe in you Naruto as you order, only I request to have something to say about who is on my team. Hiruzen laughed and nodded. Very well, but we will have to wait to see who graduates this year before we can discuss team placements. Your final exam is in 2 days, remove it, ask for advice on how to train the Genin, do some light reading. Huan's eyes shone with a mocking light, calling Naruto, who was already planning to read all the books on teaching and education in the library in the next 2 days. Thank you Gigi, welcome home, get some rest, I'm sure that the next few years will be something special for you, hahaha. Naruto laughed, but that fear was still in the bottom of his stomach. This is really going to be a bummer to my plans. Kuramabuara, I can't wait to see it, Rosie growled as the bandit's screams were cut off, sliding beneath the surface of his magma. As he clenched his fist, the molten rock solidified and crusted with a hiss. He sighed and cracked his neck as he looked at the rest of the bandit camp behind him, or what was left of him. Jagged fragments of coral had torn apart the shoddy fortifications, and even as he watched he slowly cringed as Yagura deemed the camp to have been eradicated, walked among the bodies on the ground, and found Yura cursing under his breath as he attempted to use a small water jutsu to wash away the blood from his silk robe. I keep telling you that don't wear that elegant when we go on the mission. It wouldn't be a problem if you stopped throwing our opponents into the air when they're already in pieces. Yagura brandished a half-melted arm at him and Ross and pinched his nostrils. And you can leave, that's your fault, you're so fucking messy. Rossi rolled his eyes and cracked his neck. Whatever, look, if we weren't wasting our time with these fries, then you're the one who said that we needed to keep a low profile. You choose the jobs, choose a job that's a little more demanding than if you're going to use it as an excuse to be careless. Wow, we shouldn't be fighting so petty. And my friends Roz, when Menma the same deranged Uchiha appeared among them out of nowhere. I told you not to do that shunin with us. Menma Ross and Grun, no, I almost killed you too many times. That's why, well, it's good to stay alert. How long until be here? Yagura asked mischievously. Menma and Rossi froze and looked at the little X-Cage at the same time. He snorted. Every time you show up like this when we've finished a mission, it's because someone deliberately looked at Rossi, which was kind of rude. It got too loud or flashy. And a nearby patrol is heading towards us. Menma nodded. But what if this time it was just because I was very proud of how my 2 favorite subordinates finished their mission? Conveniently they are bandits, there were 2 Genin between them, Rosie said laconically. It would be embarrassing if we couldn't handle this in a single day. True, very true, maybe Yura is right and we should start offering our services to a higher paying clientele. We have good savings now. They have both been busy in the last few years. Yagura growled and walked towards the masked leader of them and pushed his chest abruptly. Firstly, you are our leader only as a cover and to be our face with the clients, as you very well know. Secondly, don't agree with me, as if you are not completely on Rossi's side about the level of the mission we took yesterday. Thirdly, place you could help in these missions, you know, but then who would warn you when stray patrols arrived? Rosie sighed at the question and took out a kunai before Yagura could shout any more obstinacy or demands. A shout from the road interrupted them. Stop, by order of the Raikage, come out and hand it over to me. Ryo, oh well, they are here. I think we will have to stop working on Kumo for the foreseeable future. Rosie did not respond as the enemy surrounded them. Remember guys, we have a low profile, Amenma said before disappearing. The son of was too fast with that jutsu. No, you be so messy, Rossi. Well, let's finish this quickly. Yes, without witnesses. His chakra ignited, and that was the only warning the Kummuning received, that his end was near. Anko he laughed when Karina tried the genjutsu again with bad results. Come on Nachan, you are honing the blade, you can do it, Karina growled and once again tried the genjutsu that was supposed to reverse her opponent's vision. But Anko's vision did not change, not her vision of her friend. It was as normal as possible, eyes narrowed in concentration, biting her lower lip with frustration, muscles tense. With anxiety her chakra flared and Anko's vision faltered but quickly returned to normal. I think you're trying too hard. Shut up Anko, maybe you should take a break. Before a kunai came whizzing from the tree line aiming directly at her cheek and she turned back, avoiding them. Many more they flew around her but were intercepted by 3 snakes with armored scales that surrounded the 2 honing Anko. Aunt Karina immediately behind her, and Anko smiled asking Asuma to give us some training for ambushes. No actually Hanko frowned and scanned the tree line that had gone suspiciously quiet. Then what idiot is bothering us? Well, we try to train. Two hands came out of the ground beneath his feet and he was able to jump, simply escaping his grasp. Two more, they had emerged from under Karina and managed to hold on, but Anko quickly pushed Karina and against them when one of the snakes attacked and bit her arm, making it disappear in a cloud of an oh. Anko smiled widely. Damn idiot, you, I'm going to gut shrimp. He listened to Karina and laughed. Asura, well, dozens of clones dispersed in the tree line, and a little boy and Rubio approached them waving hey Karina and Chan Anko. Chan, long time no see, Naruto has dinner, and screamed and ran to hit him a hug. Anko was there at one point giving him a while he was within reach of Kurenai, trying to get one on your two coins for warn huh, did you not hear it? Now we join, you will have to deal with it. Boy haha, congratulations to both of you. Kakashi told me he said that you gave a great performance in the exams. A smug smile that almost made his blood boil spread across his face. She said it was almost as impressive as mine, Brad. She smiled and strangled him, ripped from Kuren's grasp. You think that's for anyway? Talk to your best friends, ha. I missed you too, Anan, welcome home Naruto-kun. Kuren smiled softly and smoothed his hair. He smiled at them and saw a weight fall from his shoulders. A light began to shine in his eyes. Thank you, Kuren-chan, I'm so glad to be in house. You know what this means, boy. Dangle Laura from the story, you have to tell us everything. Well, the last one pays, he shouted before running away, and the way to Senna and disappeared from view when the genjutsu she placed ran out of chakra, leaving her last on the training ground. Oh hell, don't come back here. Jet Kabuto was finishing up some final reports in his office at the hospital when he heard a knock on his door. As he turned around to a young woman who was delivering an order of my Oramen, he smiled and easily hid his excitement behind his mask. He paid for the food and ate it, savored the taste. He smiled at the message. Finally, no more waiting. Naruto was home and wanted to start running. Kabuto, he had been summoned and would respond to the call. He quickly filed his reports. He closed his small office and left the people of Konoha milled through the halls of the village without realizing who was walking among them. Agent Snake, acting leader of Rot. During the absence of the known people, spy, traitor, defector, defender, he adjusted his glasses and silenced his presence as best he could as he entered the secret entrance he had built near the hospital that led to the last Rot headquarters, isolated from the main complex, offered just another layer of privacy and protection. For Rod leadership, extra defense for Naruto's sake, he walked silently through the hallways and put on his snake mask. As he approached the doors to Naruto's office, Trun and Fu stood at attention on either side of the entrance, jagged scars glowing on their necks. They both nodded when the door opened to admit him. He entered before he could react. Naruto rushed towards Adante and hugged him tightly. He laughed while patting the boy's back. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. Come on, Kabuto. It's just Naruto as orders, Naruto-kun. He smiled as the boy laughed and sat on top of the desk. Do you like the new office? I have them bring your personal effects here. It looks exactly like the previous one. I thought you could choose to change it however you would like. The boy smiled at him and Kabuto returned the smile. He stepped forward with bright green hands and the boy groaned when he began to administer a checkup. Right then and there, you seriously couldn't wait until we finished saying hello? First we said hello to each other. I haven't been able to give you your physical in 5 years, a long time ago. What's late? I'm fine. Kabuto Kurama kept his eyes on things. Everything is normal. You've grown just 3.5 inches in that time. You're short for your age. He said that was expected. Naruto frowned, pouted and crossed his arms. It seems that the teenager was really insecure about his height. Kabuto filed that with a smile. It was always good to know how to joke with a boy to lighten the mood. Sometimes yes, the furball said that my life expectancy as an Uzumaki mixed with his genetic manipulation made my transition phases take longer than traditionally shorter humans. Kabuto paused and looked the boy in the eyes. Does he know how long your life is? He has a guess how long. The boy seemed to shrink in on himself. Kabuto waited with holding his breath. It was very possible that the genetic manipulation of the ki could have drastically shortened the boy's life if he hadn't been careful. Some accident, something overlooked, shortening his Uzumaki average could maybe be mitigated. Maybe if he started now he could fix whatever it was, 250 or so. 50 years. Kabuto froze. Maybe for the 5th time in his life, he could tell that the boy needed some kind of validation, some form of comfort. Amazing that the boy seemed surprised and upset by his response, and Kabuto understood that emotion was not the reaction I had been looking for. But this, Naruto-kun, even if you lost 50 years of that time period, you would have plenty of time to carry out each of our plans. Even after I am gone. That is wonderful. Not only you, Kabuto, after everyone is gone. Everyone I've ever met. Kabuto paused and blinked at the answer, so he had forgotten to see it through the child's perspective. An orphan would see nothing but loneliness on the horizon like he had once done. Well, that's a lot of free time, Naruto. There's no point in missing out on the here and now. He smiled softly and held the boy's shoulder. Especially when the odds of any of us surviving the next 2 decades alone are miserably small. You promised to try together for the other side. His words seemed to move something in the boy. As I smiled sadly at him and nodded yes, I promise very well. Now the Hokage hinted that you were still expected to teach a genie team. It wasn't just a bluff to mitigate your stay in the 12 Guardians. The boy groaned and fell back on the desk. Didn't tell me that I will have a team in a week so we will have to adjust our plans very well. Do you have any questions? Yes. How am I supposed to teach? Our Gainin team. I have read all the teaching guides and self-help books, but I am not teaching how to write an essay. Push it. The boy froze and looked at him, confused. What? Push it harder than others may think is wise, but why? We are at peace. Our plans have a high probability of changing that. Naruto, your team, whoever your students are will be your students. You have the opportunity to mold 3 shinobi to the highest levels of caliber. They have taught you the best that our village has to offer. Press him hard and treat him well. Kabuto sighed and took a deep breath before continuing. You know the worst this world has to offer. Those of us who have this profession prepare them for it. Train yourself. You may be right. I'm always right. Now it's time to take some samples of Kabuto blood. Oh Sid. Still now I'll probably be fine with just a liter. Here we are now. You may feel a slight stinging sensation. Oh, he smiled and was glad that his friend was finally home. Sai watched with bated breath as Sasuke was called to the private room where the exams were held. They had just finished the final written exam, and all that was left was the practice of the jutsu, the Academy 3, so to speak, the Bunin. Engine Kawari in less than a minute. Sasuke came out with a smile and said knew that his plans would work. The 3 of them could have set a record for highest scores. That was the faith Sai had in his students, with Sasuke easily placing himself at the top of the class. Sai, knowing that he had perfectly reached that 50% mark, the only concern that remained was that Hinata wouldn't admit to failing miserably on a point about failing. He looked over to where she was sitting. His head was lowered and he could see a tear or two tearing her eyes. He felt a pang of some strange emotion at the sight. His father wouldn't be happy to fail at all. It would be much worse for her than embarrassing. However, Sane found no hesitation in her. She planned to make a spectacle of herself, and she was willing to do so solely at his request. She looked over and met his eyes. He nodded stoically towards her. She nodded and wiped her eyes. Shinobi made sacrifices. Hinata was about to make the first of his Sai career. He felt proud and he also felt that what Shin had told him was probably guilt. It was his least favorite emotion so far. Naruto took a sip of water and looked at the files arranged on Hokage's desk. The files showed the faces of all the newly graduated Genin. It was quite a harvest this year as expected. All the heirs of the clan graduated surprisingly. One of them was the lowest score of class, one that Naruto knew was anything but the last. What is he playing? Sai thought as he looked at the form of Hinata. Hyuga. Something interesting. Naruto-kun no Jiji. Nothing left him, and he looked at his mentor. What are your thoughts? Haha, I'm more interested in what are you thinking right now, Naruto-kun. I would like to train the Uchiha. He felt confusion growing in his teacher before the shadow of doubt flew across his face. As you undoubtedly feel, Naruto-kun, that does not fill me with confidence. I think you would do your best you could as his sensei, but I'm afraid there's too much story there to be useful to any of you. I made a promise to Itachi from him. Naruto winced as another storm manifested in Hokage's mood. There's little we can do for Itachi, Naruto. A promise is a promise, at least for me it is. Certainly another reason why I have to bet on the possibility it is not your burden to train and protect young Sasuke at the expense and detriment of his potential teammates. A good sense and not choose favorites. Naruto. Very good. Naruto frowned and threw the papers in his hands on the desk. There went all his plans made quickly. Then unfortunately I'm lost. It seems that if I can't teach Sasuke, I will be leading a reconnaissance team and extraction team. To some I would be more suited to teach the Ino Shikao training, and my skills in recognition come from innate experience and ability, not from any particular study of my own. The Hokage paused and gave him a peculiar look. What makes you think I intend to keep the Ino Shikyo formation? Naruto blinked. Well, the village always does it. Naruto narrowed his eyes and began to better feel the plans that were floating in Hokage's mind. But you have no intention of doing it this time. One of the clan chiefs requested an alternative. The Hokage gave him a blank look, and Naruto blinked in shock. The Yamanaka Inoichi wants me to train his daughter with fervor. I also agree with your self-assessment. Clearly you have thought of a desired team. Under D, that's why I intend to make the team assignments more unorthodox this year. It's poking against convention. Naruto bit his lip and leaned back. Some teams could fail if there isn't enough cohesion. Young shinobi of the Leaf or village is known for teamwork and loyalty. If they are serious about their service, they should be able to work together with any of their classmates. And what are you choosing? Unbalanced squads. The Hokage smiled, and Naruto had the feeling I was enjoying this. I'm presenting challenges to my new honing instructors. Here's who I'm thinking of for his subordinates. The Sundaime highlighted 3 names on the list, and Naruto blinked in complete surprise. Oh well, I see. Yes, I wouldn't have anticipated this setup. Well, I can't wait. Let's see what you think of them. Make me proud, boy. I'll certainly try. The old man laughed at his apprehension. Do your best. That's all a sensei can do. Didn't wake up with a start. When her morning alarm went off, she shook him off and Jumped from the bed. Today is the day team homework. Ganon score clenched a fist as he ran to the bathroom and started brushing his teeth and jumping from side to side. No more lessons, no more homework, now they are shinobi. His mind thought about being on a team with Sasuke, let out a sigh. Dreamy, that would be perfect, a total victory over Sakura. She sighed as she spit out her toothpaste. She knew what was most likely to happen. Shikamaru and Choi, though honestly they were at least better than being stuck with same. Nada groaned at the thought of the cocky Hyuga. Hadn't forgotten that training match they had years ago. He never trusted the quiet girl again. He put on his clothes. He picked out his favorite outfit. He loaded up his shinobi supplies. And lastly, he double-checked her flawless makeup. She would easily be the prettiest kunoichi of his team. Safely ran out of his room and down the stairs to the kitchen, where he smelled breakfast. Dad, today is the day. Team locations. Kid, exciting. Good, I remember when I got my team, and surprisingly you ended up with your two best friends. I know how you're doing, Dad. She sighed and slumped a little in her seat. That's most likely what will happen to me, but Shikamaru is so lazy and Choji doesn't have an ounce of ambition in his work ethic. You're worried that they won't take things seriously. Serious and no do, she complained and ate a summon of food, and I will not allow my team to be the weakest in our class, so they better realize that quickly. What if you are not on a team with them, is that okay with you? She was so anxious that she missed the unusual curiosity in her father's tone, as if I wasn't going to get stuck with those two idiots. She threw her head back dramatically and groaned. But she would be so happy if she wasn't with them. She turned to the right again. And she finished her breakfast faster than she would have allowed anyone but her parents to see her eat. But I have to go, it's the first thing I'm doing this morning. I love you, Dad, I love you, have fun and good luck. She waved behind her as she left, running out the door and down the path towards the road. She smiled and adjusted her eye-tate and she climbed onto the rooftops. Now she was a genius. She could avoid the paths where the civilians and students were held. She shook, it was much faster than walking. She laughed as she approached and finally landed at the academy. There were noticeably more of her classmates on time this morning, and early it seemed that she wasn't the only one who was almost vibrating with excitement at today's event. She quickly made her way to her friends and sat down. He was pleasantly surprised to see that Shikamaru and Choi had at least arrived early today for once. Hi guys, you're all excited, Shikamaru groaned, and Choji just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Kiba howled next to Kamaru, and Shino pushed him away, while his hive hummed in agitation. Sakura smiled at him as she held Sasuke's arm, and the boy just grimaced and was sorry that he was reading. Hey Sakura, get away from him. He immediately pushed Kiba out of his way and clung to Sasuke's other arm. Get off of him. Could you both get off of me? Sasuke asked them quietly. Is it too much? And I'm feeling uncomfortable, she chuckled shyly and took a step back. I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun, I'm excited. I hope we're on the same team. Me too, Sasuke-kun, hopefully you three are on a team together, so neither of us would have to have headaches while you two argue more. He threw his head back and gaped at Hinata, who was still reading her book, while Kiba howled with laughter at Hinata's comment. Even Choji was laughing and Shikamaru smiled at her. Yes Hinata, maybe you're right, HMPH, well at least I wouldn't have to be on a team with you, she growled at the girl. Hinata simply looked up from her book and then looked down calmly. Ino felt her temper was skyrocketing and his blood pressure was rising. Before he could think of anything else to say, he noticed Iruka had come out and opened the door. Come in graduates, it's time for team placements, come on guys, let's go, he shouted as he ran towards the door. Everyone rushed in and grabbed the seats they were used to sitting in. The air was full of nervous energy. This is what their entire time at the academy had been leading up to: their genie teams, their sensei and teammates who would be alongside them in their shinobi careers, bonds that could last and prosper well. In honing promotions, the legendary Sunin had once started as a team of rookie Genin. Everything was possible for them, well except if the tradition had been kept, but maybe this year would be different and she wouldn't be with Shikamaru or Choi, or even if she was with one of them and Sasuke as the third, that would be too good, that would be good. She smiled as Iruka walked towards the podium with a list and a smile. Everyone listen, before we start, I just wanted you to know that I'm proud of you, and you should all be proud of yourselves. It's an impressive achievement, enjoy your hard work, he said. This is just the beginning of your shinobi careers. Learning doesn't stop, the elite claims it never completely does. Never be afraid to try something new, and if you ever need that, I'm always here to talk even when you're tuning, he smiled. And the class Ryo Iruka was known for being sentimental, and interestingly, he was also the instructor of the most popular academy. Now I'm going to announce the teams. Your senseis will come and pick them up, everyone, for a presentation. Once you leave you will be under their care and guidance. Do not disappoint them ahead. Team 1 is no sad. As patiently as he could while team after team was announced. His name had not been said, but neither had Sasuke's or none of her friends, until next. Team 10. We have Kiba, Inuzuka, Choji, Kimi, Shino, Abura. Mino's heart stopped. Choji's name had been called, and she wasn't on the same team next to her. Shikamaru stood still and looked up. He looked at Choji, who had half a frozen snack, looked at them, and Fear flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe they weren't being placed in their clan formation. He had the means to give Choji a warm smile and a thumbs up, and Shikamaru gave one. He smiled at her and finished her bite. A part of her, the part that had been with the two boys almost all her life, was saddened, but her eyes open could mean a slow smile appeared on her face, and she looked at the haunting. Oh my god, she could be on a team with Sasuke for years. This could be the beginning of their love story. It would be so romantic. Come on, put me with him. She clenched her fist and held her breath. As Yuka continued, the next team, the U team, will have Shikamaru, Ara, Sasuke, no Yamanaka. Come on, say what she and Sakura shouted at the same time. Aruka blinked at them, as did everyone else in the classroom, and they both immediately sank into their seats with their faces burning red. But then that meant that no way, Team 7 will be Hinata Hyuga. No. Come on, this wasn't right. Sakura Runo. And no. When she said she didn't want to be with Shikamaru, and Choi didn't, it wasn't supposed to be with Ino Yamanaka. Her face slammed into him desk in front of her and swore she would make Shikamaru pay for laughing at his fate. Congratulations again, just stay here until your sensei comes to get you. Ino didn't move at all. Not when Team 10 sensei came to get them, or even not when the sensei from Team 8 picked them up, and Shikamaru silently wished her luck. No, she didn't move until they called all the other teams, and there was only her, Kura and Hinata waiting alone together in the empty classroom. Sai froze. As soon as the teams were announced, things had definitely not gone according to plan. What had not been taken into account? What was different this year? That the Hokage had strayed so far from the norms. It was simply that Agent Konoha was going to be a Honin sensei had clearly calculated wrong when aiming at the location of the last dead prodigy team had inadvertently caused a 3 to separate. He looked at Sasuke, who was smiling. Yes, his mission of taking care of the child would be easier than ever, but this was complicated. He would have to be careful, much more careful, when maneuver in front of a Jonin, unless there was a possibility that Konoha-sama was their leader. Yes, he would wait. Looked at her and saw that she had her head down, her shoulders slightly shaking. The poor girl's anxiety would be through the roof at this moment. Her goal they had worked on for the last 5 years, it had been being on the same team to train together. Timu, a voice called, the voice of a woman. She turned and saw her sense, and waiting for them. Follow me. She had long wavy black hair and piercing red eyes. I immediately identified her. Karina and Yui Genjutsu Master. Curse paused as she stood up. Asuma Salad led Team 10 out the door ahead of them. Perhaps one of the three would be taught by Agent Konoha. He smiled softly as he passed Hinata. He paused for a moment. Remember, we still have training on the days off, Yasin. I hope to see you there. She felt pride surge as the girl took a deep breath. She looked him in the eyes and nodded with determination, hardening her features. Okay, I'll be there. Good luck, Yasin. You too. That Seikun, she would be fine. He could be worse off than she would be now, stuck dealing with the Uchiha every day for years. Hurry up, Genom. Come on. Her new sense called and walked out the door and rolled her eyes at the palpable annoyance on Uchiha's face. Hinata was calming down from the panic initial by the location of his team. It couldn't be worse. Yukura, Ino and Sakura left hope to keep up with Sasuke and Sai. The girls were just gossiping. It just means already after almost an hour of waiting for their sensei, and really what John and Respectable would make his new students wait an hour. As first impression, the two had finally slipped together and were whispering as if they thought he couldn't catch their comments, lamenting that neither of them were with Sasuke and not complaining that he hadn't even been. But Shikamaru Choi, like everyone, didn't know she had been having that placement for the months leading up to the placements, and then Sakura complains that she and Ino teamed up. They were weak and bad, and their teammates were who they were supposed to be. She had to trust implicitly and sacrifice everything for them, as if they were going to do the same for her. As the second hand ticked the last second of the hour, the door opened slowly and a child entered, a child apparently as old as them, but shorter than all of them. Spiky blonde hair, a wide smile, whisker marks on each cheek, a honing vest over an orange jumpsuit. You're late. Wait, you heard Ino shout from her seat. What are you doing here? We're waiting for our sensei. You're in the wrong room. Shrimp Hinata's face paled when he realized who was standing in front of them, the neighborhood Tsurutobi Serum and Naruto Uzumaki. Jonin Uzumaki, his new sensei. My first impression of all of you is his vision became weak and as strong as he thought. He fainted. He missed a boy blinking and stayed in shock when her head hit the table. I honestly don't even know what to say. Wake her up and then meet me on the ceiling. Naruto moaned all the way up to the ceiling of the room while Kurama just howled with laughter. He had his work cut out for him. They were horrible. Oh my. The moment he entered, he felt his emotions with hesitation and was not impressed with what he felt: pride, arrogance, mutual displeasure, regret, disbelief. Upon seeing him, unprofessional children, unserious and undisciplined. On the other hand, that is what Jin children were. Naruto took a very deep breath and tried to relax. Had really been so different once. Okay, had been very different, but that spoke more about him as an outlier. That of the three girls had a normal upbringing, normal dreams, normal fears, normal socialization. Shrimpo. He would take Yamanaka back for underestimating him. No. He would start off being petty. That was no way for a sensei to behave. The Door opened and blinked as the three of them walked forward sullenly and sat far away from each other. The girl with pink hair Sakura was sad and bored. The Yamanaka Ino was upset and agitated from being trapped with the two girls, and her eye twitched at their burning disapproval of him as a sensei. And the Hinata Hyuga heiress was overcome with shame for fainting in front of him. Very well, now that we're all here, it's time for introductions. Let's hear your name, what you excel at, what do you struggle with, and what is your dream? Some volunteer. No one raised their hand or took the initiative, and Kurama started laughing again. Excellent, how to pull out teeth. It seemed okay, great, I'll just choose Blondie ahead. She glared at him, and he crossed his arms behind head with a yawn. My name is Hino. Yamanaka, I am good with taijutsu and ninjutsu. I have a hard time dealing with big babies. A pointed look at Hinata, which bristled in turn. Excellent, great, my dream is to marry a strong shinobi like say Sasuke Uchiha. Oh dear, well, surely it couldn't get worse than my name is Sakura Runo. I excel in all aspects of our academy's training. I have some of the highest grades. High in my class. I am weak in terms of experience, but I am sure that with you as our sensei he understands that and my dream. She laughed and blushed and did not go further in explaining. Her eye twitched. Why would I understand that I have no experience gain in Runo? He paused, and the other two girls looked at him cautiously. That sense and your age. So you're probably a new jonin, right? And we're your first interesting assignment. Your turn, he said. Looking at Hinata, the girl took a deep breath to calm herself and straightened her head. Back, let's go. Give me at least someone I can work with on this team. Genie Aga, I excel in taijutsu, ninjutsu and precise chakra control. I struggle in prolonged confrontations and emotional repression. My dream is to be the strongest kunoichi I can be. The other two girls looked open boki to his third teammate, and Naruto couldn't help but smile. Very interestingly, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Honing. For years I excel in almost every aspect of being a shinobi. I have a hard time dealing with those who don't take their training seriously or his allies. I dream of Shirokage and protecting every person who calls this town home. Until now I find the three of you disappointing. He interrupted them before they could say anything to him. We will have our first survival training tomorrow morning. We will meet at training ground 7. Don't be late or eat breakfast, or you might throw up. Sounds good. Training. But we've already had survival training several times at the academy, Sakura yelled. Ino nodded next to her, while Hinata sat quietly and listened. This is to see if you can survive being a genius. It might make you surprised to hear, but of the 27 genin that graduated, only 9 will go on to be leaf shinobi. He smiled at the blatant panic on the faces of the three. Oh man, Kakashi was right. It was fun to grill them while he could. He would save their faces right now and years to come. Get some sleep and gather your supplies. Tomorrow we'll see if you have what it takes to be a genin on my team. Good luck. She jumped off the roof faster than any of the girls could follow and headed to her apartment. Kabuto had told her, he said that he would leave all the pertinent reports on his desk now that he was officially off duty as a Konoha agent. It would take him all night to read those reports. It would probably leave him barely enough time to shower and eat before his new team training began.